Welcome everyone! It's time to get into some Halo. I hope all you Spartans are ready for a hot drop because we have some of the best players and teams in all of Europe here for the HCS Open Series #1. I'm Halo Monkey Man in the booth alongside one of the greatest people in the entirety of the Halo community. You know him, you love him, and you want more of him. It is Reed. Reed, are you excited today? It's the road to Arlington, the first major unlocked on this pathway, and we're in the very first Open Series of it.
I feel like you oversold me a little bit there, Monkey Man. If I'm going to be honest, it's feeling pretty good. I don't think we all knew if we were going to get a 25 season, but obviously we had that confirmed for us about a month ago. We're now sitting here, Arlington's coming up, we have some really good Halo teams from Europe that are going to be competing for this one. We actually have no current tier 1 org. I mean, we got Nemesis, which is kind of like new ITB, so the skill level's there, but you know, they've got a little bit of establishment to do, so I'm actually quite excited to see where it's going to go. I think this is a bit less of a slam dunk as it was last year.
Very much so. I think that everyone has kind of lifted, shifted, and spread out their wings to move around one another. And obviously, there's kind of a top 2 conversation that we're going to be getting into over the course of this bracket. But everyone showed up over the course of the offseason. I think that really did diversify, and it showcased that there is still a depth to Europe that everyone is going to be paying attention to. We're going to be going into a big bracket today. In case you guys have not seen it, well, Neutral Bomb will be online, so that will be played with us. Origin will be coming into the mix as well. So if you haven't been paying attention, well, there's some new things. We will not be doing Search and Destroy. I need to assure you that is not happening
yet.
Possibly yet. Maybe. That's a future thing. But either way, we'll be going to this.
We're going to have plenty of time to yap about this, but I have been told the game is ready. So let's have a look at some of these rosters we've got going. We have a pretty interesting match coming up. We're not going to go for the top tier yet. We're going to go for a match that's going to be a little bit closer. We're going towards the middle of the bracket. We are going to have, let me get these names correct before I mess this up. We're going to have Fruit and Fiber versus 20 Degrees Left. So, Fruit and Fiber, that name, if you've been around the European scene for a while, you might recognize it. It's used quite a few times by one of these players on this team. So we have Deimos, the wonderful Atlas admin, my colleague, Deimos, along with Terry Tibbs, top 4 EHL LAN player, T. Calpin, your famous sauna yapper, and Nath Moore, just an all-round legend that's been here for quite a while. So that's a pretty solid roster. I'm excited to see that roster play. They're going to be up against 20 Degrees Left, which is EU Assault, Percussion, Gion, and Puma. So all those names should be familiar. You should have heard them before. The one on that roster that we've maybe not seen for a little while is Puma. I've definitely played with him a few times. He's definitely been around. He's a pretty decent guy, but we've not seen him come on stream too often, so I'm excited to kind of get him into this one.
It'll be a nice kind of entry point for all of us. Obviously, these early rounds, you say it's not tier 1, but anyone has the ability to kind of break out. But obviously, as we consolidate a lot of great talent onto maybe 2, 3, 4 teams in that capacity, these teams are still looking for a heroic run throughout this bracket. And they're also going to be going over into our first 3 maps. At least 2 of the 3 will be going into for this best of 3. It's King of the Hill Solitude, and you got Slayer Aquarius. And if they make it past that, we'll be going on to a Strongholds recharge. Nothing new in that capacity here for this first round. Trying to keep it kosher here, Reed.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait until winners round 2 to potentially see that new game mode come in. The, bomb. But currently, yeah, we're going to be sticking with the classics. But I'm excited because this is going to be a good match to get us teased in. It's going to be some pretty middle of the road teams. Some pretty great players on all sides, and honestly, I don't really want to predict this one, Monkey Man, because I'm not sure which way it's going to go. Deimos was pretty insistent he's going to lose this one, but I feel like he's got it.
Yeah, you know, he came in, he said, you know, we're a bunch of old men and we're ready to retire. And then, like, the conversation changed around. It's like, you know what? It's like one youngster amongst the old men. And there's always the ability to break out. Deimos, as one of the awesome Atlas GG admins, he's seen all the maps, should be able to get this one going. So will we. We'll go into game number 1. It's King of the Hill Solitude. This is actually one of my favorite maps and modes. Solitude, I used to have kind of a hate-love relationship with it, but it's grown on me at least through King of the Hill, Reed, because of the way you have such just clinical and surgical rotation around this map to be able to really get to those sites.
Yeah, I don't listen to Deimos when he calls himself an old man. The kid's younger than most of the Halo players here, so just ignore him. He doesn't know what he's on about. But yeah, Solitude, it's great. I gotta agree with you, right? Like, when it first added, I wasn't a Halo 5 player. I didn't really know what was going on. This map looked like trash, but I like it now. It's good. Especially King of the Hill. Slayer, I mean, Slayers are Slayers, right? But King of the Hill or Strongholds runs really well, so I'm excited to see us get the Strongholds game underway.
Gonna be able to really take control of the early utility. We got that camo still online. The only real lift and shift we had from the offseason in terms of the sandbox is that instead of having that would be actually not the bandit, but that you now have a BR over towards that alongside of Dip. So we'll get to see if any of that really kind of plays that medium damage game. Either way, it is game number 1 to kick off the EU HCS. Hope you guys get live and loud and excited because I know both these teams are, as Fruit and Fiber, well, it often makes me turn 20 degrees left whenever I have that for breakfast. Yeah,
so a nice start here for Deimos and the gang. They have established a little bit of control over the hill. They got a few of the guys in a respawn screen. Camo underway, actually in Deimos' hands. And a nice, good positioning for him. Will allow him to get the triple. What a flick there, Deimos. What are you talking about? You got this one in the bag. If you can take down Perk, then there should be a decent amount of time on the hill. But actually, Assault has a nice, good little bit of vision there under the underpass.
I mean, that was fantastic. He got the call out from his teammate that they were over there towards U-turn, and then they just found a point-and-click situation. Uh-oh. That nade will end up going behind him from that dumpster, but either way, that's Tibbs and the rest of this squad that take advantage of that early utility. They pick up the camo. They do have the shock rifle, but it will fall over towards that lift. So no one really extending this hill life. It's about halfway through right now for Fruit and Fiber as they find the early run. But we're seeing John they're taking this high ground position, see if they can like upend them from this hill.
Oh, poor Calpin. Didn't even know what hit him. Nice positioning here by Giant, but he is going to get spotted out by basically every single player on Fruit and Fiber as they have a nice little position there. Deimos is back in the hill. He's going to start rocking this under. He correctly calls the cool spawn there bottom C. Perk spawns top C, so he might be able to get a little bit of an angle, but actually this is going to work in their favor. They're probably going to decide to ditch this hill and move on to the next one, and I was wrong. Perk went for it. And it worked out.
It's never a total bad idea to start activating for the next hill, but Gion is able to get that camo, and 4 went down for Fruit and Fiber. So this could be a turnaround point, and I mean, we could speak to the mental all day for some of these teams. If you ever see a King of the Hill that seems like it's in the bag, just watch these, and as soon as it spins the wrong way, you could see a team get tilted backwards, and that's kind of what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, I'm loving this positioning here by Gion and I can't Perk on the hill that are just looking to the underpass, stopping them from doing anything. Assault comes from behind, takes them down. They're keeping these spawns back from. And actuality, they completely flipped that hill on its head. I'm not sure whether they were playing with them the first half, but they completely, you know, locked in and managed to secure that one. And they now have good positioning coming into the next hill. But nice movement there by Nath will shut down that movement.
It was complete sequester of the entire Fruit and Fiber roster all the way to blue and then back to yard where you're fighting for this secondary hill all over again. Great movement to survive as you will have 2 now standing to hill here for 20 degrees left. Fruit and Fiber, I mean, they were so close to getting that first, and that's going to hurt a little bit. Gion with this shock rifle, and looks like now they've taken total control of all of the power weapons and utility for the last at least couple rotations.
Shock rifle in the hand of Gion. He's just calling out these spawns to his teammates, making sure they know where they're coming from. Puma did go down, so he's not going to be able to help him with this push, but a perfect nade will actually do basically all the damage there. If Assault can take down Tibbs, that will make it just in a one-on-one situation between him and Calpin. Calpin, with the health advantage, will take him down, but Perk stays alive, stays in that hill, and keeps rocking up some time for them.
20 degrees left. They're starting to completely shift this one 180 degrees on the script as Fruit and Fiber now have slipped completely. And it looks like they're going to get this one dominantly here in yard. A nice long haul fight. That's Perk that's just aiming to hang out, maybe secure this. But ultimately, Fruit and Fiber, they get a toe on hill. And then Camo gets burned 20 degrees. Again, this has been a lot of momentum, a huge tidal shift here in our first couple of hills.
Yeah, we're seeing good movement here from Calpin. Just able to keep 20 degrees left at bay. Nice use of the thruster there. If he had had the old thruster, he might be able to make that happen, but that change in which doesn't allow you to shoot when you're using the thruster meant that he was one shot down and didn't end up winning that piv. But Puma and I'm not sure quite who he's fighting with there.
Oh!
Good God, that was a great nade. Managed to take down the 2 players on S2. Tibbs is now stuck alone hotel. Perk and Assault are going to pincher him in and start getting some time up for the 3rd time on the 3rd hill.
This is 20 degrees left. That truly is making great use, not just of fantastic comms, but able to just get their positioning to work out into these 2v1s. I love the little jump up here by Puma as they were getting kind of quick pushed off of that ramp, and they continue to cycle around this tower. No one has been able to displace them, and you have a lot of high ground position off of this dip hill. And this is usually around that 3rd hill cycle where you start seeing some conditioning to either work the neutral clock or really run up into this lead. Feels like they're going to be able to get this one pretty consistently because Fruit and Fiber have not made it beyond that mid bridge at all. They're going to attack into blue. It's going to be this 2v2. They catch them from behind. That's 2 targets, too weak to do too much. Fruit and Fiber goes down 3.
Okay, nice little angle here by Assault. He knows that he's most likely going to get chowed from window. That's not actually what's going to happen, though. It looks like the guys on Fruit and Fiber are making the push towards the shock rifle, trying to push Giant out of S3. They will make him drop down, but a nice perfection there from Assault just allows him to stay in that hill, do a little bit of damage, and secure that one for his team. That is now 3-0 for 20 degrees left.
I like the idea that we actually got to see Assault kind of take a step back from the dip hill because when that shock rifle was coming up, they didn't want them to know that they were standing there. So as you kind of rotate around, you completely baited them into a perfect. That was a very smart move. And so as we've seen what was a great early start out of Fruit and Fiber spin the other direction, Assault and Gion really leading the squad 2.0 KD with Assault at 18 and 9, and all of these trays have created this win condition for 20 degrees left, have completely taken this entirely by control. And look at the 2v1s. You're just not going to win the numbers game.
We are not indeed. Gion, he's trying to push towards blue, forcing these spawns towards the S side. Looks like he'll be successful with that. Gets a nice cross shot towards Nath. Trying to spot that player that he heard moving to bottom dip. He actually doesn't get there in time. His teammate already clears him up. Huchal, Deimos just over there. I'm feeling like morale is pretty low on Fruit and Fiber right now, and that's allowing a little bit of a walkover here from 20 degrees left. I mean, that nade from Gion, what a nice placement for it.
If there was ever something that would make you go crazy, 1, having an early lead and then losing it in the King of the Hill. 2, these frags landing so well, and that's hurtful. Deimos is gonna fall after Assault continues their reign of tyranny. We are 2/3 the way through hill number 4, and 20 degrees left, looking to get this 4-0 in the bag to start off our first best of 3 of the HCS EU Open. So, Fruit and Fiber, a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, they're kind of just toying with them here, trying to keep them in the respawn screen, trying to get a lot of damage across the board. I mean, they just need a couple more seconds in that hill, and I'd be surprised if Fruit and Fiber really make a serious go at this one. I mean, Deimos will get a little bit of hill control, but he's not stayed there. He's moved off. Him and his team could actually establish a nice bit of control. If they can keep Yard and Tram, they might be able to contest this. But a minute left and 3 hills down. We've seen it happen before, but it's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, it'd feel like an hour-long feature-length movie to have to get this one done. They would love to be able to spin this completely around, especially because 20 degrees left is swinging out a lot wider. They burned some neutral clocks, so we're down to about 1 minute and 3 between each of these remaining hills, if it does go the way of Fruit and Fiber, and they've really narrowed them down to these hallway positions from out of blue, so it might be able to get this double kill, but Assault cleans that up. 20 degrees left, sees Fruit and Fiber still holding strong. They get into the hill, but it becomes neutral contest. Should have just a few seconds ready to go to complete the rest of the run. And what was maybe all of a teasing moment. And they knock them straight back into the locker, and they bully them well offside. Fruit and Fiber sees themselves go down. 20 degrees left. Reed, we get to see a good 4-0 to kick things up. But Fruit and Fiber felt like they just kind of fell apart after having some early control.
Yeah, they had an early control, but you could have maybe cottoned that down to Deimos is just having a nice start. Like, he got the camo, He got a couple. I mean, that triple was pretty insane with that flick to the guy that was sat towards Soda. Like, that was maybe why they started off well, but I mean, it should have been quite close. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see a bit of a shift going into map number 2.
I think you and I got a lot of Jion POV. That really kind of was kind of the starter kit. Look at the assists, though. Assault 20 and 13 with 16 assists. That is a super McNasty way to fight. You have him with the top in the lobby in terms of damage as well. So Assault feels like they're in a great mindset right now about how they got to spread the love and get their team activated, especially with both Perk and Puma, the P&P, coming into this second map of Slayer. I think we're going to Aqua, right?
Yes, we are. We're going to Aquarius Slayer. Now, I think either of these teams, whichever team does end up dropping out of this best of 3, will make it quite far in the lower bracket. Like, realistically, the seeds have been a little bit crazy for this one, Monkey Man. I don't know if you've seen it. We actually had an interesting placement. Catsmell Gaming got placed below MPX's team, so big up, Mr. MPX. You deserved it. Again, I mean, this Deimos' team was like 8, I think, and then this other Fruit and Fiber were 8, and then we had no, we're good. Then we had 20 degrees left, we're around like 20 seed or something. So you know that doesn't really match up to roughly what we're seeing here, but it's HCS points. This happens when you get random kind of squads pushed together. But a nice initial start here. The camo grab went straight out there for Fruit and Fiber, and it looks like I think they got away with it. Only one player was left up alive for 20 degrees left, and they've now gone for the push-up. But it's Slayer, so this is going to be a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah, this is going to be an ebb and flow where I think things, obviously they stagnate around that 30 mark depending on who you are, but if you have a quick start, these two teams might be able to just immediately pull away from one another. And if you've not been to Aqua since things changed, well, let me elucidate it for you. We don't have Overshield here anymore. Camo is online, and it's the threat sensor that has been put out there, so you have the ability to get some extra just information read, and that's kind of what's really changed. It became, all right, how can you overpower? Well, since you have the Heatwave G8 and you don't want to have to rely onto a plasma pistol, they decided, you know what, this is going to be more about being sneaky and being quick around this this super symmetrical map.
Yeah, so interesting point you made though about the Heatwave being G8. I think technically it's not G8, but some people still think it's quite strong. So it's kind of been like kind of G8. As far as I'm aware, I mean, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, there's not been any official ruling from the gods in the NA scene that is G8 again. But, you know, they've tightened up... they kind of increased the spread on the horizontal version or the vertical version to make it a little bit more balanced. We'll see. And also, they moved it down to bottom mid. They moved it down to bottom mid a while ago, but it's been in bottom mid now. It makes it a little bit more of a harder point to kind of get there and grab it, but... We'll see. We're seeing a little bit of back and forth, as we kind of mentioned. 3 dead temporarily for 20 degrees left, but only a 5 kill difference here so far.
Yeah, and Fruit and Fiber is actually hanging on. You're going to have that sensor go out, see where everyone is, but apparently the call out is that they are priming for a camo run, all 3 to that top ramp area, and so you just kind of see a full marionette puppet action of 20 degrees in the top of this pyramid section. Puma is going to get collapsed on as they throw 1 plasma, but that's going to be a fantastic stick. Calpin will fall, and Fruit and Fiber, remember, they had a great early start. Amazing slay potential at the beginning of that King of the Hill Solitude. To see them in the lead here, no surprise.
I am absolutely shocked that Terry managed to get away with that camo. There was 3 players facing him up P2. He managed to get away with it. Not really much came from it though. He did only end up with 2 kills by the time that he dropped. But keeping an eye on it, we have a little bit of a pincer. All that was a bit of geometry not working in Perk's favor there. Somehow manages to get the shot through all that smoke. Does take down T Calpin. Don't know if he knows there's another player up car 3. He does not, but he'll take it down anyway. The melee to Deimos. What a great job. That should have possibly been a back smack, but the quick reaction there from Perk made that a surefire face-on-face action. Spawn locked in there by 20 degrees left, and it looks like they're getting ready for another collapse here.
Yeah, this mid-game push actually is very pivotal because Fruit and Fiber had themselves at least anywhere from a 5 to 6 kill kind of separation. That's never the most consistent thing, depending on how it goes. But 20 degrees left, they've stabilized, and that's huge. But Fruit and Fiber send 3 down. Perk the only man up right now for 20 degrees. And They're trying to get themselves more favorable spawns and get some eyes on the action of Fruit and Fiber. It becomes a halfway mark now for FNF. Oh, trying to get that fist fight going. They're actually going to get a kill. It says great call out as Perk has really maximized their entire lifespan to get some key information here for 20 Degrees left.
Yeah, well, the grapple didn't quite come up there for, or clamber rather, for Perk. It didn't manage to get it behind the enemy. Seems like he's got his head in a bit of a post right now. He's all over the place. Somehow, I thought he might have possibly lived that with the movement he was doing, but he does get taken down by the nade eventually. The camo is now up. Both teams are going to try to look for control over it. The camo is strong, but it's such a risk to go and get it. You kind of need to get a full team of Slays before you even attempt to go for it, and neither team is quite achieving that, but the camo has been picked up. Not quite sure who's got it in their back pocket. Perk will win that 1v1 against Terry Tibbs. The nice nades coming out from Deimos, not quite enough to take down Perk though. Calpin was waiting for the push to get the back smack, but Gion, he gets shots across from the fridge side of the map.
Oh,
ooh, that was camo. Down goes Gion. Good job there, Deimos.
Purely calculated by Deimos. He knew exactly that they were coming through that doorway. 100%. So, feels like they're trying to collect some of this mid-range, short-range battle. Deimos actually on the BR, showcasing exactly why that thing is still so darn lethal. And you have to just kind of take on these close-quarter combat situations. You're going to be over, I think, into opposite utility room. So Perk is just going to be running it down. And like you said a bit ago, even if it's not just purely for camo, kind of this raw peak running straight up into contact. Not exactly the best way to do it. And that's why we see 4 dead on one side and half the other for 20 Degrees left. And that's actually the first time they've been able to grab a lead here in the Slayer, where Fruit and Fiber, they need this to extend to a game 3.
Yeah, we're pretty much all tied up here, Monkey Man. 37-35. We were temporarily tied up, but the lead got kind of regained here by 20 Degrees left. Oh, a bit of a mess here, back yellow, but, you know, they keep it going. They keep it going. Trying to get that pre-nade, he knew exactly where the enemy team was going to push from. The nade doesn't quite bounce across, so he manages to get up to P2. The double melee comes through from Nath. Camera is about to pop up again. Perk's going to try and grab that one in the bag. Looks like he'll probably be able to get away with it without much fuss, but decides not to grab it. I'm not sure if he missed his movement there or whatever happened, but it's still getting a little bit back and forth. They don't want to drop the ball here, 20 Degrees left. Oh. And they still maintain a slight lead here, Monkey Man, but Camo's still up. So if we can get Fruit and Fiber with their hands on that camo, it might switch the other way, you know. It's close enough.
I mean, but they're treating this camo as bait. 20 Degrees knows they don't need the camo. They're going to let Fruit and Fiber be just tugged along by his string. And if they can hook him straight in the mouth, might be able to complete the rest of this game. They've gotten themselves out to a 5-kill lead. It's a 2-on-1 right now, as they've gotten it out to 6. Finally, camo, after just forcing Fruit and Fiber to come to them, goes into the hands of Gion. And they were a scary beast without it when we were on Solitude a little bit ago. And that'll do it. 50-41, 20 Degrees left. So there's nothing left in this series. They'll go 2-0 and Reed. I mean, that was just a consistent bit of play out of 20 Degrees, considering they're like, all right, we've made this really close in that mid to late 30s mark. And as soon as that utility came up, they kept back base. They allowed Fruit and Fiber to go to it, and then they were just taking them down as they came in 1 by 1. Yeah,
you're exactly right. That was so well calculated there just at the end of that match. They were able to fully play Fruit and Fiber and get them exactly where they wanted them. I mean, then they just ran away from it, right? Like, it was 1 kills in the space that it took them to get 6 kills. So, really well done. But let's take a look at the scoreboard here. So, pretty even on the side of 20 Degrees left, to be fair. 13 kills for all but Perk was only 2 behind, and he did have more assists. That's 10 assists for him, so great job. Fruit and Fiber, Deimos and Nath did quite a nice, like a commendable job. A little bit lower here for Calpin and Tibbs, but honestly, still nothing to scoff at. There was no real player that went, you know, breadsticked or dropped super low. Let's take a look at damage if we can. I'm pretty excited to see where we have damage coming through here between either of these players and on these teams. But only Nath breaking the 4K here. Deimos, he had most kills compared to Calpin and Tibbs, but, you know, pretty even damage. We might have just got lucky there with a few of those, or maybe gone for a few melees to secure those kills. But 4K for EU Assault, Puma, and Giant. They should be happy with that. That's proves they got a pretty solid roster here. It's not like one of them's dragging everybody along. It's not like there's, you know, one player that's fully letting down the team, but I think when we see these guys continue for the bracket, they should be pretty solid. Like, they're all kind of on the same page. They all kind of know what they're doing. They're able to pull off some good cohesion, as we saw there again by the end of that Slayer. So I'm excited to see how they continue this one.
Yeah, I feel like Jion is obviously, him and Assault have really kind of taken that team. Should be able to see how that really kind of propels through the upper side of this bracket. They'll be facing off against HTTP. Well, we'll go : / into a short break as we'll get our next set of the EU HCS Open Series #1. Make sure if you want to check us out both on Twitch and on YouTube at AtlasGG, you can be able to get that in a couple of extra tabs, as well as you stick around for a couple hours, we get the Hammer Time Spartan IDs. So make sure to not go too far. We got some of the best in Europe right after this.
It's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for the newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed18 making montages like it's 2006. Or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snitality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I've linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG? Space Station.
I think OpTic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
That was SSG.
Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
OpTic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase. Phase.
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan. Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? It was a Phase didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station. That event.
OpTic.
OpTic. Was it OpTic?
Was it OpTic?
OpTic.
OpTic.
That was us.
OpTic.
That was OpTic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG.
That one was SSG. The SSG Invitational was won by SSG. SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase?
I'm gonna say OpTic again. Oh no, Phase actually.
Phase.
OpTic.
Phase.
That was Phase.
OpTic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that OpTic?
No, it's FaZe.
I believe FaZe won that one as well.
It was FaZe, wasn't it?
That was FaZe.
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 Also FaZe.
FaZe again.
FaZe.
Charlotte Major 2023.
I'm gonna, because I think OpTic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
OpTic. That was OpTic because they won the, yeah.
For some reason, that was OpTic.
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 That was us.
Charlotte was OpTic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was OpTic.
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 That was us.
OpTic.
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 Orlando Major 2022.
Was OpTic.
OpTic?
OpTic as well.
OpTic.
OpTic.
OpTic. Easy enough.
That was OpTic.
OpTic.
That was us.
OpTic.
OpTic as well.
OpTic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been, was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs, because those were like the two big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode was on that, right? Yeah.
Mind Freak? No, was it Chiefs?
Mind Freak.
Chiefs? Mind Freak?
The Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons team, I believe. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity?
Knights.
LG.
PK? Luminosity? LG?
The Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights.
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
That was Ascend.
Quadrant.
Oh, wait, Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend.
Ascend at the time.
Yeah. Next question.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the EU HCS Open Series #1. The road to Arlington, brick by brick, is being paved right in front of you. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Reed. We just got done with round #1, and Reed, we're on our way to our second one, and it's going to be fun. We've seen a lot of these players in particular, I think, in the offseason with Conspiracy versus Team Nixeni. So this should be enjoyable, but, I mean, CTF on Forbidden as one of our first. There's been some change-ups. They really wanted to get people jumping around.
Yeah, let's take a bit of a step back. Let's take a look at these rosters first. Let's try and get a clean eye on who we're going to have playing here. So let's take a look first at, I believe we're going to get Conspiracy up first. Yeah, there we go.
Look at that.
We've got Chaos versus Wafts versus Chaos alongside Wafts, alongside Finners, alongside Suspense. We've had these guys many times in many of our tournaments. They're all top tier players. Obviously, I'm trying to work out which ones of these we didn't have at LAN. I think we had all of these guys at LAN, actually. They all performed very, very well. Wafts was the highest placing out of these guys, I want to say, but yeah, don't quote me on that. Excited to see these guys play together. They are honestly a really, really hot team, and I think they could go very, very far today. And they're going to be playing up against Team Nixeni. Good old face it, just sticking team in front of one of the players' names. We have Nixeni, Rober, Slink, and Crucial. So Nixeni's been one of those players that, you know, as we saw them through the whole of last season, improved massively. Obviously, you know, would be remiss to mention brother of Wooten, the EU superstar, and I think a lot has definitely rubbed off onto him. Nixeni has been really, like, at least biting at the heels of Wooten in terms of his placement. We've seen Nixeni consistently kind of make it up. I think we've seen him in a few winners finals now, so I'm excited to kind of see where these teams go. And honestly, it's a pretty even match we're going to have here.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually a great measurement of the depth of EU. We'll be seeing this. Unfortunately, for both these teams, they have the reward of whoever makes it through our best of 3 here going into Team Nemesis. So that'll be a future tense, but the current tense is what maps we do have for our best of 3. So our first one, like I had teased before, we're going to see CTF on Forbidden, a Slayer recharge, and then if we do make it through, then you're going to get your first taste of HCS Bomb Fortress, and Neutral Bomb has become one of those things that it's so breakneck about being able to get back to the planting and the arming of those moments. Feel like we're playing basically the reverse, the inverse of one another. When you have CTF trying to go into a base, drag something else out, Neutral Bomb going to center, putting something in, feels like it's a tug of war between this entire best of 3.
Yeah, one feedback I've had from a few players playing Neutral Bomb is it seems like it can go on forever. No one can score the point. It's so hard to get that point. It's a little bit of a tier above CTF just because you're not running it one way, you're running a bomb 2 ways, right? Like, it's twice as hard. And obviously, the main difference being you have to sit on that point and stay alive for so long. Fortress is a little bit easier if you have your teams in the right position. You can definitely get a few well-placed nades to keep the vision off your player trying to plant the bomb, but it's quite a tight map at the kind of, you know, spawn point sides that it can be quite hard to you know, get that time on the point and really, you know, get the bomb planted. But I'm excited. I'm hoping we do make it to a map 3. If you're listening, the teams that are playing, please throw if you win map 1. We want to see that map 3. But yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And we're going to start off with Forbidden CTF, which is probably one of my favorite combos. Just right there after Aquarius CTF.
Okay, so a little bit an opposite of some of our caster base, so, you know, of who does love and hate all, you know, map and mode combinations. Forbidden CTF, I feel like it's one of those, once you, just like some of our other CTFs, once you make it past midway, you're kind of almost scot-free, home-free, depending on how your prior positioning was. Are you on bridge? Do you got OS? Does your sniper even hit their shots? We'll get to find out, because that's exactly what's coming up into this. There's been a few extra jumps that were added into this as well. You have those open branches that go away from the courtyard pillars from outside of the main. You can kind of see it right there from this POV. If you can jump from that first pillar and then you can go over towards mid bridge. I like that they made it to where you no longer have these funnel collapses from the ramps running up. You have an ability to take over from that midpoint. So that could be a huge flex depending on how these teams have been practicing from the off season. And Sizzle Stick's still out there. I don't think anyone goes for him, but you know, those are actually my favorite util in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of GA'd for a little bit, but God knows if they're going to be in use now. Interesting start here. We have both teams kind of pushing towards the overshield. Suspense managed to get his hands on that one. Oh, a nice snipe there by Finners. Can he lock into Robot with the other snipe? He tries to, but can't quite find it. Nixeni's on his flank. Nice nade. Does get a little bit of damage down. Nixeni, I think you missed a grapple there, Nixeni. You are off the map. Yeah, a nice bit of back and forth here. No team really maintaining a good amount of control. Suspense did get a touch on the flag, but is he going to be able to get this one on the move? I don't know, you know?
Finner so far has been able to push up and just waylay into the conspiracy backline. And you know what? Nixeni just didn't want to give Finners the, you know, the feel good of getting a great snipe kill. Just wanted to, you know, take life by the horns and in his own control. But they have been pressing up from that mid position. That flag does ultimately come back as Conspiracy see themselves already on the rope, trying to land a free scope if they can, not able to do it. But another big pull is coming up as they want to get this one back on position. They're going to have it from that stairs, and so far, even with Conspiracy and all this pressure, Team Nixeni is able to kind of chill.
Yeah, nice little bit of control. I'm liking what we're seeing here from both these teams. It's definitely going to be an interesting match. 2 dead on Team Conspiracy. That is a flag pull coming in by Team Nixeni. That flag is going to actually keep on the move. There's a couple players chasing behind them in the snipe side, but Nixeni's decided he's going to turn around, he's going to face them, leave that flag for one of his teammates to pick up. Nice shots by Crucial. If he can take down Wafts, he might do a pretty decent job of keeping that flag up, but it looks like it will be a return here by Wafts.
I mean, Crucial, though, keeping a lot of people occupied as they got themselves a killing spree to kick things off. So, great job. But again, it's those neutrals that can be in the first couple of minutes of CTF on Forbidden. It takes so long to really kind of get these early pulls and then ultimately to kind of position yourself to get it moving across the map. No OS to speak of right now. Great upper position by Wafts. You had said that they were one of the higher performing players at LAN. So, I want to see if they can do that now into more online spaces. They're going to have that pull. It'll at least go out, but they're going to play for life to see if they can be that nuisance, but they are being tracked down, trying to escape.
Yeah, I mean, staying alive in the back base does just really, squeezes the spawns a little bit, and also just helps completely mess with the mental of the enemy team, but he stays alive long enough to get his hands back on that flag, keeping it on the move. He might be able to get this all the way and do good use of the thruster, but he misses the second touch. That's probably because of the changes to the thruster doesn't allow him to interact with that flag at the right point, but the flag is picked back up by Suspense. He's the last one alive on Conspiracy. The counter push comes through, so Team Nixeni managed to get their pull of their own. We're going to get a little bit of a flag off situation here, I believe, Mr. Monkey Man.
Yeah, it's going to be in that low side of sewer, and as they kind of get that pull, there's a reason why they didn't want to completely put that flag up high into base, because they knew that there would be a chance that a player just like Crucial would come through and return that flag. That means the cap is immediate, and Suspense in the gang see Team Nixeni get this one first. You know that Mama Woodham out there, they're cheering for their son in this one, and another collision course between brothers might be returning as they one of these teams has to face off against Nemesis on the other side of the series.
Oh, we already see Suspense here trying to use this new push-up. He fails the first grab, but hits the second grab, hits the no-scope. He might have hit that one on Nixeni, but he didn't know there's a player even closer to him. So they're playing for this overshield. Looks like it's going to fall quite nicely to Team Conspiracy, and they need it. They are still down a flag. They managed to get that first pull most of the way, but they were too eager to get that flag in that the counter cap went through from Team Nixeni, but they may be able to tie it all up here. Overshield allows them to stay alive for quite a bit of time. That flag moves so far in the underpass. We now need to work out if they will be able to get it the rest of the way or not. Suspense able to stay alive. Temporarily, the last one alive for Team Conspiracy means that that flag will be dead. Still one up for Team Nixeni here.
Wonderful stick. Yeah, but that's going to be cruising for a bruise and Suspense going down. I've loved that we've gotten the POV for Suspense a few times. And so some of these big skirmish fights, they've been really kind of keeping a lot of Team Nixeni kind of occupied. But yeah, we've also had some pulls that feels like there is not a second effort available for Team Conspiracy to ultimately bring it home. The one time they did, it ended up all the way to base, and then ultimately Crucial was able to kind of kill it out, and then they got the cap. So the first part of the leg has been built. It's the second one that needs to be figured out by Team Conspiracy, because right now we're about to hit about that midway mark of this CTF, and Forbidden is one of those maps that you end up spending a lot of time playing a lot of neutral game.
Yeah, a little bit of teamwork coming through here, but Rober comes out of nowhere and does take him down. He's the last player up here for Team Nixeni, but he may be able to win this PIV against Suspense. He will not, so that flag is going to be on the move. But not going to move very far here, Monkey Man. We see Slink there trying to get a bit of a counterplay. We may see Wafts and Connor work together quite tightly here. If Wafts can stay alive long enough to also get his hand on that sniper. Oh, Nixeni is one shot, but he does take down Chaos. So that flag is now dropped bottom base, but it may not be dead just yet. Wafts really needs to stay alive here in this position.
He's been very pivotal about being able to overall pivot, and they make... Oh, okay, I was hoping they'd be able to get that completed run, and now that with only one bullet out, they've got 7 in the chamber to make sure that Team Conspiracy has a chance. So as they hold out from this low side of, or high side of sewer, they're gonna be up towards ramps, and they're gonna continue to retreat into Team Nixeni's base and force them into some dire straits. I love the sliding no scope. They take out one, but they get caught from behind, ultimately sandwiched. Team Nixeni has to waste some numbers getting there. A perfect reversal to at least take out some, but Team Conspiracy goes 3 down. And we've seen, I think, about a triplicate of pulls, but they've not been able to get beyond halfway.
Yeah, stuck top mid without a plan there, and that sniper was not going to go very well when you have players pinching you from both sides. The flag is most of the way, but Slink does have a sniper in his back pocket. He'll take down one. If he can take down Connor here, this should be a surefire in. He hears Suspense. I didn't even know Suspense was there, and Suspense drops anyway. That is secured. We are now 2-0 here for Team Nixeni, and honestly, I thought it would be a little bit closer than this, but you know, maybe they're just getting lucky. Who knows?
I don't think it's luck. I feel like Conspiracy definitely has had themselves in the slay department. If you look at the total kills, they actually are just about a leg ahead of that. But it's definitely about how they complete these runs. A great double kill. You're going to see 3 again fall for Team Conspiracy. They have had themselves get all the way into that backside of base sewer ramp, and then they just can't get it home as Team Nixeni has been able to disrupt, get a flag pull, and then track down where theirs is. Oh, you're gonna use that quick columnade, but then they get caught in the deluge of explosions. OS is gonna be on its way in about 5 seconds or so. Everyone priming for that top mid bridge position. Wasps is taking on too many fronts, losing too many fights, and there's only 1 flag cap left. But they've already got a 2-0 lead. Team Nixeni just needs to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and they do have the upper hand here as 2 players drop on Conspiracy. Half a camo left for Slink. He knows the spawns are coming in. He tries to help out his teammate. He doesn't need to. Robber has that one secured pretty nicely for him. The spawns are now coming in back of the spawn, and he hears Finners. I don't know where that call came from. I don't know if he was spotted by a teammate. I don't know if he heard him, but Finners will walk away with that one with the win anyway, despite all that knowledge in the head of Team Nixeni.
Big knowledge, big brain, but the wrinkles got to think the right way. Another flag pull, double kill rather by Suspense. He's pushing up, knowing that half the team is gone. Looking maybe for the triple. It's going to be a late term one, so a good perfect. And again, they're staggering the numbers, going up on down as they eventually fall out. Suspense will go, and that's, I mean, you got 3 minutes. The clock is starting to get a lot louder right now. Can't quite land the stick, but they do force the pressure. Sniper again in the hands, this time of Fenders. They can't land the first shot, hoping for the follow-up. Team Nixeni, they can play on multiple fronts. Team Conspiracy is the one that's getting a little bit more frantic, even with themselves getting pushed out and down. They have to take advantage of these small margins of space. They don't know that the numbers game is against them right now for Conspiracy, or rather for Fenders versus this ramp side, but look how they've snuck underneath.
Yeah, great movement there by Finners. You saw him actually decide to not use the fast movement, but to use quiet movement by just taking a little bit of a walk. So that worked quite well for him. The flag did get halfway. Suspense is going to try and finish the rest of that pull, but with only 2 players alive on Conspiracy, it's very unlikely, and we do see that return go through. Slink's in a nice position here to get ready for this camo popping up. Camo, overshield, you know what I mean. And the push actually is quite nice here from Conspiracy. Robber is the last one up. He ends up dropping. That was 4 dead temporarily. Snipes and overshield now in the hands of Conspiracy. 1 minute 52 minutes left. I'm going to have to say it here, Monkey Man. This is where they really need to make their push, and they need to get a flag through now if they want to tie up this game.
Yeah, if they were going to be doing anything, it had to be off of the 4 dead moment. They are at least able to get rid of Slink, see if they can do it one more time. Backside base, winning the wiggle battle, and maybe being able to do so. They have to get this grab, and they've got to complete the run. They've done it 5 times where they've died into that sewer position. Slink coming off of that respawn. It's the same position, the same moment, and maybe the same outcome. You see all 3 of the living players for Team Nixeni now sweeping in from that opposite side position, hoping to deny at least that 1 cap. There is a chance for at least 2 complete, and I feel like instead they're priming for that next pull because they know that that's going to be much more important. 3 go down for Conspiracy. Team Nixeni, they've got to defend this lead in some change before we see this one go through, Reed.
Yeah, you exactly called it. They did not want that counter cap to go through. They did not want that repeat, so they decided to let that one through and to fall back and to go for the next. And it seems to be pretty successful for them. But the triple kill comes through for Chaos. Can he go for the over? He's 1 shot down. He tries to make the connection, but he doesn't go for it. He decides to save his pride and go for the return instead, and that was probably the right move. He was probably not going to be able to get that position onto Rubber and was not going to go for the overkill, but a great triple kill for Chaos anyway. Struggled at the beginning of the match, but he's really got into his own here towards the end. 30 seconds left. He's going to have to pull off something else, though, if we want to see this go to a 2-2. 20 seconds left here, Monkey Man. Finners, he drops down to Crucial. It looks like it's going to be a hard battle here to make this a 2-2 game.
And when you're forcing up these kind of death marches, you just know that you're getting caught from behind. You have so many off angles that Team Nexeni can really hold, and that's where it's going to end up being. They even throw out the sizzle sticks in celebration as they chuck every separate grenade position possible. Conspiracy, they had one, but that's where the job was done. Team Nexeni, they will full hold as they are able to grab a couple of big caps. But Reed, I saw in the chat talking to you about it the entire time. Felt like they just went the same pathway. I mean, it's one of the fastest thoroughfares on Forbidden for getting that cap. It's kind of a standard pull device, but we didn't see any kind of really mix-up, no evolution of moving away from what they were doing to ultimately what they failed to do, and that's getting like those 5 or 6 pulls to really be big scores.
Yeah, I think just because of how the map plays, I think every team, at least in Europe that we've seen, is so set on having that run go towards the bottom side of the map that if they do want to take it, you know, up near main and take it over towards window and try to push it through your snipe side, you're just going to have the enemy player push towards, you know, your own window and just stop you from pushing across Mohawk. You're basically just trying to do the same thing twice. That honestly, I don't think it's worth the try. I think these guys have done the right play here. And let's take a look at some damage here. So across the board, actually a slight lead here for Team Nexeni. They walked away with the win, kind of makes sense, but still quite tight. Like this could go very much 1-1 here going into this Slayer. Again, that start was a little bit rough there for Chaos. We did see him with the least amount of damage dealt in the game, but we saw that triple. He started to kind of warm up a little bit getting towards the end of that map, so maybe we'll see a different play here from Chaos going into Slayer.
Yeah, we'll go to Slayer on a recharge. So obviously camo instead of OS, and you've got the shock rifle instead of that dual snipe. So who's gonna win the early rush battle to mid? And then, you know, this I do feel you. There was some great slaying potential from out of Conspiracy early on, and even though we got to see Slink, I think, nearly get into that 7,000 damage mark and have the least amount, so that really propelled his team forward in the right way. Felt like that it was an early slay advantage to Team Conspiracy, but the disadvantage was where they wanted to rotate and how the team kind of repositioned on Forbidden. On recharge, ball don't lie. Well, at least it tries not to lie. We'll see how this one goes into our second game. It's either lowers or game 3 on the outset outside of recharge.
Oh, that is 4 dead for Conspiracy. A great start here for Team Nexeni. Slink will get his hands onto that camo and he is going to pop that instantaneously. We saw an early push from Conspiracy trying to get control of that camo, and they just didn't have the positioning. The high ground was held by Team Nexeni and they were able to do a lot of damage. A little bit of a team nade there by Robber, but it's fine. Didn't really do much to them, and they are just going to try and not give up too much here, Conspiracy, and probably for the best.
Yeah, Robber saying, my bad. It's okay, gang. Just a little slash damage between friends. Up into that attic position. So a lot of dead Spartans, but you know, the majority of those are actually in opposite of Team Nexeni. Slink at a 5-0, and they're putting on their best Bastos impression right now as they have that alongside the shock rifle in hand. So we'll be following them for a hot minute and see when this first baguette eventually will come through. The perfect off of the Guardian Angel, and that's 4 dead again for Team Conspiracy. All right, Team Nexeni, they are burning really hot.
A lot of damage coming out there by the shock rifle, relaying back and forth between all those players on Conspiracy. The push comes through from the rest of their team. They try to make the full connection. Robber will end up taking them down. It is now 14-6. I'd like to see a bit of a slowdown here, possibly from Conspiracy. Try to get a little bit of composure. Look at how split up they are right now. Chaos, he's alone in window. He gets taken out by the nade and the push from long haul. Wasp, he ended up going towards gold pipes. We do see them tighten up a little bit now towards Whirlpool, but Robert gets some damage down without taking any damage himself. He just is able to get some really nice position. I'm loving the plays here from Robert, actually. He is getting possibly not all the kills coming through, but he is definitely pushing them in towards his team. And Suspense was the only player on Conspiracy to make it out from that one with his life.
You've seen Robbo. I mean, he knew early on that something like it was a little rough initially, just trying to be able to get some time on target. But if you're getting some damage, it's really about getting that extra communication to your squad. And so far, that is stabilized. A 10-point difference in favor of Team Nixini. The camo goes up. They defend one teammate. Crucial. They were such an exasperative variable against Team Conspiracy whenever we saw them on Forbidden CTF. And now they got so much information. The invisible phantom that he is trying to run it away. But they knew priority targets were to get him down and off of that camo. A perfect, and we're already midway now through this Slayer with Nixini well in the lead.
Yeah, it was an interesting play. We saw Conspiracy spot the camo on the ground, get a few good positions. They pushed under. They then tried to ego push towards the player in Manglador. Not quite sure if that really worked in their favor. And then as soon as they got that camo, we just saw Conspiracy tighten up in tower. I think as the player with camo pushed in there, he saw all three of the guys just staring him down, and they hunted him and made sure that he was eliminated off the edge of the map. So even though Conspiracy are down, they did a good job to eliminate that camo nice and early. But only a 10-kill lead. We have seen games switch a lot more aggressively than this, Monkey Man. But just not quite sure how this one's going to play out right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now they've kept the same kind of kosher idea of things. At a 10-kill lead, it's dipped maybe a time or two, but stonks are pretty darn high. Team Nixini feels like every single play is a trade in their favor, and at least to neutral. And honestly, anytime there is a trade, it's in their favor. Now, Conspiracy starting to slow things down. They're activating with numbers. They're doing exactly what you would ask of them, and they're really finding these multiplayer marks, kind of a 2vx, if you will. But Team Nixini, they still have this lead for the moment. It's starting to get squeezed. We went from what was a sure thing to a 6-point, make it 5, trying to be able to crush their way in. That's a nice double kill, but still, as they just chuck nades directly point on target, this is anything but decided. Team Nixini got to keep control.
Yeah, great credit there to Finnet. He was able to stay alive top A for God knows how long, playing against Crucial, who was stuck on elevator. We then saw him get his hands on that shock rifle. Had a perfect positioning. Two of the players on elbow should have been looking towards him, but none of them were, so he got the nice little zap, and then that enabled Suspense to get away with the camo and tidy up the guy bottom mid. He was able to tighten up these points quite a lot, but there's been a little bit of a spread increase again now by Nixini. We are on a 7-kill difference, despite it going down to, I think, about 4 a second there, Monkey Man. But again, it's not over till it's over. So let's keep an eye on this. Let's see if they can get some good collapses in and just even out this game a little bit more.
Yeah, they can also give up what's kind of the easy game. Oh, they have that quick shroud, trying to separate, keep themselves at least at bay. They're running past one another. Ghosts in the dark. They're going to try and get a ninja. No idea where in the world they are, so they become popped like a piñata instead. Team Nixini has at least reestablished what was a more dominant position. Feels like with these big trades, they should be able to secure the rest of this run. The deeper you get into that 40 mark, the harder it becomes to go out and frag out alongside your teammates, because you just cannot give up the time on target damage. So Team Conspiracy, every single kill is at a premium. They can go for trades, and they lock them in a corner. That beatdown puts them within 5.
Yeah. Slink, last player up for Team Nixini, but they are so far ahead with only 5 kills left in this game that it is quite possible it might be a little too little. Too little, too late. That's the words I'm looking for. Oh, the bit of the switch back there for Suspense and Chaos. If they can both live up, this is absolutely huge for them, but they will get taken down by the nades. The snipes come through. Again, Suspense has his hands on another camo, but there is only 1 kill left needed, and it will be Crucial, who will get that last kill with the nade, and he will clean this one out. 50-42. We are not going to a map 3. We do not get to see Assault just yet, Monkey Man. Hopefully we'll get to see it later on.
Yeah, that'll be a couple rounds from now. Also, shout out over to William's mom, giving us a little bit of the inside scoop. She said it was so cool hearing Team Nixini's comms just in the other room while the gameplay is happening, and said they were fast, they were quick, and they were able to communicate super well. And I feel like that really resonated into what we saw on the map. You get to see the obvious spread. They held what was basically a 10-kill lead for well into the majority of that map. A couple times it came down, maybe 4 or 5, but ultimately Conspiracy Conspiracy looked like they were being led by the nose, and it's a final util trap play. We saw a funnel moment into that camo. A lot of teams kind of getting caught in these early rounds, getting baited for what they think is a power play moment, but then the other team that's ahead, they know that they can just kind of play around it and ultimately wipe them off the board.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this damage, it's actually fairly even. Obviously, it was higher for Team Nixeni, who did manage to win it out with Slink hitting the 4K. I mean, we saw a great start from them with the shock rifle camo kind of duo play. That gave them such a strong lead, but honestly, the one player here that doesn't really stand out, I mean, it stands out on damage based on his team, but based on number of kills, is Finners. Finners did a really good job tightening up that right in the middle, it was around the 30-40 kill mark, where he was able to kind of get a bunch of kills in a row with that shock rifle, able to stay alive, just kind of lock them up. He really gave Team Conspiracy a chance there to take the map, but sadly it wasn't quite enough, and we do see a 2-0 here for Team Nixeni. But honestly, both teams should be happy with their performance.
Yeah, I feel like it was starting to showcase a little bit of what's been happening through the offseason, that both these teams are doing really well. But ultimately, Team Nixeni, they're just kind of a step ahead. They've been able to really make better of the overall team communication and get those rotations moving through. We saw that with CTF and never allowing Conspiracy to really complete the thought. You get caught halfway and then you chew on your tongue if you're Conspiracy, but Team Nixeni had the entire passage already written out. So we'll see who's writing a telenovela going into our later rounds. Team Nemesis will be facing off against Nixeni, so that is a civil war, a battle of brothers in that quarterfinal, but we'll get to figure out who our opponents are going to be after a short break. More of the EU HCS Open Series #1, Road to Arlington, right after this.
Ascend.
Valencia, ascend.
Ascend. Ascend.
Ascend.
Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by FaZe.
Sentinels.
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 That was Sen.
Sen.
Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9 was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
OpTic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9.
Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9, yeah.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI ship administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop. I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just rewatched those cutscenes so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct.
The answer? Serena.
Serena. Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's Holy City, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I have never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal Vector.
No, hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyperlethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh man, I have heard this one.
Was he born Stellar makes eternal lasting?
Why does the brain just go like into like overdrive when I ask a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillian.
Okay. Maythrillian.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillian. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen-Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir-Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue. This event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sanshayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the Halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was 0, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maethrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maethrillian.
I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on... Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into some HCS action. So excited to be back at the booth alongside Reed and my man. We're getting into a matchup where I believe this will be the first time that we've seen Pippa on stream. And I know there's a lot of eyes, a lot of excitement, and we're going to see it in our quarterfinal matches as the field is starting to narrow down. It's going to be going against 20 Degrees, which we saw earlier. I think there's obvious expectations here, Reed, but Pippa, kind of a nebulous force that we really have to get an idea of.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. So they were meant to play, they would have liked to have played in some of our previous tournaments, but timings didn't quite work out. You know, they had other commitments and you know, but we're back to HCS and they've got to play in HCS. So they're here, they're back. I have a little bit of a theory. I mean, this could be completely made up. We'll see. I have a little bit of a theory that okay. They've been trying to avoid kind of public showings against them versus what was ITB and is now Nemesis. Obviously, some of the players used to be on ITB. They now have this new roster. So there's been a little bit of a trade back and forth, kind of like we saw when Quadrant kind of decided to mix up their squad. We saw a bit of a back and forth between what was Na'Vi and Quadrant back then. So they should, on paper, walk away with this one. But I'm hoping it's close. I'm hoping we see a little bit of a back and forth here. And then as we get into the winners final, we may see a bit of a Nemesis playing Pippa, and that is really where the action's going to be at.
Yeah, a lot of that scope kind of narrowing towards those two. But we'll get to see how that does happen as we'll go into our rosters here for our matchup today. You get to see 20 degrees earlier, and you're going to see them again. But for this one, Pippa is comprised of Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighties. And so Jimbo had thought about doing a bit of coaching, sliding to the side, but with everything getting consolidated, man is still going to be hitting the sticks, big kind of IGL mentality, and as well as some good overall play that comes through him. So Pippa, very strong. I want to see how Mighties really flows with this as well. Against them is 20 degrees, EU Assault, Perk, Giant, and Puma. You and I got to see a lot of Giant and Assault really be the strong point of this team, and they're going to have to be even stronger if they want to stand up to the test of Pippa.
Yeah, so we saw these guys earlier. We saw them play. They were pretty confident in their match. They kind of walked away with it. This one is going to be a little bit of a harder one for them to play at, definitely. I'm pretty excited to see what maps and modes we have coming up, Monkey, because that may lay credence, because I believe some of these players on Pippa, at least previously, had a bit of a pitfall in some of the maps and mode game types, and maybe if we see some of them crop up, we may see a little bit more of a chance for 20 degrees here to make some ground. But we're going to be starting off with an oddball on recharge, then move into a Street Slayer. Again, Slayers has always been the maps in which the top two have slipped against, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th place in the EU scene, so we may see a possible switch over there, pushing us into a game-free live fire King of the Hill. But honestly, it should be a pretty slam dunk just looking at the maps and modes we have here, Monkey Man. But which one are you looking forward to seeing the most?
I mean, I always love a good kind of measurement of taking control of of a game when it comes to rotation. You see Charge Ball, Recharge Oddball, basically being that first pure measurement because you get a best of 3 within a best of 3, and I think that actually will allow 20 degrees left to not be completely washed at the start. Now, I say that because Oddball takes its time. It allows you to kind of get your feet wet, and then ultimately, if you are going to be drowning, it'll be later term. Whereas if you have to immediately go into like a King of the Hill or even a Strongholds, it is so difficult to immediately set precedence. And if you get into an Oddball, it feels like you have time to kind of adapt to a team that has a ramp up period like Pippa, and they are so fast, and then they continue to be fast. So I want to see how this first Oddball really goes. But you know, then that Street Slayer, we still have Red Gun. We've traded out the Bulldog for a sidekick. Shout out! I love that weapon. So see how that kind of spins all the way around. So this first matchup is going to be really kind of telling as to if 20 degrees can keep up with the pace. And if you guys can keep up with this stream, there is the I believe it is, yes, the Hammer Time Spartan ID. You can be able to get that from both this as well as the YouTube side of things. So make sure, check it out, stick with us, and be with some EU HCS all day. And so far, competition has been really fierce at this point, Reed.
Yeah, Drop's a little bit broken right now. HCS messed up the timings a little bit, so we're just getting that fixed, and hopefully we should have some drops for you very soon. But, you know, come watch the action anyway. So, yeah, Monkey Man was not aware, so don't blame me for that. So, yes, let's just take a look at how we kind of got here. So, Pippa, they got a bye first round. That's because they were highest seed. Understandable. We then had the upper bracket 17, where they played against Deactivated. Deactivated is a team that's definitely a step below 20 degrees that we have playing now, so maybe didn't give Pippa a chance to fully warm up. They walked away with that with a nice clean 2-0. Whereas 20 degrees, they've had to fight a little bit to get here. Obviously, they had that first map we had on stream against Fruit and Fiber. There was a little bit of pushback towards the beginning of that map, map 1. They then had a game against the Network Merchants, which was Pulse, Buffed, Provocative, and Hex. Honestly, they got a 2-0 out of that, but I know that would have been another close match, just based on those two full rosters. So we should expect to see 20 degrees left be in a little bit more of a locked-in, warmed-up state. That's what I'm going to call it. So we'll see. I hope so. However, you know, yeah. I'm hoping that warm-up will give them a little bit of an advantage going into at least as map number 1, but we'll see. Recharged Oddball is one of those games that goes on forever, so it hopefully shouldn't be too much of an impact if you're a Pippa fan, but we shall see.
Well, we'll get into that one in just a little bit as we get into our first oddball of the day, and then get to see if Pippa is as good as they have been measured out to be from last HCS and previous HCSs all the way into our 4th iteration here in the sequence. Obviously, some big expectations to maybe carry the banner, not quite to the into perpetuity like what we saw for all of the previous year, but this feels like a very strong squad, and you know that there's maybe the potential for some flexing around. And what was crazy is that we speak all the way back to the beginning of 2024, and it was Jimbo's squad that was they had brought in with Woodham, and then they had Quadrant across from them, and then Quadrant was like, you know what, we want Snipe Drone, we're going to tear you apart. And then so they forced that all to shift, and then ultimately the power draw went more to Quadrant towards the end of the day. Now we get to see how Europe continues to evolve, and we go into this first one. It feels like Pippa, there's a lot to prove, from scrims to stream. The broadcast going to see them live, and 20 degrees left. They want to put them on notice. It feels like not just the recharge, which will be a good position to get them started, but also that Slayer. Slayer has been kind of that weird weakness that shows up for everyone, kind of 50-50 style. Want to see if that is going to be either a slam dunk or if it's as 50-50 as it's been in the past.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and we're on to a quick start here now. We have camo in the hands of Z Mighties. However, it was actually 3 dead for Pippa, and that camo has been spotted out. If they can take care of Mighties here, that will be a huge start for 20 degrees left, and it is what they need to get themselves into a good headspace going into this match. Oh, the patience from these guys. He manages to get a nice double here, and the shock in hand. Bull is now on the move. Herc is the last player up for 20 degrees left. 4 in the respawn screen, and that Bull time is now ticking up, Monkey Man.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be started quick. Mighty's is given literally every kill opportunity in the game. He had camo, he has shock rifle, and now he's just landing shots very quickly after a fast grapple. If there was ever someone on this roster of Pippa that you don't want to have this kind of play, it is Mighty's. They have a killing spree to kick things off, and they know there's another target to fight for here in this top gold.
Oh, 6-0 here now for Z Mighties, and he is still on one. He has that green gun in hand. He gets the flank.
Way.
Oh, the perfect timing between him and his teammate to get that flank with the grapple pulled off absolutely perfectly. He is now 8-0. Over double the kills of 20 degrees left control combined. And it looks like my predictions were possibly slightly off here. They are kind of running away with this one, as there is 0 ball time for 20 degrees left so far.
I mean, they've kept that ball mostly rotating wherever they please. It went towards that hydro position. You've got a killing frenzy for Mighties, hitting that 10. Maybe on the other side, you could get a running riot if you can continue to be dominant. No one is unwedging Mighties from this gold nest position. They are going to force them out if they can. But wow, look, I was saying that 20 degrees left might have been able to get some good level of flavor and success from simply having this oddball, but considering that they cannot get rid of Mighties, he finally goes 11-1, a triplicate of breadsticks the right way. It's like a minute and 40 to just get this game done.
Yeah, 11 kills and 0 deaths from momentarily there for Z Mighties. The bit of the back and forth there by EU Assault was able to make him drop eventually, but that is a clean sweep, 100-0 there for Pippa. And we're already into round 2. You know, oddball games, they take ages, but, you know, I guess not always.
They can if you have to reset the ball. And for a short second, 20 degrees is like, oh, wow, we killed 3 of them, and we denied camo. Sick. Well, apparently Mighties took that one personally. They're going to have shock. They're going to be above ball. Camo will be traded back around. They may even give it over to one of their teammates if they in fact have camo. So we're again on the Mighties POV, because why would you want to see anything else? 20 degrees, they're constantly being reset into that long haul. It is such a tough position to start.
Seeker, he's hiding behind these blue barrels, waiting for that push. Does manage to take down one, nearly takes down the second, but he gets the help from his teammates. Giant, last player up. He is towards the ball carrier though. Not quite. He cannot make that cross. across the ledge without being spotted by Z-Mighties, who has the shock position in top gold. He'll take down Assault. He'll go for the push. Decides no, he will go back and watch the cross, probably for the best. Herc, he's with Jimbo. They'll get a nice little trade action going on down there. Ball back in the hands of Pippa. Chick, he's up and he's alone. Will he be able to stay alive? I'm not quite sure.
Taking a lightning bolt to the shin. Used to be a Spartan like you, but then I rode the lightning. Oh, a triple kill here for Mighties. Continuing to just be the mercenary of death. An unofficial over, a second too late, but 18-2. 18-2. A lot of damage being peppered on out by Sika as he's filling out the rest of this as well with 11 assists and 20 degrees. They would love to just even get the ball carrier dead, and so far that has been such a tough task to even get past the mid-threshold of this Pippa defense.
I'm still completely blown away with how good Z-Mighties is playing. 19-2. He's just going to make that 20 once Puma gets his head out from behind the batteries. There we go. Nice clean one for him. We're still 84-0. Not a single second this entire map on that oddball has gone towards 20 degrees. And it looks like we may see them get some time. Depends if Sika will go down here. But nope, Jimbo and Sika have that one locked in. Spawns are going back and forth. Jim actually has the camo. He's going to wait for those players to push through tower. Go for the back smack. Go for the kill on Gion. There is a bit of a blender going on. And it is all of 20 degrees left who are invited right now.
Camo with Jimbo, and this one in the back pocket. I think this one was actually the landlords of Pippa, and they were just letting 20 degrees rent for all of a moment. But even then, they didn't even get to let them live, even in the living room. So, job well done. Game number 1, that charge ball just, blink. You would have missed it unless you got to see Mighties literally taking down everyone from the side of 20 degrees. We're going to go into game number 2, and it's a Slayer. The key thing, though, is that Oddball forces you to be baited in one direction. I think we have to talk to the fact, not only did Mighties go 21-3, a 7.0 KD plus the 4 assists, just monstrous, but it was the control that Pippa had of recharge. They just let Mighties dominate in that top attic position, and then they forced that constant reset of 20 degrees from that long hole over towards that backside of spiral ramp. So Slayer Streets, they're going to try and do the exact same thing. The key thing, though, is that you only have basically Stalker Rifle to kind of play off of, so not the same output as a Shock Rifle.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at that scoreboard for a little bit. You could see me looking menacingly at the scoreboard. I don't know if Jim kind of saw me looking up the second monitor there, but we had a breadstick come in there for Gion. That was not what I would expect from him, the way that he was performing earlier. But against a team of his caliber, like, your mental can just be absolutely chalked. I don't really blame him. I know I'd do a lot worse in his position. And then obviously, I want whatever Liam Z-Mighties has had for breakfast, because my god, it must have been fucking glorious. He was absolutely stomping through that one. We may see a slightly different output here from Slayer. Look, if we can at least prevent, that 30 kill mark not being breached here by 20 degrees left, then I'll be happy. But it might be a tall order. We'll see. I'm hoping that they've not let that first game demoralize them too much.
Yeah, this is a Mighties today that is eating excellence and shatting success. Just consistent across the board. We'll get to see how this one goes, though, as 20 degrees. Oh, they're going to start seeing the skill jumps getting used. That is excellent. Stalker Rifle in hand right now as we follow Mighties all over again. He does get taken down. 3, in fact, go down for Pippa. And remember, it's a numbers game. If you can stack those up, might be able to force their hand.
Force their hand will. EU Assault, 3-0. Good start for him. Gonna make that a 4 kills for him. Well, just about. Gion does get the camo. No breadstick for him. He's already 2 kills down. He's already a lot closer than the last match, which is good to see. Sika to make his way away from that one. Chick is gonna make that nice little movement around by Flowers, managing to push before his camo comes up, but get it already clocked in. We have double kill there for Jimbo and 4 dead temporarily for 20 degrees left.
They are owning the midline right now of Streets, and they're sequestering the majority of 20 Degrees towards that arcade position. Now, they have it at least flexed up into PD, but that's kind of a kill box. You don't want to get stuck there. And 3 down, and make it all 4 for 20 Degrees. As soon as they wanted to rotate from outside of that corner there, Reed, Pippa was mindful of it. They have been poking, they've been prodding, they've been looking for how they want to come up for that A plat, and so far that just wasn't ever the name of the game. They're gonna get at least 1 off of Puma, but Pippa has now been able to take this lead up 6, now 7, and building and climbing as 20 Degrees is catching themselves staggered.
6 kill difference coming in. The pistol in hand, not something we see used too often, but you might see a triple come through here. Not quite. Perk able to get out of that one just well enough. Seeker does get his hands on that camo. Or Liam just slips there underneath percussion, managing to get away with there with 1 life left. Chick with his hands onto Red Gun. He will know those spawners are coming out from PD. Doesn't quite get the free shot onto EU Assault, but takes him down enough so Seeker can finish him off. He will get the free shot onto Percussion though. It's a nice double for him, pretty much. And we have a full squad wipe for 20 Degrees left again. And those spawns have been predicted. Again, we're a little bit of a blender we're sitting out here after a, convincing start from 20 Degrees left.
Chick is actually going to be so confused. He ran into a tram where literally everyone was. Finally gets to see at least 1 Spartan, but then saw no one. Ended up between everyone, and that's actually 3 down for Pippa in a moment of confusion. So 20 Degrees at least not getting caught forever to be stuck inside of the Fortress of Solitude. But now caught from 2 different lines. You have half the teams down for either side as you have full contact from both topside arcade going towards Pink Street. They've elongated this overall lead to 10 and then running out of ammo. That's a tough spot to be. They put out the plasma nade. That still won't be enough to get that kill from the corner into the stalker rifle. Playing into the kind of lone power weapon onto this map. And 20 Degrees seeing this one start to get kind of out of reach as Mighty's. He's not as insane as he was in that first map, considering the objective they had to play around. And we haven't even really talked too much about the camo. It's just been pure gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, camo so far has fallen every single time to Pippa, which is not to be expected looking at the scoreline, but it looks like maybe it's Puma's time to breadstick. I'm hoping he can get rid of that 1 kill and turn it into 2. We're seeing a little bit less cohesion right now for Pippa, as we do have Z-Mighty's possibly about to get caught out here, but his movement is just absolutely insane. He manages to keep goes from a 2-on-1 to a 1-on-1 just based purely on movement as Assault flies himself round towards the shotgun. Nice nade will actually get that kill for EU Assault, but he should have really focused on the A player originally, and maybe that might have turned out a little bit better for 20 Degrees left, but you cannot really knock them when they're up against a team of this caliber, and it looks like Pippa are so solid right now. I think they are ready for that matchup against Nemesis. They want to prove that, now that the playing field's a little bit more even with ITB as an org no longer in existence, that they think they might have a chance to regain that #1 kind of team placing in Europe and make sure that it is secure in their hands, as they look like they've been warming up so much for this matchup, and we can just see it here. They're about to hit 50 kills without 25 even being on the board here for 20 Degrees left.
That is a tough situation to be for 20 Degrees. 1 kill left. They know the kill box is right here, and they're going to finish them off as steak dinner, and they are basically fried as 50-25, doubling the total scoreline at the end of it. Reed, what a showcase by Pippa. This is a team that, maybe they're coming into the scene with a bit of a cardboard, slate with some a permanent marker on it saying, hire me, because they definitely want us to get signed. But look, they're showcasing that they're at least taking each of these games and they are running it down. The things that they're expected to do, they are meeting expectations. And I mean, this Slayer, it felt like that this would have been one of the only tipping points. But again, 20 Degrees just couldn't catch fire at all.
Yeah, and I mean, let's take a look here, right? So we're 2-14 for Puma, but 7 assists. That probably means he was trying to be a bit more of a team player, going in there first, getting through the damage, but sadly not walking away with his life. We saw 8, 10, 8, 13, and 7, 13, so not a massive spread there for the rest of 20 Degrees left. I mean, four assists in there. I feel like the scoreboard 50-25 doesn't really give credence to how close that match was, but the absolute outplays coming from Pippa, they had the timing absolutely locked in. They were getting the kind of rotations pushed in. I mean, we saw both on C and on PD how they were just able to absolutely complete those collapses and just dismantle the fresh spawners coming out from 20 degrees left. I mean, damage really speaks to that. 4k damage for Chick, probably because he had his hand on that red gun for majority of the match. Not sure if that was intended. Maybe Pippa have an agreement that, you know, when the red gun comes in, Chick, you're the best of it, you grab it, you run off of it. But all above 3k damage, all should be happy with how they performed. Again, Z Mighty's carrying on from that amazing performance from game 1 to really pull that off into game 2. And look at it, Giant, he did avoid the breadstick, so I'm glad that he was able to do that.
Anytime you come away with more than the 0 and the 1, I mean, we go beyond binary and we just see at least a more respectable finish. So we'll see how they are able to go through the lower side of the bracket as we'll be progressing on to the upper side. And you guys can stick with us as we do that. We're going to go to a break as more of the EU HCS Open Series number 1. We'll be back in just a little bit. The home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization, and by extension, their alliance with the San Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you, or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah, 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 because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're going to go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter in Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro Team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions. And when we were added to the team seeds and predictions, we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
Soon, like we just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it to champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to be SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
One more. Red team up top. Come on, they're falling apart. Come on. See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry. Not happening. But yeah, no, Mike is from my man. No, sorry, Mike, with them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine. That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' gaming house for a boot camp, or pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on the pro forums because we had access to the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. We're either posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just I think we got told there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but obviously it's big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time Snipe Down was in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's we never even though we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and we're never really comfortable. Some matches were really close, and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we're one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of the movement and spawns and teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be what the hell just went on? How did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day, and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. And it's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month, but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'll be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and Debay, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. It wasn't just we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just... I think they're just saying that. Go one more.
One more then.
One more. That's it.
Yeah! 12. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, they were going to be good. Well, literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident, and and really calm around what we did. Like I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training.
I'm just going to say this there.
It's custom. What time's custom?
47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin, which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find, so thank you for watching, and peace. Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember, it's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like all these lists came about, and like I was a free agent or whatever, I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch like didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was like a team of 2 with Domino, and that like got me, my feelings were hurt, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley. And Haley, like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I don't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because they were all individually good. And then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo-ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork. So it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams. I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message
Bro,
prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know. But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they will be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, can I just say we had the best org and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
Yeah, it was like
whenever
an
we had to
all-female owned org.
yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we're
like,
just
for-
like competitive, you know.
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like that's why I said earlier, like we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of like took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's the
annoying.
thing. Like, there's no like woman of Halo like there is now, or like whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
It was just like you were a female on the game,
Yep.
and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
So,
gunning
like,
for each other.
right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it, and like I think
Yeah.
that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean,
Well,
we
it was
were
like the
toxic.
first- Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember
Mhm.
how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top. We were like entertaining the hate. And so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because like
Yeah.
we weren't going to take any shit. Like
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of OpTic Gaming of the FPL.
Play, no, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the OpTic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through the competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I am joined by not quite Monkey Man. This is James. Do you guys know James? I feel like we know James.
I feel like some people have heard of me.
Yeah, occasionally. Anyway, yes, we are back. We are here for Winners Round 3. I know we just had Winners Round 3, but we're moving across the bracket. This side of the bracket is taking a little bit longer to turn up. Something about Jo sleeping in. I feel like we shouldn't all really be that surprised. I don't mind flaming him on stream. Man, come on, keep our brackets moving. You know, you can't do this to us. Right, so yes, we have a good matchup coming here. This is a slightly interesting one, actually. I'm going to struggle to call this one, but maybe we just dive straight into it. James, look at some rosters.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm ready. Look, I got to see a winners round 3. Now I get to cast one. I'm excited. We're going to bring in some rosters. It's going to be Pino the Dino. First up, Sunrise, Bastos, Kimbo, and Mose. Yeah, this is a pretty sick roster for those that have been watching EHL in the off-season. Obviously, Shad has been playing in this roster, but Kimbo is here for the HCS. And on the other side, it's IQX, which is going to be Infini, Voti, Brainiac, and Kali. Also a banging squad. A lot of French people in here. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, so these guys have all played so much Halo, I feel like we'd be doing them a disservice to really call out anything else. The actual important thing we must discuss, though, James, is it Pino the Dino, or is it Pino the Dino? Because surely it's got to be alliterative. And we were talking about this discussion in the prod room a minute ago, and honestly, like, do you call it Dino? Do you call it Dino? I'm being flamed now because I'm not talking about the maps, but let's chat about the maps now, James. So we're gonna have Recharge Oddball, Street Slayer, and Life King of the Hill, the same maps roster that we saw coming up last time. But what do you think, James?
Man, I think we're gonna crack right into it. But I'm excited for this Recharge Ball. I think I would call it Pino the Dino. I don't know. It just seems more natural to have it that way, but I think this is really tough to kind of call one way or another. I probably lean towards Pino the Dino. Pino the Dino? No, I'm pretty sure it's Pino the Dino. I don't know. That's where I'm leaning towards. Anyway, that's where apparently we're not jumping into it. But that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to go for. They're resetting, by the way, which is why we're.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna call it Pino the Dino because why not?
Why
not? That's what I'm rolling with. But predictions, James. Let's take a look. Okay, so we have this third tier Halo team, third placing Halo team kind of here. But third again, placing. You said no Shad. Third tier would be quite a disrespect to them, I'm sure.
Well, you get Kimbo. So
do you think they're gonna win, or do you think they're gonna struggle with that loss of Shad? I mean, it's Kimbo, right? Like, surely they've still gotta have this one in the bag.
Yeah, I still think, like, you're still adding in someone as talented and as decorated as Kimbo. Like, I think you should be fine. Yeah, you're not gonna have as much of the same chemistry as you just played a whole off season, right? But he's such a good player to plug and play in. It's going to be hard for IQX. I'm very sure of that. I think there's a lot of firepower in that squad. Like, Brainiac and Kali have been playing together literally forever. I don't actually remember a team where they didn't play together. So, those guys know each other so well. It's kind of like Bastos and Sunrise, and then Kali and Brainiac, right? So those guys are like two pairs that you always see. But yeah, Pino the Dino, Pino the Dino, whatever you want to call it. I think those guys are going to take it. Probably in a 2-0, but I feel like it's going to be a close oddball.
Yeah, I feel like from the slaying potential we've seen out of Brainiac, it's a definite possible that they take that second map in the Slayer. But then you've also got Bastos on the other side. So, like, you keep looking, you're like, oh, they might have a chance. And then, but they're against, So, we'll see. I would love for us to see a map 3, finally, on stream, but we'll get there. I just want to point out Daily in chat saying thank you for the carry. We did play some MM yesterday. Carrying was not what I did, though. It was pure success that we won that match. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words there.
And hey, look, my team definitely carried me to victory over your team in our 8s, which was I was in the backpack for sure.
We were just on for the ride there, James. We were just strapped in, having some fun, watching three great players playing against each other. But let's focus on this.
Where there are 4 great players playing each other.
4 great players that we do have. We have Shock in the hands of Bastos. That is not where you want it to be. Although he's struggling to make a little action there, James.
Yeah, just getting off. Well, that's gonna get one, and Kimbo gonna find one. Another good body shot. He's going to get taken down eventually, but does manage to find 1 and 2 assists. And yeah, for those, you know, who may be unaware, I don't know if you guys already talked about some of the changes on these maps, but Recharge got a new jump, and the shock rifle being on a pad now instead of on the wall, so you can technically combat evolve it. I haven't seen a single person do that yet, but it is possible. It is possible.
Yeah, you know what? That was something I'd missed. Like, I was aware of the change, but I was like, well, what does that mean? But no, you're right. You can do a little bit more funky, sandboxy play around stuff with it, which is always fun to see. A nice little bit of time starting to tick up here by Pino the Dino. And it looks like they're going for a bit of an A setup. I like that. They're 1 man down, but it is Mose who should spawn back A, which he does, which is good for them. They already have the call on now where IQX is going to be starting to push from. So if they can just lock that down.
Oh,
I love the remote
so
detonation coming through there by Kimbo. What a great little play he had.
Oh my god, and left 2 people. 1 shot is going to get 2 assists, although Callie, the sneaky one up here, he's going to get taken down. 4 dead for IQX. Infinite going to be spawning up as well, right into the perfect of Sunrise. And Pino the Dino, we'll work it out. They are dominating this oddball so far. I said it might be close, but actually it's not really been very close at all as they approach 50 points, but yeah, just a few cool things you can do on Recharge now, right? As Mose is on a killing spree and has camo and is probably going to find Callie as well, or just be able to jump around with this ball, but yeah. Oh, there's also a jump on there as well. I forgot about that. There's 2 jumps now. There's one up into Attic and there's one on top of that pillar as well, so options read. Options.
Yeah, I'd like to see them start to get used. You might have missed it earlier, James, but we did see Suspense, I believe it was, using the new jump on Forbidden to great effect. Get a couple kills like that. So I like the sandbox changes, and I like the fact they're already being utilised by these top European teams. But a good little push back from Brainiac there will end up pushing back Pino the Dino a little bit, but the flank comes through from Mose and he's able to get his hands on that ball and start racking up even more time. We did see Pippa play in an oddball last round, James, and it was a little bit of a slammy. It was 200-0. Oh. So we're hoping to not see that this time, but it is heading that way as we have 80 points for Pino the Dino and 0 points on the board for IQX so far, even if the slays are coming through from them.
So I'm being informed in DMs that I'm not sure how viable it is to do the combat evolved onto the shock rifle, because apparently the ceiling might be a little too low. So gonna have to see that. Apparently it always just hits the ceiling and goes into bats. So
interesting.
I'm not sure how combat evolvable it is, unlike the rockets used to be in Streets, right, where you could just combat evolve from tires. But yeah, we're gonna see. We will see.
Yeah, or back in my day when there used to be a sword on the back here.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
side of Recharge.
Back in my day, back in Season 1. Well, 100-0 to begin. I did say that this might be close. But that is not being proved right now.
Yeah, well, first round blues. People gonna need to get a little bit of warm-up going. They're getting the action back and forth. Infinity, he tries to go for the overshield, for the camo, my bad. Doesn't quite manage to get it. Does go into the hands of Sunrise. He is now going to pop that, and this is going to be another ball grab for Pino the Dino.
Oh my god, Bastos is just ball hog at the moment. 87 points and climbing. The camo is going to get put down though. Sunrise, not going to really get anything done, but Mo's there with the cleanup. Oh, that's going to be a very obvious sign. Yeah, apparently you can't even combat evolve it from red pipes either, so yeah, that's not, that's kind of sad actually. I was hoping you'd be able to do a bit more with the shock rifle, but no. I don't know why they moved it then. Why is it on a pad if you can't combat evolve it?
Bugs.
Yeah, I don't know, that's kind of weird. Like, I thought you'd put it on a pad to make more plays, but...
Well, now we're yapping about this. We have four there temporarily for IQX. They have now all spawned back up. And we have movement here by Kimbo. Trying to stay alive, doesn't quite make it. And 2 players left alive for Pino the Dino, but the ball was still in their hands for a little bit. But We must say, James, in this round we do have some time on the board for IQX.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not going to be a goose egg in both rounds, so that's very nice. They are, in fact, holding the ball right now as well. Yeah, I'm hearing it's because putting it on a pad gives you consistent timing, so it's now easier to time it properly as a player and a coach. So, yeah, just a little bit more consistency into the map now by putting it into the pad. So, there you go. The more you know.
Okay, ball is on the move. Camo's about to pop up too, James. We saw that attempt to be picked up by Bastos, but that was not allowed to happen by IQX. It is now sitting clean and open for either team to grab. And a nice flank here by Summers. I like that movement. He was able to just get behind them and get a lot of damage down for his team. And this positioning up in window allows him to maybe get the double. Not quite. Bastos will clean that one up for him though. Bastos does have camo, so he will chuck that to his friend and say, you have this. I'm going to go and slay.
Yeah, and it's going to be Sunrise who does find a little bit of time on the board. Bastos already 106 seconds and is going to find the back smack as well. Mo's popping off with 18 kills at the moment. He's going to allow a player to just drop by him. Brainiac's right there. Bastos gets another kill. All dropped. Almost halfway to victory. Oh my god, I thought he was about to wiggle that. And it's going to be Bastos on a killing spree read.
Nice little nades going through there into tower, and it was to completely break this setup. However, a little bit of extra time was eked out there by Bastos as he was struggled to live a little bit, but it actually looks like control was regained by Pino the Dino. They did throw the ball. They're in the lead by a good old 34 points. They should be happy with that anyway. Not quite sure what the players was there with the Shroud. Maybe they were just trying to save a teammate by keeping one of the players down. God knows. But anyway,
Shroud for up here so they couldn't get shot. Actually,
it was an enemy up there, was it? Maybe I'm reading that wrong.
Yeah, it's like the CS smoke, right? Like you smoke off the enemy so you can't get shot. But no.
Vibes.
Vibes.
Camo, shot is up in the hands of Bastos. We will see how much action he can make with that.
It's going to be Kimbo, though. Does manage to find a perfect as well. Just hunting for bodies. Is going to run past the ball and then pick it back up. Drop it. Bottom gold will come up. One shot. Clean up onto Infinite. Bastos finds Brainiac in this ball. Quoti just hanging out there. Mose is going to find him. Oh, he's actually managed to get away as well. Oh, this is so sneaky. Oh, there he is. He's been spotted. It'll come out. It's just Kimbo not able to work it out. Not able to get him. There we go. Just had to wait. Had to have a lot of patience. But in the meantime, the ball going to go back to Pino the Dino again. Kimbo, sorry. Just missing out. But Mo's 23 kills. Top of this leaderboard. And for IQX, only 2 players in double digits now.
Yeah, this is going to get dangerous. We have a setup coming backseat here by Pino the Dino. If they're able to hold this one for a little bit, they could probably close this one out. But in actuality, that tower hold has been broken by IQX. So he's going to decide, in fact, he does not want to play the ball. He's going to fight. And Kimbo will make that happen. He will get that ball on the rotation back towards gold. He is being hunted down, but Bastos may be able to keep him alive for just a little bit longer. They are 20 points away from winning, but only 20 points on the board in total for IQX right now. Will we see IQX get control of this ball or not? It's looking unlikely right now, James.
Yeah, that was actually such a sick play as well. To go in with the shock rifle, you knew all you needed to do was get the trade because your teammate was behind. So super smart play from Pino the Dino, like working completely as a team, right? And there's going to be a punch there. And again, look, you get the punch with the oddball. Sunrise gets the kill, and that's going to confirm the win. It's Pino the Dino, 200-21. In the end, it was a bit of a slam, and Bastos held for over 2 minutes. So, yeah, great, fantastic work out of them, and it just looked really like a team. Like, they looked so in sync going around there. It was pretty sick to watch.
Yeah, like, I was expecting it to be a little bit closer, I'm going to be honest. I'm glad they did get some points on the board in that second half. At least at the beginning of that second half, we saw them get up to about 20.
Same.
But anyway, let's take a look at the scoreboard here, James. So Mose, he broke the highest record here with 26 kills, 15 deaths, a good old 10 assists. Assists across the board actually relying pretty high for everybody on the game, which means that both of these teams have that cohesion. They are able to work off each other, which is really great. I mean, we had damage coming out quite nicely here. Mo's breaking 7k, above 5k for Sunriz, Kimbo, Vuetti, and Infinity. They should be happy with that. Brainiac telling a little bit behind, but you know he was able to get the damage done anyway in terms of actually like getting those kills through the post. However, overall a nice showing. I'm a little bit scared going into the Slayer now, James, but I'm hoping we'll see a bit of a regain come in here for IQX, and we can see the slaying potential that we know is there for these players.
Yeah, so we're going to go on to Streets, right? Streets had two things happen. Firstly, they had that jump up near stairs, right? So the B stairs is now a jump up. But secondly, we got rid of the Bulldog. So no Bulldog anymore. That is completely removed. There's now a sidekick there instead. So even though they nerfed the Bulldog, they got rid of it on Streets, and then they removed Pit. So we don't actually have a Bulldog in HCS anymore, as far as I can tell.
Good.
So
good riddance, I say. Yeah,
that's kind of sad. I mean, no one was using it anyway, right? So it's not going to be a huge loss, but yeah, that's kind of how it is. But look, Slayer Streets, I'm with you. I think, you know, for IQX, you have to start strong. Like, you cannot let these guys get away from you. Like, if Pino the Dino start to run rampant, you know, especially Bastos doesn't have to spend 130 seconds holding a ball, right? There's going to be so much extra damage that he can lay down. So here we are. We're going to go on board with Sunrise to begin. And of course, Camo going to be up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, movement is quite nice. Wetty, he's up near Ivy, but will get collapsed in here by Mose. However, shots come across from B. Not quite enough to take down Mose. And we have two players left up on IQX over towards the B side of the map. They're going to be focused on that camo as it does come up here in a couple seconds. And I would have to say it's looking like Pino the Dino are going to be in a much better position to get hold of that. However, Brainiac could be a nuisance here top A if he can just keep some vision down.
Yeah, two members top A, Brainiac and Cali, but I think it might be enough for Pino the Dino to get that camo. Sunrise going to find a beautiful double kill. Kimbo going to get shot in the back as well. It's an early 9-4 lead. Already over a full team wipe as they're going to hit double digits, and that's Red Gun! Oh my god, Bastos! I talked about him not having to hold the ball. It's going to make him dangerous. It's a delayed triple. And it's already a 9-kill lead, and I think, Reed, you were very right to be worried. Oh my lord.
I'm worried I am. Bastos sitting here with her red gun is real danger. Oh, Vuetti though, he's close enough to that wall that Bastos can't quite make the full flick he needs to. Does manage to get out of that alive, but the calls come through, the heavy push. They meet in top heaven, and it's just a bish, bash, bosh, and a lot of punches flying left and right, and I think it looks like IQX maybe came out of that a little bit ahead, but they are still down by, you know, 9 kills, so they need to make sure that they can really regain something here, James.
Yeah, they've really got to sort this out pretty quick, otherwise it's really going to run away from them. 18-9 though, so far doubling the score. Yeah, it is going to be Kimbo on 4 kills. Oh my god, does find a good trade. Good from Vuetti to get that trade even against the red gun. Bastos going to be naded as he tries to come out the door by Brainiac. All of IQX on 4 kills. Brainiac does find a great one there. Cali finds Mose. Sunrise going to get the trade though. It's gone from 9 kills to 7 as Sunrise is going to get taken out as well. This is a little bit better from IQX. Now they're starting to find some kills. Now they're starting to get a little bit closer. Mose is going to find one and get a trade. Bastos is going to get taken down as well. And that lead that was 9 kills is now only 4. They've already brought it back to within a team wipe. Although Sunrise there to make sure it stays a little bit further out. But Bastos started 6-2. And is now 8-6. So just been pegged back a little bit as Kimbo finds a good double. And Pino the Dino are halfway to victory already.
What we'd love to see, James. What we'd love to see. This is going to be a nice, clean play. But we did see it get a little bit closer by IQX. And I'm hoping that we maybe get back there, James, but we'll see. We have Red Gun going to be up any second now. Looks like Bretty is getting ready for that to pop up. The flank comes through from Sunriz, who then gets counter-flanked by Kali, who then gets caught in a 1v1 against Bastos. And it looks like Bastos is going to choose to retake that fight, which might be a little bit risky, but he was correct in that the nade came through, and that Red Gun is now up and in his hands. He gets a couple shots into Veretti, drops down himself. So the one player left up on Pino the Dino is Kimbo, and he chooses to fall back as his team respawns back at.
Yeah, Mose is going to find Veretti. 10 kills, back again the lead. Trying to do some kind of jiggle peeking, which, as we know, got mostly removed. I say mostly because it's still kind of prevalent. Mose on a triple. Does have camo, I believe. There's Kali as well. Gonna take some shots. Is gonna find Kimbo though. And I believe Mose went down too. So this is better from IQX, but a long way to go back here. 39 to 28. Pino the Dino, they can trade this in. They can walk it home. They are going to find Mose though. 40 to 30. You'd have to say some nades are going down. Kali finds Bastos. It's going to be Kimbo, who is taking shots, but Mose there for the trade. 9 kills to go. Sunrise trapped in the red room. Infinity. He's going to find a nade from Bastos, and that was actually so sick. There's 7 kills to go, Reed. Almost there.
7 kills, and it tightens a little bit, but then it stretches out even more. A double kill comes through for Bastos. He is now 15 and 9, doing an outstanding job in this game. He is just on the hunt. You can tell from his movement that he is completely locked in. He's checking all his angles. He's making those pushes. He knows exactly where they are now that those nades have come out, and he gets tagged up as he goes for the push. What a shame. Anyway, he carries on with a little bit of action. Mose is going to get caught in laundry. Maybe he can take down Infinity. I'm not quite sure. I'm hoping we might see this little bit of comeback continue, as we do have some of the players on Pino the Dino getting caught out in the open in 2v1s.
And 46 to 38. Infinity does find Sunrise. They are going to drop down though. Kimbo waiting. He gets taken down by Brainiac. 7 kills now. The difference. IQX. They've only got 1 death left in them apiece, and Bastos, he's going to find a 1-shot Infinity. Sunrise gets 1 as well. And it is 2 kills from the end. You can just see, they found where Kali is. He's going to get shot in the back. Mose finds Brainiac, and it's 1 to go. Mose with a double to end it. It's 50 to 40, and Pino the Dino are going to secure winners round 3, 2 to 0. And I have to say, Reed, it looked pretty comfortable.
It did. I was hoping it would end up a little bit closer than that. We did see it get tight. I think it got to win like 5 or 6 kills towards the middle there. So, it had the potential to carry on going tight, but they were just able to stretch it out. And ended up with a 10-kill spread, which isn't as bad as some of the games we've had today. So, should be happy with that.
Yeah, no stakes. That's always good, not getting staked. But, yeah, 16 kills for Bastos. He looked real good. 11 assists for Sunrise as well, right? Like, we talked about the team chemistry there. A lot of assists in that team if you look it over. And Veretti not having the world's greatest game, right? 6 and 11. Did have 8 assists though, so it did kind of pop in there. But yeah, in the end, Pino the Dino just looking real comfortable about it. There you go, 4K for Bastos and Mose. But I mean, the damage is not that different between the teams, right? So just the assists and how you're able to finish off your kills, it's kind of the difference in a 10-kill lead, given they only did like 1,000 more damage. So
yeah, good amount of cohesion coming through there. Definitely for the team on Pino the Dino. That was what made the difference. But these things happen, James. We're going to be going to a quick break now, but we should be coming pretty close after this one with the next matchup, which will be the winners semi-finals between Team Nemesis and then, as we just saw, Pino the Dino. So don't go anywhere.
Themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like, as an e-girl coach, like, that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like, he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows
He
how to
is a
lead the
supporter.
e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen. Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2 one shot. 2 one shot.
Guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR. 2 in BR.
Play your lives. Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me now. They're pushing me now. They're pushing me now in basement. Push me now in basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching us. Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
Long call, guys.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh my god.
Victory.
Oh.
They're choking.
Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping one map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would lead the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Corandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Corandapus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime, as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female Halo scene.
Probably not, because they only need one kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming had set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene in Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button, and maybe even the sub button, and let me know, how far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching. Halo in the past has always been synonymous with montages, especially during the Halo 2, 3, and Reach period, with iconic montages such as Walsh's second Halo 2 montage, Straight Rippin's Teamtage, or Avengers, a lethal and formal duotage. Let's have a look back at the history of the rise and fall of the montage scene within Halo. Montages really started within Halo actually at the very beginning with Combat Evolved back in 2002.
Yeah. So Halo 1, there was a ton of different montages. I can't even remember like whose montage I was watching, but I just remember it was of Xbox Connect, which was like Xbox Live for Halo before Halo 2, obviously. So you could play Halo 1 online. But the lag was so terrible because like you had to lead your shot by a huge margin if you were on high ping. Like you would literally swipe your reticle with a sniper and shoot like 40 feet to the right of the guy, but it would still register the headshot. But like the guys that played on it all the time were like used to the lag and like doing that on purpose. And that was what we were watching in the video. I'm like, he's missing all of his shots. This isn't even real. Like, that's why I thought they were cheating.
Although they started in Halo 1, the Halo's montage scene really started to blow up in Halo 2, with both online Halo being more prevalent with the introduction of Xbox Live, as well as the internet evolving to a point where it was way easier to share videos. Keeping in mind, YouTube didn't exist. These videos would be shared via forums and would require you to download them on a different site, such as Halo 2 Forum, which was run by Z, or GamingVids.com, or even the MLG Pro forums.
I was getting pretty good at Halo 2. One of my friends from high school also played, and he invited me over to his house. He was like, he played drums a lot, so I like to like watch him play drums. I don't know, he was really sick at that. And then he was like, bro, I want to watch you play Halo. You're so good at it. So I was like, all right, like, sure. And he pops in like a VHS tape. Like, bro, this is really aging me, right? Like a VHS tape into the VCR and like hits record on it. And he's like, yeah, just play for a while so I want to be able to watch this later. And I was like, what? You want to just watch me play Halo? It was like the first time that anyone wanted to watch me play Halo. And it kind of like, I guess like clicked something in my mind. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So then I like try to show off a little bit more because it's being recorded. So then I like go for some 360 like stick for a kill tack or some crazy shit. And he was just like losing it the whole time. He's like, this is so sick. This is so awesome. And then I got home and I started doing some research about like how to record it. And I found it's called a Dazzle 90. It was like one of the original capture cards. And it was kind of cheap online. So I ordered it. I set it up myself. I had it hooked up to my computer that was in my room. I was on like halo2forum.com, I think at the time, and like the MLG forums. And I like made a post like, I'm an idiot, I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me set up my Dazzle 90, basically. And then like people knew I was kind of making waves in the pro scene, and somebody hit me up, showed me how to download a pirated version of Sony Vegas and like all these other things. I mean, I'm like 15 years old, so I could not afford like all the programs that I was using. But this guy just like sent me all this shit. He's like, yeah, just do this, use the CD key. And I was like, okay, cool. And all of a sudden I've got all the software to like record myself and then edit the montage. And then, yeah, I just started playing around with Sony Vegas. I just started putting like cool clips in there. And I made my first montage was all just made by myself.
During this time, making montages were like sharing skate videos in the 90s. This was used almost like a display of creativity or talent and was usually edited by the montager himself, with the quality of editing improving as well as the clips either in MLG game types or social games.
Like we were all trying to, I guess, like one up each other in a way. Like we wanted to make like cooler and cooler videos, but at the same time, everybody was super supportive and like just talked about how cool everybody else's montage was. You know, it's a kind of a different atmosphere. BXR, double shot, all the button combos. People don't notice like the reload glitches that people were using. RRBX was like a mix between a double shot and a BXR. I just feel like there was a lot more individual skill expression in that game, even if maybe things like sniping were probably easier. Like it had such a high fire rate and was pretty generous with the bullet magnetism. But like the BR specifically just allowed for really creative montage clips.
People were constantly improving their videos despite the lack of resources. A big example of a step up in montages was Shook1's montage, Fragging Rights, where for the first time we saw the use of a third-person angle in a montage, which in today's standard is almost nothing, but a milestone nonetheless back in 2005 when it was first released. Although there was almost like a split between the montagers and the pro players, there were a few who did bridge a gap, one of them obviously being Eli.
I can't take all the credit for that because there was like It Was Luck was doing the same thing. It Was Luck was, he played for Exit Wounds, so it was Luck and his brother Bonfire. It Was Luck was like making montages with pro scrims in it, and then Mikowski, of course, my duo, he was making lots of montages with like in FFAs with pro players.
As Halo 2 was coming to an end, Halo 2 left us with fantastic pioneers in the content creation space as a whole, with the likes of impactful montages such as Nakamura, Reed18, Shook1, Eli the Ninja, and Varion, as well as many, many more. But as the release of Halo 3 was coming out, there was one montage that would be a turning point within Halo content creation as a whole. Walshy's second Halo 2 montage.
Yeah, I want to say it hit 1 million views in like 2 or 3 days. Like that's how big Halo montages were at the time. Like there was probably TV shows that were on like national television that didn't get 1 million views in 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? But Walshy's montage was that huge at the time. Everybody was talking about it. I remember he like teased it for like a few days before, like Walshy montage drops on Tuesday, the whatever, you know, I forget what day it released, but no, everybody was watching it. We would like group up in voice chat and then like have it paused at 0 and then all hit play and watch it together. Like I'm pretty sure that's what we did at the time. Whoever my teammates were and like whatever my online friends were, we would all get into a party on Halo 2, all have the video paused and then all like count down like 3, 2, 1, play, and we all watched it and like reacted to it together. And we're just losing our minds the whole time. Like,
with the release of a new game also meant a new generation of editors and montagers, and for the first time in Halo history, we were introduced to theater mode. With this tool, editors took montages to the next level.
You may know me as Muggsy. What I've done in the space, I mean, I've made probably way more videos than I should have, if you ask me, looking back. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I've been a Halo player since Halo 3, and I never looked back, so.
Theater within Halo really allowed montages to evolve to more than just a series of clips put together. It almost turned into a cinematic experience that took the viewer through the story the editor wanted to tell. This could range from amazing MLG clips as a farewell to Halo 3, like in Legacy edited by Zola, or even a way to show and remember the good times within Halo, like Honbomb's This Is Halo series. Either way, it became a new way to communicate to the audience and tell a story. Alongside being on a new generation of consoles, as well as the amazing art style Halo 3 produced with beautiful maps that all have different personalities and bright colors as well as different moods.
It's, to me, had like the best art style, and it's just a beautiful game, like so many different colored maps. Right, and in editing as well, like it's kind of fun to mess with like the color correction and color grading, and like that's a fun part for some people. And it's like when you start to do that in a montage and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like on Construct with the purple lifts. Like, oh, this is gonna look sick. It's like, I don't know, it's just, that was.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the bearded men here to take you into the winners semi-final. Yes, indubitably. Yes, I'm here, Captain James Force. I'm here with Monkey Man. He is on my left, virtually, of course. He's very on the left of me in the world.
Yeah. The other side of the planet. Yeah, somewhere.
Where are we going? Yeah. But hey, it is Pino the Dino or Pino the Dino, but not Pino the Dino. That's what I know. Pino the Dino versus Team Nemesis, the number 2 seed, and the winner of the EHL LAN, when they were still called ITB.
A lot of flipping of titles and changing of names, but this will also be the first time that they have been on stream today. We got a flavor of Pippa a moment ago, and so we'll see them shortly with their rosters and all, as well as the maps we'll be going over into. And James, feels like this might be one of the tighter contests just outside the top 2 where Nemesis will get tested. Nemesis with Glory, Snipe Drone, SLG, and Woodham. Those will become household names for anyone that is going to be paying attention to the squad, as well as if you saw the Twitter announcement with them and their awesome duds. But this team in Pino the Dino, or whatever way you want to pronounce it, Sunrise, Bastos, Kimbo, and Mose, this is a scary squad, and I think is a true test for Nemesis.
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably the closest kind of match I think they would have had so far, and this is generally the closest matches off season as well. Like, Pippa haven't really played off season due to a number of factors, right? Work and kind of that didn't come to the LAN and all those kind of things. So these two have kind of played against each other quite a bit. Obviously, they haven't played against them with Kimbo in that squad, right? It's been Shad, but I'm excited for this, and I'm doubly excited because this map pool is also going to be pretty sick. We're gonna be rolling out some of these new maps. The Aquarius Neutral Bomb, the Bombqua, as we called it off screen. Slayer Origin, Oh, that was the one thing. The Slayer Origin, that's not Streets. Don't worry, we're not going back to Streets. And then Live Fire Oddball to finish, and I have a sneaking suspicion, Mr. Monkey Man, that we might be going to an Oddball.
Yeah, this feels like we're going to be going at least all the way to that live ball situation, because Aqua Neutral Bomb is both fast and slow. It's the opposite of hitting your CTF, especially on an absolute symmetrical map like Aquarius, and I feel that this is one of the most difficult ones to actually execute on. Fortress, because of the long arming timer when it comes to getting the bomb to go off, is very exposed. Yeah, it's pretty darn long. You feel like it's not, but it is. But then with Aqua, you have to deal with so many ricochet points. You can, and especially with the jump points to get back onto site, it's a full melee. So it's really tough to actually get each of these arms off. But
take his
my
arms
off. It's like a Ken doll, just ripping them off my body. But in so doing, we can also see how these teams are going to execute now that this is actually in full rotation with HCS.
Yeah, and I think like both of the bomb maps have their own unique twist, right? Like you said, there are so many jump ups, and Aqua is so like in tight and so melee. But like Fortress has a sniper and a spanker. It's really hard to dodge either of those two things for a full 7 seconds while you're arming the bomb. So it is kind of one of those things that both of these maps bring a really different gameplay. A lot of pros have been saying so far, a lot of people in Sauna, which is not quite pros, but a lot of amateurs are at least saying, it feels like a slog, right? Like sometimes, especially on Fortress, it can feel really difficult because the map is so big. But for Aqua, it's like, sometimes you just try to plant and people are just so close that it's really difficult. But, we saw it last week in the preseason cup. There have been bangers on both Aqua and Fortress already. So I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, this is going to be a testament to what is the new HCS. 2025 HCS ain't your old girl HCS. It is new. It's pretty. It's trying to not be side chick status anymore. It wants to be main girl status. And it's definitely going to be different because you have that extra camo. The camo completely covers the bomb. It's into that position and makes it tough to track. And if you have a distraction play to get other players to kind of pull into one lane while you go another, you actually could get into an arming cycle and everyone drop out. So we'll get to see how this goes. It's our first game. I believe that we're in the semifinals. Nemesis versus Pino the Dino.
Yeah, I'm ready for this. Pino the Dino in the blue, Nemesis in the red. I'm excited to see how this is going to go. Snipe Drone going to be the first one on the board. Bastos going to find Glory. The bomb is bottom mid. It does reset after 30 seconds, and it takes 7 seconds to plant. So important things to remember. Also first to 3. Right, so kind of like a budget CTF on Aqua at least, because it's 3 everywhere else, but... yeah, I'm excited to see this. These are probably going to be 2 of the 3 teams that will go to HCS events this year. I actually don't know if we get 3 group spots for Arlington. We probably get reset to 2, which is going to be sad. But the bomb is going to be armed and is going to go off. So it is going to be Pino the Dino who are first on the board.
A nice first cap. They were winning that through that blue utility room, and they forced their way through. Nemesis really didn't have an answer after some of that mid fighting. They just kind of flexed around that outside position, and so job well done over to Pino, taking advantage of momentum. And I almost feel I kind of wish, depending on how much of this changes in the future here, that they actually go into maybe a 5-point neutral bomb. But I know that a lot of people are probably yelling at me for that and like saying no thank you. 3's already too many.
So much hate. Should just be best of 1. First to plant
just
wins.
1.
Yeah, just 1.
This game would be over now.
yeah, we're done. But look, it's all about speed, right? Bastos is gonna find a kill. Oh my god. What? Was he just like invulnerable, or was that like something like has Glory's gun broken as well, by the way, because he's on a goose after 2 minutes.
Goodness gracious. They used the threat sensor to find him after what felt like was a full camo. You're gonna have a double, but I mean, we talked about how this team with Pino the Dino, they had Shad in the offseason and they were doing decent. Look how well they're doing with Kimbo, who's 9-3.
Yeah. time for maybe time for a change. But hey, the bomb looks like it could be getting armed again. Moze and SLG, this is going to be a second bomb. Look at this. They're not going to be able to stop him. Nope. He got there in the end. Absolute cinema. He almost got stopped, but it's 2-0 Pino the Dino and Nemesis are getting absolutely blasted right now.
This is crazy. This is the kind of start that you want to see from what could be a top 3 contender, maybe even a top 2, depending on how they take on this Nemesis group, which again, we got to see some flavor of this in off-season, but they are losing their 1s and 2s, and it has just become cruise control for a little bit out of Pino. They are just finding some footing, and Nemesis has not been able to upend them. Solid nade to be able to at least get one. Bastos, one of those main slayers, but Kimbo is burning red hot. Seeing if they can do the same thing right now. Woodham coming up strong. That's your keyboard warrior. See if they can take down Pino the Dino.
My God, it's so disgusting watching him. Like, I play keyboard and mouse, and it's still terrifying watching him. Like, it's just superhuman. But yeah, it is going to be Nemesis who are 2-0 down at the moment. But if there's anything I've learned, especially on Aqua maps, is that time is, time doesn't mean anything. You can cap like 3 times in flags, like super quickly. There is still 8.5 minutes to go. So Nemesis can slow this down. He's going to get 1v1 though. Nemesis can slow this down and kind of work through it. Glory finds a great double kill. With 3 dead, the bomb should be able to be moved forward, and it will be. Yeah, it's going to be Sunrise. Moze is just hiding in the corner. Will be coming for the assist. I think he spotted him as well. Camo's up the top. Bomb being taken. Kimbo's literally 1 shot. Wootam's found Bastos, and they're slowly moving this flag, but yeah, there's just no real urgency at the moment, which is fine. Plenty of time left. But hey, it is going to be Glory that finds the back smack onto Moze. Bomb being taken the other way than by Pino the Dino and Sunrise. It has to be Bastos carrying this bomb. I'm not sure what Nemesis's plan is because I don't know where the bomb is.
The bomb has been playing itself very neutral. They finally are getting it armed. So this, you were talking about the slog. This has felt like a bunch of Spartans have been stuck in the mud up to their knees and just slowly crawling. We had 2 straight minutes of only Slayer when that was reset, and Nemesis was playing the long game. They recognized that if they could not get themselves reconvened together, that Pino the Dino was winning these fights, winning a double kill as Snipe Drone. That's how you want that dude to show up. He's finally even after finding himself dead 10 times.
Yeah, he was just getting absolutely murdered to begin with, right? But it's going to make it work. They find Bastos. Wootam gets taken down, but it should be a second arming. I don't think Moze can stop this, and Kimbo won't be able to either. The bomb has been armed. He's going to have to get out, otherwise he's going to die. But it's 2 apiece, and Nemesis with 4 back. Are they going to reverse sweep game number 1?
I'd be able to. The Dino, they've been completely staved off. Arms reach, it's little brother, big brother style, and now they've taken over base. Bastos tosses the bomb out into neutral affair right in front of Nemesis's base, seeing if they can be able to win this arms race right in front of them. Another big fight here from Blue Yuto. They missed the melee, can't quite get the magnetic connection, and with the shot call out of Kimbo, they're gonna need him to stay alive because Nemesis is looking like they're starting to really ramp things up now. This is outside of red base one more time. Moze and Kimbo have found at least a few slays to force a reset out of Nemesis, but if he goes into neutral slaying situations, Nemesis has already shown that they've been able to come up big.
Yeah, Nemesis not scared, right? And, as I think should have been the number 1 seed, but, for once it's not us getting flamed about seeding, so, you know what, I'll take that. That's fine. It is 2-all, right? I would have expected, they've played Pino the Dino quite a lot, right? Like I said, over the whole off-season, generally most of our tournaments, unfortunately, Pippa haven't been able to play. So this has kind of been the grand final. Of course, like I said, with Shad, with Shad instead of Kimbo, but these 2 teams are very used to playing each other. So yeah, a fantastic start for Pino the Dino, but yeah, it is Nemesis who should be able to get this done. Should be able to finish arming, and it will be. It's going to be Nemesis who reverse sweep game number 1. And I tell you what, don't let people tell you otherwise, because that was absolute cinema.
Yeah, that's a way because if you were looking at the first couple of minutes of this one, James, Nemesis looked like they were not themselves. A different style, a different beast, and really just running the house against Nemesis was this squad, Pino the Dino. But in opposite, this is a team that has a lot of experience, both physically and digitally, from over the wire and in between one another. And they showcase that they can have a gut check, recompose, and go right back into the fray. And it was a clinic from there on out.
Yeah, the fact that was only 7.5 minutes, like, that's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Like, that it's so short, and yet you've seen the complete 5 caps. Like, you cannot get more bomb plants than that. So, yeah, that was pretty nuts. Wootum, again, look, damage in the tag, damage on the board, 5,000. Just absolutely bananas. It is going to be a Slayer on Origin. Ignore the aqua. It is going to be a Slayer on Origin. I played this map yesterday. Actually, we were playing some 8s in the sauna, and we played a CTF, and I like this map. You know, I think it's got potential. There we go. Look, Slayer Origin. Voila! You didn't see anything.
There you go.
The Spanker and the Sniper really make this interesting. I'll be honest, Monkey Man, I'm not sure how long both of those are going to stay around on this map.
I hope they do, because I love Halo in its purest form, in both having rocks as well as your snipe, as well as having them counterposed. You have to make a decision as a team between which one you really want to be able to get, if it's both or one or the other. And I feel like this map in particular has showcased a neutrality of purest Halo. Gonna see how that really goes forward. Remember, this is still a best of 3, so if Nemesis does win this one, then Pino is going to go to lowers. But this is a chance for them to really kind of strut their stuff if they intend to do so. The Spanker is at least being picked up, I believe, now by Woodum. Man has damage in the tag and damage on the mine. He's trying to lay out some big dubs early on, especially with a 3-0 start in favor of Nemesis.
Yeah, I just also realized that our fly-through is CTF. It's a Slayer. It's a Slayer, don't worry.
Yeah.
There's no flags here, don't worry. But, yeah, it's the joys of, you know, having all these maps and modes added for the first Open of the season. You know, you work through all the process. Bastos gonna get sniped and actually managed to survive. Sunrise as well there. Glory not able to take him out. Yeah, it is gonna be... God, I actually thought he got that. But Bastos finds Snipe Drone as well, and Glory goes down. So 5 apiece. You have to say, a pretty good start so far, as Wootum does get shot in the back. And I have to say, Monkey Man, I don't think I'm the only one, but that BR model that Bastos has is atrocious.
It is one of the picks of all time for a weapon skin. Definitely one of those. And I think there's also still a rock just kind of chilling out somewhere, unless it was completely used up and that was just a secondary weapon for later. So that was also why Glory was providing so much overwatch onto it, because Woodum originally had that final rocket. But a nice turnabout of phrase as well as timing, as Pino the Dino, they have now been able to grab this lead away from Nemesis from what was an early stint winning off of that top pyramid from Snipe, as well as to get in the rocket. So they had both of the power weapons to start things off. Snipe Drone gets traded, 3 down for Pino the Dino. They're still up by a couple, as Nemesis is starting to, you know, get themselves at least pushed back just a tiny bit.
15 to 13. Yeah, nice. Fist meet Spartan. Spartan meet Fist. 15 to 13. Wootum going down as well. Mo's on a killing spree. Trying to find a couple more. Snipe Drone's going to find the Sun Rizzler. Bastos kills SLG. A little bit of French on French violence. Wootum does find Bastos though. And Nemesis have brought this all the way back to being just 1 kill down. Bastos is going to find Snipe Drone. It's something I mentioned in the last one as well. Like, when Bastos is not being forced to hold the ball, that man deals a lot of damage and gets a lot of kills, and Mose finds SLG. Was that the sniper that went past? I actually don't know. But
I think so. He didn't pick... Oh! Well, there's a rocket.
Oh.
It's like a sniper, but with a boom behind it.
It's the boomstick. Don't know where that nade was going from Kimbo, but Sniper is going to put him in the bin. Sunrise going to go to one shot, get cleaned up by Glory, and now Nemesis and Pino the Dino. 21 apiece, Monkey Man.
I'm not at all surprised to see this one as close as it is. Nemesis aiming for the high ground. You saw that their playmaking was to prioritize getting the rockets. It's such a disruptive power weapon. It upends any idea of what you think you're going to do. Hyper precision style gameplay. So you now have to deal with a massive flying projectile coming at you, and no one knowing where this couch play is coming from. It's just right in front of lift. And if you don't keep track of where everyone is on that low ground, you're going to get caught in the maze and you become the cheese. So Nemesis, they have grabbed this lead back. We're down just a couple at times, but now they've been able to get up to 4. Bastos, it'll be him going down, making it 5, and they're starting to ramp up pressure.
And if there's one thing I know, Monkey Man, is that I really love French cheese, so I don't mind that at all. Killing spree, gonna come in for Snipe Drone. I would hasten to say there's no better cheese, but I don't want to cause an international riot in our chat. We support all European cheeses. It is
cheese.
Love cheese, man. I also live in the Netherlands, which is full of cheese, so I can't say too much. But I will say, it is a 10-kill lead for Nemesis out of basically nowhere. Like, you know, and of course, like, the crazy thing is that you don't think about it, but this is the... oh my god, that was ridiculously dirty. But this is the first official HCS game with this new roster. Like, we have so much Halo in the offseason. I remember it's the same last year, but like, this is the first official HCS kind of hit out for these teams in their current format, the new orgs, etc., etc. But yeah, like, this is a good showing already. 10 kills the difference, and for a team last year, you know, ITB way back in even in the Na'Vi days, right, struggled with Slayers having these leads and blowing them. I'm interested to see what Nemesis can do to not have that happen, because that was always a hallmark of those teams, was have a lead, blow it. So, I'm hoping they don't. Full rockets, though.
Oh, man. Yep, there it is. Free. That was like underneath and still got the kill, still worked out. And I definitely kind of track what you're saying, because this is a team that I felt like the midway mark of most of their series kind of were in question. This time round, though, they've proven that a deficit means nothing, at least for the moment into this matchup against an opponent that they had a lot during a very tried and true methodical offseason to see what would be the best flavor going into this region. They get one from behind, maybe even a double kill to finish things off. Bastos is not going to go quite into this good night or into the lower bracket. They're within 7. It's within reach, and he's starting to burn hot.
Oh, did I speak too soon? That's really awkward. I don't want to be the caster curse guy that just messed that up. Snipe Drone is going to find one, though. Is going to go down to one shot. You can see Mo's trying to find kills. Is going to get traded out. 46 to 39. Oh my god. Kimbo and SLG getting kills. SLG on 19 kills, by the way. Glory has 3 kills. Like, I don't know if we've been keeping track of that or not, but he finds kill number 4. He does have 11 assists. But yeah, Glory is going to find kill number 5 to close it. It is going to be 50 to 41. But yeah, SLG just dropped a 20 bomb, and Glory had 5 kills.
You know, it's crazy because there's so much kill potential on all these teams, and especially on Nemesis, that if someone is getting all the kill completions, and maybe you're getting a lot of assists, but you still at single digits, you're like, what am I supposed to do? Everyone on this team is really good. So, like, there's not much. I think on the other side of that rock is that Kimbo fell, like, down into the pit. They were so influential at the beginning of that neutral bomb, going in 7 and 13. That's got to hurt a little bit, considering that Pino the Dino just didn't really have great handles of how they wanted to play into the rocket side of the map. They much more stuck themselves to pyramid, and Nemesis took advantage of that.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you see that Glory with 11 assists, right? Sunrise and Kimbo, like you said, I'm surprised that, like, Sunrise is 6 and 12. Like, I'm not surprised that Bastos has 15 kills, right? Like, that guy is always kind of slaying out. But, yeah, Kimbo and Sunrise just, I don't know, maybe not kind of into this map or not just worked it out a little bit yet. But, yeah, SLG 4.5k, Snipe Drone almost 4.5k. Those guys dealing absolutely, going huge. Going big. And I mean, SLG only took 3k damage, which is
Wow.
Pretty nuts. But guys, we are going to throw to a break. And when we come back, it is going to be, let me check the bracket has updated before I just start calling out things that may or may not be happening. It is going to be Nemesis. It is going to be Pippa. It is going to be the winners final. It is going to be a best of 5. We got there. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is going to be an absolute banger. We'll see you in a second.
Halo 3, because as you said, each map kind of had its own personality.
Even though YouTube was out and people stopped downloading these montages onto their computer and were able to just stream it, all of this would still be communicated through the forums, and more specifically, the Halo 3 forums.
Halo 3 forum during my time, and it became the Halo forum. And then it like changed completely after like different people took control and everything. But when it was the Halo 3 forum, that was something special. Like that place was, I missed that place. You had to be there to actually know why it was so special, but everyone there was just there for montages. I mean, there was other off-topic parts of the forum, but people were there for montages, and there were pages and pages of discussion of like just montages. So like if a new one came out, you would make a new thread in the montages section or whatever, and you would post a link to your montage. You would talk about it. Here's a link to the YouTube where you can download it, and then people just comment on it, and like there would be pages, and like I remember there was only like 10 responses per page or something, so like it was a big deal to be a comment on the front page of the montage thread. And so people would immediately, once a montage like a good one got posted, they would immediately make a post that was EWD, edit when done. And so they would reserve their spot on that list, on that front page, and then watch the montage, come back, leave their feedback. Oh, this is amazing, this is whatever, just so that they could be on that front page. Because like that's how much people cared back then. Like you would have your, you could give reputation per post. So like it encouraged people to talk and give feedback and just post. So like someone has high rep, they probably know what they're talking about. You would ask someone with more clout than you to post your montage as a way to like vouch. Like I remember asking Dutchy to, hey, can you post this montage that I edited? Because like more people will click the thread if they see you posted it.
To add to this, during this time, MLG was also at its peak, which allowed for the showcase of some of the most insane plays along some of the best players, which also spawned the era of some of the best team tages in gaming history. With the likes of Frenetic Array to Straight Rippin' to the Status Quo montage, all very different in personality, yet all 100% MLG, and all against some of the best players in the world. Montages were at the height of its popularity, and insane projects were always in production, and naturally, this meant that some projects would sadly fall through.
It wasn't my project necessarily, it was going to be a bigger project. It was called Blacklist, and this was a project that Zola was putting together. And it was 10 different editors, all editing 1 minute, where every part of the, like everyone's edit transitioned seamlessly into the person before and after them. And so I was one of those 10, and it just never, like, I don't know how it fell through. I definitely never finished my edit.
Around the release of Halo 3, YouTube would blow up in popularity, and this allowed people to share their montages much easier than before. This also led to the birth of possibly 2 of the most important channels in Halo history, FB Walshy FTW and Air Guitar 901. Nowadays what they did would ironically be considered stealing content, but back then it was an honor to have your content on their channel. These channels would almost be like a time capsule to old school Halo today. As Halo 3 came to an end, the cross-section of both quality of clips as well as the skills of an editor was at an all-time high. Alongside the popularity of Halo just being out of the world is something I doubt we'll ever get to experience again, as the stars just aligned so well for the montage scene.
Like the height of the scene for me, I think it has to be like the tail end of Halo 3 into like early Reach days. But I think like if like I had to show someone one Halo montage to be like, hey, this is why Halo montages are fucking sick. Like, you need to watch this one. It's probably something Zola made for sure, but probably Legacy. Halo 3 Legacy. Because that one, it's not only competitive, it's like some social stuff, but it like perfectly encapsulates like what a montage is and should and could be.
Halo Reach, although not the most popular game in the competitive sense, and by far the most dull-looking game when it came to MLG montages, as the maps were all grey, still had a very high quality and healthy montage scene, with MLG montages from a lot of the top pros coming throughout its lifespan, such as all of Ninja's montage, Straight Second Prototype, as well as a new generation montages coming in with the likes of Axillo, Cause of Hell, Trank, and your usual people such as your Dutchy, your Campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason, but to me the first, like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com, when it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed, and then in that transition I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was, and so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the game you have all been waiting for. We are here. It is Team Nemesis versus Pippa. My name is Captain James Force. This is Hail Monkey Man slowly waving on the left. And the sun is apparently beaming into my office, even though I have curtains. But hey, it's a best of 5, Monkey Man. Let's get on with it.
Slow motion into fast motion. It's real, it's on time, and it's now. It's best of 5. And it's the collision course that all of you have been waiting on. Pippa versus Nemesis. Players that used to be on the same teams all switched around, and the top of Europe continues to be the top. Nemesis, you saw him a moment ago. You're going to see him again. Glories, Snipe Drone, SLG, and Woodham. The combination factor of these players steals and takes and displaces so much great overall success. But Pippa with Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighties. This matchup here, I mean, it feels like obviously everyone knew that it would be coming, but now in HCS form, we get to see how this is going to happen as we go into our maps. You know, we've seen something old and something new. Well, we're going to something tried and true as we go into our regular best of 5. You've seen pretty much all these before.
Yeah, we're going to start with a King of the Hill on Solitude, a Slayer on Livefire, a Strongholds Recharge at least, and then an Oddball Streets and an Aqua Slayer. That just sounds like a map and mode pool from year 3, Monkey Man, because that is the same. But yeah, I'm excited. Look, I mean, in the end, look, you bring Neutral Bomb in, you bring Origin on, like, you know, that's cool. It adds diversity to a map pool, which as a map pool maker for our tournaments, I really appreciate. But you know what? Just chucking in the tried and the true, right? King of the Hill Solitude. Love this. It's gonna be a sick start. I'm excited to kind of see this. I'm excited to see this matchup, right? They've scrimmed, but this is the first time we get to see them in real anger. Like I said, Pippa didn't really play any of our off-season tournaments, unfortunately, right, due to different things. But here we go. I'm excited to get this going.
This is going to be a fast one. It's going to be a fight to the absolute finish, and it's going to be some squads that have a lot of experience and a lot of history with one another. And whoever really controls the overall kind of power weapon disparity here should be able to really kind of run the gamut. Woodham wants to be able to take this one down, but they get snatched up instead. Pippa knows priority goes over to the shock rifle, and they want to own that top level. And I'm not surprised to see some early slaying before we even set foot on this hill.
Yeah, it is going to be Seeker with the shock rifle as well. We could use a reload, but it doesn't matter. It's going to absolutely kill off Woodham. Nemesis have 0 time on this hill so far. Also, for the love of God, anyone watching, please have an org sign these guys. Please. Like, they're going to HCS. All their travel is covered, guys. Like, just sign them, pay them. Let them have boot camps, for the love of God, please.
Let them have. Oh, remote detonation as well. They slid into an explosive. But this is definitely going to be one of those squads that finds their way not just through Europe, but possibly into some final form of what we saw last HCS year as well. Remember, they had top 6 at least a couple of times, and I feel like they're going to be doing the same kind of output, maybe even better this time. Nemesis finally getting some time. It felt like it took forever for them to finally win enough pressure into this upswing. They used the repulsor to really gain a surprise attack.
Whoa, SLG, that was filth. Just gets up the top, finds a kill, jumps back down, can see Chick up there as well, puts him in the bin. Oh man, that is nuts. Finds a killing spree double, SLG just everywhere. Gonna get camo as well. It's gonna look real good. Jimbo is gonna find a kill. They are gonna get on this hill, but Snipe Drone uses the camo and gets away. And I tell you what, this first hill has not disappointed. Tightly contested. Wooten should finish that off and does. 3 dead for Pippa. And it should be Jimbo spawning here. He'll get pushed back and this should be, I believe, the hill going to Nemesis.
Great quick start. Because remember, we saw round 1 at the start of this bracket. Different, different level, different creed, different overall kind of style of gameplay between teams, but still a full start at the beginning of Solitude King of the Hill is not indicative of what it's going to be at the very end. So Nemesis, they drop 3 early, and again, it's Pippa with feet and boots early onto the hill, but they also have to control kind of the dynamic swing of this. The shock rifle is going to be coming up, and you see all of Nemesis in that front side corner outside hotel going to be moving forward to try and take on some of these fights, and Sika's keeping them occupied for long enough to make it difficult to get to yard.
Yeah, they're trying to go yard, and it will be Snipe Drone that finds the kill. It will be Mighty's last one left alive. You see, people are still trying the jiggle peek, Monkey Man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was really obviously trying to jiggle peek, but it's so slow right now. And Jimbo is actually through the net of SLG. But once again, right, Pippa just finding half a hill and then just getting just getting really nothing done after that. Mighty's goes down. And this, honestly, this should be the second hill as well. Seeker's going to be one shot. Maybe he gets to be cleaned up. Maybe he doesn't. But, I mean, Nemesis have found a fantastic way to get this done, right? They take a little time to get the setup. But once they get the setup, it is impossible to get them off that hill. 2-0.
It really is. They just create this big barrier that they brick by brick they build, and even when you bulldoze through them initially, they bring back even more resources to do it again the same. And again, it's about the calm that exists for Nemesis. They know that they can slay out. They know that there's some big play callers around this squad. And Woodham started off very early. He had 9 kills within the first minute and a half or so, and put Pippa on their heels when it looked like they were going to be in control. Hill number 3 is already being now pushed back against Pippa, and they're sending in the overall fight 1s and 2s. Nemesis is not getting at all perturbed by this, and they're bringing the numbers in return. Chick got caught in the corner, and finally maybe Pippa has a chance, but they only have Mighties on the map.
That's me in the corner. Yep, that was Chick getting absolutely slammed in the corner as well. Oh, Seeker gonna be there. Oh, almost a perfect 5 kills, 5 shots, I should say, from Glory. But look at this hill. So much time. This is actually a reverse of what happens, right? Like, Pippa usually the ones finding a lot of time on this hill to begin with. Jimbo, he's going to be super low. Might be naded out as well. Just about surviving. The ping's coming through. Mighty's is there too. He's going to find the kill. But it is, again, a triple kill for SLG. 1, 2, 3. SLG, rack them up. And it looks like it's about to be a 3rd hill as well. And Nemesis are dominating. SLG is 17-4, Monkey Man. What?
It was Dude is McNasty. We had seen moments in the offseason where it seemed like SLG had faded away and there was a heavy reliance on Snipe Drone and Woodham to put out the damage. Right now, SLG has proven that HCS is here and he is going to stamp those 3 letters all over it. Camo got picked up but not burned. It is off platform but still on bridge. Sika hoping to get it into his hands and maybe at least get it off of the map. It gets fully used even though he is now dead. 3 out of 4 down for Pippa, but that has been the pattern so far, James. Nemesis keeps them staggered, forces out these fights, and now you throw a couple plasmas that actually play completely the wrong way. Chick is gonna run up into this ramp position and they're gonna try out for this hill.
Yeah, beautiful work. And finally, Pippa. But again, Monkey Man, it's again at the start of a hill that Pippa are finding this, right? Like, Wootum going down. They got to find this pressure over the whole hill. And you can see... I don't know if the Disruptor Pistol is... I don't actually know what's G8 anymore. Yeah, I mean...
Something.
Lucid basically was like, look, we've un-G8 everything. But I didn't ever see any posts about re-G8ing anything. But, look, the thing about this is I know they're trying to get kills, but... Guys, just stick on the hill a little bit, please. It is going to be Chick down there. It is going to be the perfect from Jimbo. And with 2 dead, this should be a Pippa hill. But everyone's just dying as soon as Observer goes to them.
Observer curse. There we go. It's that might be something to use. They're gonna get caught on flank. Not really too much you can do from that U-turn, but look at the pre-position that we're getting out of Nemesis. Even if this hill is going away, which eventually it does, they already had feet on the ground for hill number 5 up into that shock rifle position. They want to make sure to control that high ground, force Pippa to have to walk into them, and yet they're losing some of these fights. 3 go down. Pippa knows Nemesis's tendencies because of how long they've played with them, both as teammates and as opponents, and so they know that one's going to be a tough hill to climb, if you will. Nemesis is going to have now the starter kit. They have to start looking at that neutral time. Don't want to allow too much of this to roll off the clock. Campbell will be picked up. They want to burn it off of Woodham. He will go down. That was a great sight line, and they're going to continue to hold this hill.
Yeah, and this is the easiest hill to hold. Am I getting trolled, man? I thought this was hill number 2 always. But maybe I'm just getting trolled. Maybe it is. This has always been hill 5. It's been too long, man. It's been too long. But
been a while.
It's been a while. But yeah, I mean, hill number 2, sorry, for Pippa, but that hill right there has always been the easiest hill to hold, right? That C hill is always super easy. And you can see it right there, like Pippa got 1 set of kills and then it was so difficult to get them out of it. But hey, it's 3-2 with 1 minute and 20 to go. So if you're Nemesis, are you trying to play for overtime? Which I can tell you absolutely never works. Manages to get a kill with the plasma anyway. It's going to be Jimbo finding another kill. Are you trying to play for OT or are you trying to play to get this hill? And the answer should be that you're trying to play to get this hill. But I wanted to talk about SLG. With 17-4, it's now 19-11. It's gone 2-7 in the last run of play.
It's an amazing counter run. Shock rifle being in the hands of Woodham. 4 fall for Pippa. This is looking very similar, eerily so in a horror-style sense for Pippa. And now as you have that cross-spawn location, 3 playing to the outside here for Nemesis. They know they can take up that glass-to-window position, and that would be a very strong kind of anti-slay situation against Pippa, who has to get feet on the hill. Less than a minute to go. That's going to be a backsmack, a double kill. Jimbo keeping the team protected. Chick is going to stay on that corner, and if they win one more little micro fight, as long as they keep Nemesis separated from off this truck, should be able to get this hill. They have about 4 seconds of hill time that need to get accumulated. 45 seconds now starting to burn out. Nemesis wants to keep this one away from yard. They have a man on, and they've got shock rifle with Chick. Oh, they just need that 1 second.
Oh, Chick finds a great kill as well. A beautiful double kill. But all Pippa need to do is jump on this hill, which they will. But Snipe Drone is there, and Seeker slides in to confirm it. It's going to be 3 apiece. And I said already we were going yard. We're going yard again. We're going to see what they can do. Jimbo going to be down at posters. Camo up as well. Seeker going to be finding out Wootum. Maybe the play is to jump on this hill. 17 seconds to go. Looks like we might be going to OT if the boys from Nemesis. I mean, look at the switch, man. Like it's freaking crazy. Look, they can see that Pippa are on the hill. 8 seconds to go. Time is climbing. And Wootum gonna duck down. He knows where Seeker is. Gonna leave it to his teammates. SLG gonna find that kill. Chick gonna be there as well. Can they 1v1? Can they 1v1? He can't, but he dives forward and dies anyway. And now it's Glory left alive. There's 6 seconds to go and Pippa. Oh my god, this would be another reverse sweep on stream in a map. And there's one push for Nemesis. And I'm not even sure they can get there either. There's only a few seconds left. Pippa from 3-0 down. Might be able to close this out. They're flooding in. I'm not sure they can get there. They can. There's 4 seconds. Jimbo's by himself. But look at this. Nemesis pulling it out of the bag right at the last second, Monkey Man. But can they hold on? Jimbo, he's going to get shot in the back with the perfect. And there's 1 second before overtime.
If you feel like you're going to lose that team fight, there's no reason to stick to that hill any further. Overtime would be the safer idea. So now you've got 2 minutes. So this plays for the long clock. Nemesis has been backed up all the way to that U-turn and more. Jimbo was trying to play sneak thief from outside of long haul, and now he gets killed out. Nemesis was seeing this be a storybook ending for map number 1 in favor of Pippa. They lose it from window. Everyone's here, and Pippa completes the reverse sweep in King of the Hill Solitude. What a way to come back through. Nemesis has been put on notice, James. This ain't a one-horse race. They're neck and neck, and they take a head lead.
Oh my god. Mighties. I think he just dropped 27 kills as well. That is unbelievable. Man, the scary things were there, right? Yeah, 27 kills, man. That's crazy. Like, the chaos was there at the start. Like, you saw them kind of, you know, take so much of the first few hills, but then lose out. But then in the end, just to go 3-0 up and then to goof it, like, oh man, that's so rough. We're not going to wait around though. I mean, look, 7k damage for Mighties, 8k damage for SLG in a losing effort is crazy as well. 7k for Wootum, but man, we're going to jump into map number 2. It is a Slayer on live fire. There is a sniper and a camo and about 8 dangerous players with those 2 combos of things. But oh my god, man. Nemesis, you got to be like, okay, we were 3-0 up. We were doing all the right things. But hey, man, props to Pippa because that reverse sweep was crazy.
That was such a crucial time, especially because a team that, you know, they were looking at possible roster changes and, you know, obviously kind of reseeding people at the table, and now for who they are, and Jimbo putting down the captain visor and now picking up what is the big controller again. Everyone's showing up in that previous game and
put
keeping
the clipboard
calm.
and pen down.
Yeah, no longer the short shorts and you know, chilling off to the side and telling people what to do.
And
now
the whistle.
They get to flex. Yeah, looking like a football coach. Oh boy, SLG though, we gotta talk about how the fact they faded a little bit late game. If they can keep the early start that they had in that game, especially into this Slayer, Nemesis should be able to create quite the wave.
Yeah, speaking of waves, it is going to be 3-0 currently. Having said that though, it is going to be a couple of kills for Pippa! Oh my god, Glory! He finds one. Can he find a second? He is going to clip the body. You definitely heard it. SLG going to clean up that kill as well. Going to trade with Jimbo. And I can tell you one thing, sir. There is no love lost between those two guys, so punching each other in the face virtually, you know, that's going to be fine. Seeker does manage to avoid the snipe as it goes past. Wootum is there, fighting Chick as well. Mighties is coming over. He's going to get shot in the back. Wootum going to get the call out. Seeker's going to be there. Oh my god, he actually finds Snipe Drone. That's a crazy kill. Chick gets Tomb as well. And it's 7-5 for Nemesis right now. And you can see Glory with this sniper. He's waiting. Oh, he does miss Chick though. Oh. Just playing hide and seek, you know, just trying to work it out. There's one shot left. Can he make it count? SLG finds Mighties. He can't. Seeker, should be shot in the back by Snipe Drone. And we'll wait and see. Yeah.
That was That was a almost like a laboratory showcase of what metal looks like under a microscope. Just look. Oh, and playing hide and seek at like a 3rd floor level. My apartment's up there. Keep it calm. Nemesis, they had a hot start and they've kept a 4-kill lead, but that's never a sure thing. Big trades happen in opposite. So everything, it feels like it's in this weird moment of kind of nerves for Nemesis. They obviously are going out finding some big shots, but they're not exactly landing the sure thing against Pippa. And Pippa, because of that first map win, trying to experiment a little bit here on Livefire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them, right? Like, and it's going to be interesting, I think. And this is kind of like why I'm so excited for this season, is because you have these two teams who have, you know, kind of become from an amalgamation of the two top teams, right? You've literally got the top 8 players and you've split them out. I think it's going to be really interesting these first few weeks as they kind of work out what they're good at, you know, what they're not good at. They're gonna try and kind of, there's gonna be teething problems for both teams, I think, and it's just gonna be like who gets the W's on the certain maps as well. Like, I don't think, just like we had with Na'Vi and ITB and Quadrant, is that sometimes ITB would win, sometimes Quadrant would win, but, you know, it would just be whichever maps. Oh my god, someone get that sniper out of his hands. He is absolutely flying right now. Yeah, I don't think it's, I think it's just going to be map pool, right? Like, for the first few weeks at least. Like, it was the same with Quadrant and ITB. Some week, ITB would win. Some weeks, Quadrant would win. But it wasn't always, like, one definitely beating the other all the time. So, yeah, I'm excited to see kind of how they, you know, react to each other and build the intensity and work out, you know, over the few weeks. So, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, that's definitely a truth that will be kind of elaborated over the next month, because we've got today for Open Series number 1. We got a couple of Open Series thereafter, and then you have the Open Qual for the Major at the very end of things to see who's going to get some flight coverage and some hotel stay to go to Arlington. Sika will end up winning out that fight. I think they had a combination kill, and so far, Nemesis, even with that early lead, has started to fade just a little bit. You see the patience and the poise, and honestly, player of the day for me right now out of Pippa has definitely been Chick. Feel like they definitely had some question marks, but man, all the questions are absolutely being answered. This sniper has been treated like a guillotine, and they are cutting off heads left and right.
Yeah, beautiful play from Chick right there. But yeah, this is probably also, I would have to say, the only major qualifier as Chick on a killing spree right now. Is going to try and find SLG as well. Former teammate shoots him in the back after an assist as well. And Pippa starting to run away with this. Mighty's 2 kills, but 11 assists. Chick 13 and 5. Doing a lot of damage. What I was going to say is it's probably going to be the only major qualifier where we see both of these teams play each other. Because generally, after each of the majors last year, top 6... You know, if you got top 6, you didn't have to play, and an EU team always got top 6. So this major qualifier going to be more important than ever, I can tell you. When we get there.
I can't wait to see the international stage. I know this is kind of early talks, but
it's HCS in Texas, you know?
Oh man, it's gonna be in Texas twice, by the way, because they're gonna be doing the second one in Dallas. So I hope you guys like the North Texas area. It's a pretty state of things. But we've now started to eclipse that early 30 mark, is when things usually either slow down or ramp up, and it looks like we're starting to play a bit of speedball. 3 down for Pippa. It's still within 1 margin of difference, and even though it's been that, it feels like Nemesis has always been playing now from behind for the last several minutes. They take control. You have top snipes ready to spawn, as Pippa has taken up a tower position to try and get ready for it. Sika receives a nade to the face, and that goes 2 down one way, 3 the other. Nemesis losing out on some of these late-term battles, and it's only going to be a few extra skirmishes until the late portion here of Slayer. Wouldn't it be crazy if Nemesis ended up in the lower side of the bracket, but Pippa still has some work to do before that's even gonna, manifest?
Yeah, I mean, look, Pippa with all the pressure, right? They are the #1 seed going into today, so, you know, for Nemesis, you're technically the underdog in terms of seeds. Like, yes, you have the Org and Wootum with a sexy double kill. He's going to get naded out by Sika, though. He'll get taken down on Nest Bridge. And it is going to be Nemesis that are the first ones to pass 40. And I will say, if Nemesis win this, like it's gonna feel weird, Monkey Man, because they usually the Slayers is where they're not as hot as the other game modes. So yeah, if they can work out a way to get this done, I think that's gonna be a huge feather in their cap going forward this year. But for Pippa, right, like you've done a reverse sweep already, so you shouldn't be worried that you're only 1-0 down. So sorry, 1-0, 1 kill down. That's what I was getting. I knew what I was talking about.
How calmly they played that too. They are able to get a kill off of the splash from that plasma grenade. Now they're going to immediately kind of reconvene. They're going to go towards that camo position. Gloria leading the charge. All of Pippa knows where they've been separated from. Mighty's gets good visual, but camo has been now turned on completely. Mighty's going to go and return, but Nemesis is finding the 1s, the 2s, and in late game of Slayer, those matter so much more. It's going to be a little backsmack tap as Chick is able to finally get rid of Glory. They know that Snipe is down in long A hall as they try to just take up all that space. Oh, they don't recognize him from behind. Glory's got a free shot. See if they can be able to get that kill as well. It's all tied up. James, we're within 7 apiece, and Pippa is taking the lead back, but it's just so neck and neck.
Oh my lord. And it is going to be the sniper in Seeker's hands, and he finds a beautiful kill. Oh, he takes Wootum's head clean off. Oh my god, Jimbo finds Snipe Drone as well with the sidekick. Jim on mic violence. Never thought I'd see the day. But here we are. It's going to be Jimbo as well. You can see the players of Nemesis pushing though. It is going to be Snipe Drone who finds Mighty's. 46 to 45. And it is going to be Wootum who gets Chick. The QT used as well. Snipe Drone finds a kill. It's Nemesis in the lead again. But it's going to be the double pick. Jimbo actually gets back smacked. And it's Mighty's here. Can he go down? Oh my god, Snipe Drone finds him. And Nemesis are 1 kill away. Chick's going to be 1 shot. But are they going to over-push this? Are they going to over-chow? Or are they going to try and wait? It's a trade, and Nemesis tied up 1 apiece.
That was huge. It was such calm IGLing for Pippa. They had played to retreat, but you also saw them recognizing that they didn't want to take first contact when it was in that low side of live fire. They went into that tunnel, and then when they popped out, that QT play had all heads spinning because they were chased from low tunnel, and then they were able to use the QT. It's the rope-a-dope. It's that wombo combo. You can't get away from it. But what a tight Slayer this was. Nemesis, they've got to feel a little bit better the fact that they were able to pull that one out, and now we're in the tied series.
Yeah, and Glory, look at that. 13 assists. Mighty's with 13 as well. Chick up the top, 17 kills, right? You'll have to see it. Wootum not doing as much damage as I thought he would, right? SLG, another 5k. Man, like, SLG, I mean, Wootum managed 12 kills, and SLG had 13, and the difference in damage was 1.5k. Like, wow. That's bananas when you think about it. But look, Wootum, always, and I think the important thing here is that ITB had always felt like Wootum, at least from my perspective, like had to do a lot of damage and always did a lot of damage for ITB to kind of get it to work. And when he struggled, they struggled. Not all the time, right? But that's kind of the general feeling. But here, I mean, he came last by like 1.5k damage or 2k damage. But they still got it done, right? And I think that's what I'm looking for out of Nemesis this year, is to take that step where you're not just relying on the super kid, right? The super M&K man to get it done. So that's what I'm excited for. Pippa, yeah, man, that's a little tough in there. They just got a little, like you said, the QT player, they just got a little kind of lost in the end. But hey, it's still, oh my god. But yeah, it's still 1 apiece, so I'm excited to see how this goes, and it's Pippa who we're going to get on the board first.
Look, the quick side strafe play has been absolutely replaced by the wiggles on overload. I've seen that in my ranked gameplay. It's pretty much everywhere, and I'm going to need to get better at it because apparently that's the only way you can really play this game anymore. Shock rifle will be prioritized as you get points, well, scored just the tiniest bit here by Nemesis. Camo online, and Chick continues to frag out like they have been. They're going to be covering down with this in a plenty. B getting flipped. So Pippa begins their soft scoring run, and this is where we need to start paying attention as to what they want to prioritize, because when we see into like trip caps, it's about forcing out plays from your opponents, but when they also play from off of sight is to get them to kind of rotate away. So you'll see maybe B go down, but also playing into C. Shock Rifle not landing completely on time, so it's going to be Pippa that sees themselves challenged out.
Yeah, and it's going to be Jimbo, who was hiding in a different spot, and Glory going to get shot in the back. Snipe drone down here, though. 22-6 right now. Oh my god, okay. I was about to say, like, don't lose that. That's kind of unlosable, but he does get it done. SLG finds Chick. It's still weird to me, man. Like, having watched, you know, these guys play so much last year on the same team, that, like, SLG is not on the same team as Seeker is, like, yeah, feels weird. But hey, Seeker's going to grab camo, and we're just going to have to get used to it this season, you know, Monkey Man? That's just how it is now. That's how it is now.
I've been told to deal with it more times in my life than not.
Just deal with
it. That's build a bridge, get over it. Well, I don't have a budget for that kind of architecture. Oh, sneaky Seeker, bang! All right. So they get a trip cap temporarily. C-Plat's going to be under threat, but that's also telling this Pippa squad they know where Nemesis is. They're going to be coming out of that Hydro position, and they either got to walk up long haul or they're going to kind of rotate through that control room. So again, Pippa having a mind for the map, kind of got that macro gameplay, and Nemesis in the hole.
Yeah, Nemesis gonna have to work something out pretty quick. Shock Rifle about to be up in about 5-6 seconds. Oh my god, SLG, but Seeker finds the killing spree, but even though he has it, it is gonna be Pippa. Sorry, it's gonna be Nemesis that take A, and are looking to take B as well. The trade is there. B will get taken, C will get traded back. So it is gonna be Nemesis that starts scoring. It is gonna be contested. Jimbo finds a great kill. Wooten gonna take the shock rifle. Thought he was gonna take the shock rifle. He won't, but Jimbo does go down. And now Nemesis needing to reset that B, but it won't be. It'll get taken. Glory, he's gonna one-on-one here with Seeker. Snipe drone comes in. Seeker's gonna go down. Glory finds Mighties as well. And Jimbo gets SLG in the return, but B and C are with Pippa.
That is some bananas survivability through both of those fights. I swore that was going to go the right way for Pippa, but instead B is going to get flipped after all that infighting over towards A. So out of that Whirlpool section, you're finding some value now for Nemesis. They're going to try and do the same thing as Shock Rifle is up and online, but they want to give it to the right man. Snipe Drone, play off the plasma, and quick punch from the little green gun as well. Always kind of works out if they can get some extra damage, bonuses for that. But they want to get SLG this power weapon. And look how he's going to play right off the hip. That is a great way to start getting yourself in position. Just a bit of platforming. It just feels like he's playing some Mario Kart out here. I know Mario Kart's not a platformer. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow, I can't believe.
I can't believe. Yeah.
That's unbelievable. But yeah, Mario Kart should be a platformer. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine? That'd be having the drift off of little platforms. I can't do that. I can barely win the main game. Come on.
As long as it's not Rainbow Road, I'm okay. My wife knows I'm terrible.
Why not? What? Well, hold on. Whoa. That's an opinion.
No, it's just because I'm bad at it. I'm just bad at it. You know?
Rainbow?
Yeah, whenever we play, my wife's like, all right, Rainbow Road is a lock-in. I know that. She knows she can beat me. Like, it's just how it is. I'm just bad at Rainbow Road.
You know? All right, I guess.
But,
that's fine.
One question before we get back to it. Favorite driver? Who's your go-to driver for Mario Kart?
Oh, bro, it's Yoshi all day. Come on.
Okay. I'm a Luigi man. So at least we're both green. You know?
Yeah. Hey, pro and anti-healthcare, all that. That's fine.
No. Speaking of anti-healthcare, SLG on 10 kills. It's getting some body bags going. But it is going to be Nemesis, who are the first ones to pass triple digits. Mate, this has been super back and forward again, and I can tell you, like, this feels, so far from what I've seen in like 2.5 games, like really Quad and Na'Vi in Season 2, where it was like super back and forward. There were grand final resets all the time. Like, this is the same vibe that I'm already starting to get, and if that's the case, I'm so hyped for this season, man. Like, this winners final isn't even done, and I'm super hyped.
I mean, I'm going to be that the entirety of it because my main flavor of what I got from HCS for Europe was definitely from last year. And now being able to see what everyone had been kind of talking about, it felt like everyone had, you know, rose-tinted glasses and stars in their eyes and was hoping for a better tomorrow. And now getting to see how the evolution of these teams has really come about, I can start to feel that same way as well. The esports scene is healing. Halo is coming out up, and so is Nemesis. Remember, they started in the hole early on here with Pippa taking control of these early hills. And when you see this clock going forward, I mean, it's forever, but it feels like Nemesis is definitely beginning this extension, and Pippa is struggling to get the troops rallied. That is a key thing that they came back with that King of the Hill map in the start of this series, was collectively getting back together, winning those fights. They've been separated and segmented by Nemesis, and that's why they're now about to crest 150.
Yeah, Nemesis kind of feeling really locked in, right? Like on a huge streak at the moment. Pippa haven't really scored at all in the last little while. Jimbo gonna go down as well, and he had shock rifle. Having said that though, I was gonna say A and B were gonna get converted, but Nemesis gonna take back A. Chick gonna get hit again. It's a nade that's not bouncing. The spotter, the mark assist. Wooten finds Mighties, the grapple coming through. They're going for another trip cap. They haven't been very successful with these. But Jimbo... Well, it is going to be a trip cap in the end, but Jimbo finding a great stick, and you can see on the minimap... Not the minimap, the walls. Oh, man. We've been talking about minimaps before. What? Okay, he missed it. Oh, no, the whiff. We were talking about mini-maps before, sorry. Pippa through the walls, we're going for C, and the trip cap is quickly demolished.
They also, whenever you go for a trip cap, it creates two things. You're trying to bait them to have to solidify or into a single site, and there's just so many targets, but if you lose multiple team fights, then it creates kind of a two-target swing. So even so, Nemesis was still gaining some ground and some points. 205 and climbing. Pippa has not been able to really kind of control that rotation, and if they continue to have these better trades, it'll be huge. Woodham off that sense, they run right out. They might be able to get a triple. No, that will be denied. Camo in the hands of Snipe Drone, and it feels like this game is in the hands of Nemesis at this point forward. Another trip cap to force the hand of Pippa. It's about 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, the start of this game really felt like it was gonna, oh my god, was gonna go the way of Pippa, right? They looked so good super early, and this game is by no means done, right? Like, Jimbo just popping out, getting double teamed right there. But, like, you know, it's never over until the fat lady sings, right? Like, that's always what they say, especially with strongholds. We've seen some insane comebacks. RIP that quad against OpTic where they had like 249 and lost it, but you know, it's one of those things that Nemesis have just looked better as a team in this game, right? Like, the King of the Hill was, yeah, you sometimes lose those and it just feels bad, but yeah, it's just going to be one of those things that Nemesis have looked really good. They are going to lose that B and C setup, so Pippa are going to get to double digits and triple digits, even. I know how many digits there are and things, I'm sure. But, look, 239 to 103, but Nemesis has looked really good. Now they just got to finish this off. They do have a huge lead. Good night. But yeah, it's just about finishing this off strong because you don't want to get reverse swept from here because that would be super awkward as well. But yeah, Nemesis have just looked a little bit more kind of the team play. It's been better.
They've needed that ever since they lost that first map in a reverse sweep of the King of the Hill on Solitude.
Ooh, okay.
If they had not stabilized into that Slayer, I felt like this could have been emotionally walking the other way. A is going to get flipped, 242. They're flipping B as well, so even though you're point on target for one, you can't do the rest. Jimbo with, you know, old man hands on the rock. They're able to get one. Maybe flipping that mid battery site if they can. They're deep into the corner. They know they're coming from over top. They do not connect, and yet they're doing it again. Won't be able to have the melee. Don't need it. It's a trip cap. Can Pippa keep Nemesis off site long enough? They're going for at least a chain lightning, and they land a killing spree. The coach himself, if he was gonna be, is now laying out some damage down and yard. So A getting flipped, and they gain 2 extra points on the Nemesis side, but AC's setup, they're slowly crawling up, but it is all of seconds away, and it's gonna be a decision. Where do you go as they force their hand?
The guy's 29. What do you mean, old man hands?
He's old as heck. He's
That's
basically
so
in the grave.
There's 1 second to go. There's 1 second to go, and they're capturing B and A. They've lost A. Can they finish capping C? They literally need 1 second to close this out. It may feel impossible, but we've seen it before. And they're gonna cap C, and it's gonna be done in Nemesis. It was a slow start, but 250 to 145. 23 kills from the Tuminator. Oh, I like that.
Tuminator.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm gonna roll with that one for the rest of the season. Yeah, he drops 23 kills, but yeah, Nemesis just the team play, that huge streak in the middle as well is gonna carry them over the line.
Yeah, that first start, I think it was like maybe a 70, 80 point differential at the beginning of the game, and then Nemesis started really taking control. They were forced out to that long haul position, and what a clutch top level of control room strat, because they had taken B to keep Overwatch to C plat because it's just wide open, but so are you. If you have anyone watching from that segment, they never got to have eyes on target, which allowed for that site to be picked up. So now we go into map number 4. Nemesis has flipped this series back into their hands and into their control, and that means that we've got Oddball on Streets. And so we're going through the 2024 classics, if you will, now, James. And I'll be talking about what is potential up for our grand final afterwards, because it's definitely old and new and opposites of these 2 different finals.
Yeah, Oddball Streets, a true banger. I'm excited to see this. Also, SLG, by the way, 6.7k damage. Like, that man has come in today with shoot gun on mine, because he has basically topped the damage charts on almost every map so far, and it's great to see, right? Like, it's one of those things where SLG last year did a lot of damage, right, but would sometimes get a lot of assists, and like sometimes you're like, I want a little more, but yeah, he's doing a lot of kills, he's doing a lot of damage, and maybe, you know, this team switch has been good for him in terms of just enabling him, like in CS, right? Sometimes you need to move team to get your role and work it out, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from him so far. It is going to be Seeker, though. The fine snipe drone, Wootem, with a beautiful double kill. He's on 3, and Nemesis almost wipe Pippa, and they're going to grab the ball and yeah, find some points.
Start out right now for Pippa, but they also, whenever you have initial ball control here on Streets, it's such a both great and terrible thing, because you can have early success, and the suffering from success, though, can start because when you set up into a strong position, if you lose out on the next team fight, well, that position is going to be taken from you, and we see that so often, especially for just regular oddball, and street ball is no different, as they're now going to be set up back to Tram. Pippa will slide this one into their back pocket, and Nemesis, they're now going to have to fight their way through one of these 3 lanes. The key thing, though, is that they've got all the options in the world, and Pippa, they're winning some of these exchanges off of this back ramp position. Can they be able to get that? They use a repulsor to protect themselves, but they're shot from behind.
So you're like calling, it's like you were calling a wife there, Pippa, come back, Pippa, Pippa. But yeah, Chick is gonna be trying to find Snipe Drone. Jimbo with a beautiful double kill. Glory gonna trade him and Snipe Drone just absolutely puts Chick in the bin. Says, no thank you, sir. Should be able to find this kill onto Seeker as well. Gets a killing spree. Trying to jiggle peek. Finds a double. Can he find more? Ball is gonna be dropped. Jimbo goes down as well. And I tell you what, they're gonna find Camo. Can he get away? It's gonna be Snipe Drone. Choosing not to use the new jump just at this second. We'll wait for his shields to come back. Just trying to see where the guys from Pippa will come.
Uh-oh. Oh boy, that's huge, actually. Because Mighty's was... It's all about timing. When you're going to pop up with when you have a live camo on. And now that ends up going the wrong way. Check nade, and now a trade nade as Jimbo will come through. And so far, I mean, what, Snipe Drone, they're now 9-4. Under that POV makes a lot of sense, because this is also one of those players that we got to see so much value of last time around. They're going to use that new jump to come up and take over bridge. Mighties will fall, and half the team does the same thing for Pippa. So a bit of neutral ball as this one goes to the bin, the dumpster, the trash can, whatever you want to call it. It's in the repo right now, as it's been picked back up by Nemesis. Feels like they're in a lot of great control right now in backside tram.
Does anyone actually know what Pippa stands for? Like, is it an acronym for something, or I don't know.
I thought it was like a, you know, like Peppa Pig, but like Pippa Peg. I don't know, something. I had no idea what to make sense of it.
All right. Hey, apparently, according to I don't know why I know this, but according to Peppa Pig, they're having another kid. I don't know. That was just.
Let's go, man. I knew that they were busy whenever she's on her adventures, but wow.
Thank you, Twitter, and having a niece that's 3 years old. But speaking of getting busy, it's Nemesis who are really getting busy holding this oddball because they are absolutely smashing round number 1 so far. SLG finds a kill. Chick. Snipe drone trying to peek that. Dangerous to peek. Is going to get naded as well. Is going to go down to no shields. Camo's there as well. Glory. He's going to shoot Seeker. Ball, the camo, snipe drone. Oh, the cover as well. It's going to allow snipe drone to get camo. Wooten finds a kill. Ball might reset in a second, but it's actually going to be Nemesis, I think, that grabbed it. Chick finds one. Snipe drone's going to kill him. Ball does get reset. Jimbo is going to jump up. Going to get one shot from Snipe drone, who does have this camo. It's 14-4 right now. He gets a beautiful double kill. And it's really Nemesis who are destroying this round.
Yeah, this is Pippa pegging in true form because they are always getting caught from behind. Nemesis is definitely taking advantage of this backside rotation, and they are now just being kind of laid out. Woodham is going to get caught, at least from outside of this sidekick spawn. Oh, no GAs, no problem. The assault rifle. It's been a year, baby. They're taking the sandbox and seeing what they can make use of it just before maybe this first round of oddball completes.
I've missed you, my assault rifle. I've missed you so much. But yeah, I mean, doesn't look like that's G8, so I'm excited to see that back. Mighties, can he find the kill? Jeez, it's almost like back in year 2 with that BR right there. But it is going to be with 5 seconds left. Pippa that do manage to find the ball. Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting Peppa Pig lore to drop while you're watching Halo, you know? We bring you all the things. I'm a man of the people.
So far, the people here on streets are ready for all the loud carousing to be complete. Last few seconds, we'll just be run up to A-plat. Nemesis eventually will get this first round done. A lot of give and chase, and Pippa had, again, it's a great early start. They definitely knew that they wanted to play towards Tram, but as soon as that kind of stayed out into neutral yard, Nemesis was just taking advantage. We've got Snipe Drone at 17-7, and the rest of Pippa kind of coming up negative.
Yeah, hopefully it's only negative on the scoreboard and not negative in the mental. Can't be affording to have that, even though you are 1-0 down. Streets oddball, always, right? The longest, pretty much always the longest game mode. You know, we've seen Streets oddball go to 25 minutes, right? Like, you can spend an eternity in this map. So, just because you've lost round number 1 doesn't mean that it's all over, Red Rover. Snipe Drone finds a great kill, but he goes down 4 dead. And Jimbo with a camo and no one to use it against. But it's going to be Pippa once again. Gonna be the first one on the board. Snipe Drone 18-9. Man has so much damage already. You can see Jimbo has had camo and has literally seen no one. Like, genuinely no one. And now it sees SLG, but SLG gonna get away. And this is like, and the camo is gonna expire, and he saw one person for like half a second the whole time.
I mean, the good news is if you see no one, that's information about where they're not, right? So in general information, you know that if they're not here and you haven't seen them in these wide swaths of territory, they're rotating away. So we've stuck with Jimbo for what seems the longest time, one of his longest lives, and it's really when no one's interacting with him. Now Woodham and the gang are literally running it down. Mighties is about to see this one be a skull party in PD, and they were the one invited by the rest. 3 falling out for Pippa. And Nemesis, they were getting a bit impatient about finally getting hands on the rock.
Yeah, it is going to be Nemesis who do find their way. Wootum. You know, it's in Finland, man. It's cold. You want a skull that's on fire. You know, it's going to warm you up. I get that. I get that. Wootum. He's gonna start to get naded though. Mighty's gonna be in here. Can he find his former teammate? Yep, just punches him right in the face. And he's gonna pick it up 40-15. And at this rate, we're heading to a round 3 unless Nemesis can sort it out. But they've kind of been really played off the map in this round so far. And Pippa already halfway to victory. SLG, I was talking about how he's been shooting gun. Does only have 9 kills. Has 10 assists though, but be wanting to lay down a little bit more damage. Snipe drone up the top with 21. Like I said, it's good to see that the team is not just like, we need Wootum to do all the damage to win, because I think that's going to help them a lot when they go to the international lands, right? That you don't have to rely as much on one player to kind of get it done. It allows Wootum to be a little more freed up as well, I think.
I mean, we're seeing shades of what was first split version of foe/ITV before Snipe Drone was taken over to Quadrant. I feel like that combination with him and Wootum was basically the play of what they were trying to have in the first place. And there's a reason Snipe Drone got snatched up. You're seeing it right now, 23-15. Big trade's going to happen as both teams are halved in terms of power. About 21 seconds or so to go for Pippa to force this to go around number 3 of this oddball and ultimately to have a chance to force a map 5 Slayer. But Nemesis is definitely top heavy right now in the Slay department. Pippa, much kind of more balanced sheet. Mighty's at 20 and 15, who will be sticking with. He gets some information that they're underneath that A plat. What a great slide as they will reposition backside PD. Jimbo will be up in a pond and on top of them. Oh, but it's been horror jump scares in the police department corner because they just come in swinging.
Yeah, and it is going to be Jimbo that does find Wootum. Seeker just throwing out nades. That's the other thing we haven't even talked about is like the nerf or the change to grenades, right? Like frag grenades bounce more, but they throw slower, which is kind of in line with other Halos as well. And I was playing last night and you really feel it. We are going to go to a round number 3 as Pippa are going to get this round done. Nemesis just unable to really even make a dent. But yeah, it's the grenades throwing slower is like super noticeable, and your weapon comes out slower as well. So yeah, a little bit of a nerf in that department, but it is noticeable.
So it's so interesting to take a game that has been ramped up in terms of movement speed, but then weapon engagement has been changed completely in that department. Like it's like, all right, we're fast here, but slow here. I feel like I'm in a time warp, trying to like take advantage of, or at least a whiplash that my body is going through when between the two changes. Legs fast, arms slow. Who knew? But the arthritis kicking in for all us old heads in Halo. Maybe that's what they're just trying to match. Big stalker play. Mighties from distance trying to shoot out towards window. And no one's had hands on Rock as of yet.
Yeah, it's just going to sit there a little bit. 50 seconds go by. Camo's up. No one wants to seemingly grab that either. You know, we're just doing it for all the old farts. You know, we were around when Combat Evolved came out. You know, we're that old monkey man. You know, original Xbox people. We dying.
We dying.
We're old. Wow. Jimbo gonna find Wootum. Seeker finds Glory as well. And a spicy little double kill for Seeker as well. And finally, after 1 minute and 15 seconds, someone is going to grab the ball, and it is going to be Pippa. And are we going to a game number 5? I wouldn't put it past the Monkey Man, but a long way to go in this one. But Nemesis do have to work out a way to get close to this ball. But Snipe Drone already with 28 kills.
Doing great work, but it's been slowed down considerably whenever that round 1 really had him burning so hot. 3 will fall out for Pippa. And remember, this is eerily similar to the first round of Oddball. Pippa with an early start, they bring it towards Tram, and then Nemesis took control. If you are Pippa, you don't want to fall into the same traps because now they're starting to lose into 1vx type of situations. Camo goes up but gets burned. 3 fall out for Nemesis. Wootum is burning or getting extra points as he's in top balcony. Here for Tram, he's going to toss it out into open yard, and now that's going to be up for Pippa to chase and see if they decide to reposition. They're going to head towards that Market Street, and these bigger trades are giving Nemesis a chance to track them down.
Yeah, Nemesis finding a way to get some kills. It is going to be a 2v3, but Pippa are on the board. Jimbo! Oh, SLG just slams him in the face, and Wootum's going to find Chick, and Mighty's. He's going to out-wiggle. Seeker, he's down there as well. SLG, he's going to find Mighty's in the corner, and it's going to allow, in the 2v2 briefly, for Nemesis to grab this ball and keep growing that lead. 32-24 right now. Nade's coming in. Here comes the push from Pink Street. Mighty's going to go in. I think he got team naded as well from Seeker. Snipe drone, he's going to go down. The red gun, SLG, puts one in the bin. And the sidekick comes out as well. Mighty's going to find Glory. Wootum just gets his legs up. Gotta hide the legs, son. 39-30. It's going to be Nemesis. Still holding that lead, but it's Pippa holding the ball.
Trying to give themselves a chance, even if it's just all of a single second. Remember, we've been burning so much neutral clock time, and actually they're going to fall a second short as they go for an off-ball play. Clean up now. Isle Chick is looking for a double kill. Can't quite get there, but their teammate will. Splash damage from behind. Can't tell if that was... in fact, did come from a Nemesis player. So they're playing for some of that dumpster positioning, but they get dumpstered instead. Nemesis will have everyone up, and again, Pippa behind by one as this one sits neutral. It's going to go and reset here in a moment, unless anyone is able to pick it up, but it will be near camo when it does, and that's why Snipe Drone is pre-positioning with the rest of Nemesis to pick up not just ball, but big util and set up for this fortress again.
Yeah, Nemesis gonna take that little bit of a lead and really try and grow. Wootum, hold the ball for 81 seconds, by the way. Snipe Drone, you got your top slayer. Seeker gonna jump in. He gets slammed with a perfect. It's a 4v2, and then Nemesis halfway to victory in round number 3, trying to wrap this up. SLG finds Jimbo. There's a trade. Mighty's with the last shot. Snipe Drone there. The commando's coming in. Snipe Drone trying to get away. There's a nade that comes down, and it's Nemesis who are finding kills. And CK finds one. He's going to find a beautiful double. The Snipe Drone finds Jimbo, and it's Mighty's left alive in a 1v2, and Nemesis still have the ball.
Nemesis has turned this entire game, this entire oddball, into a MOBA, and it's all ARAM. Snipe Drone is obviously the ADC, and everyone's getting funneled into this stair position walking into Tram. You've got to re-navigate if you're Pippa, but you can't all have the same numbers going to the same spot. Half the team down again. 30 seconds until ultimately Nemesis will find this. They've decided that they're tired of playing to the same position. Pippa finally getting a brain cell to activate to run around maybe from the arcade side. So they've decided that this is a better way than going towards market. Mighty's being chased out. This ball will be in neutral territory, and maybe it just stays here on Pink Street.
Yeah, 76 and climbing for Nemesis. You know what? Glory, again, slightly lacking in the kills department, but 19 assists. Has been absolutely doing work. SLG gonna find Chick. Snipe Drone finds a huge kill as well. Snipe Drone is gonna get taken down. Mighty's forcing the ball to drop. Last one alive. He is gonna pick it up and try and get away. He's gonna go towards PD. Start getting shot as well. It's 81-40, and he goes down. You can see Glory here. Asika does find SLG. Jimbo finds Glory. It's 3 dead for Nemesis, and Snipe Drone has absolutely yoinked that camo. He goes down. I don't know if he got to use it, but this is a great setup for Pippa right here. This is huge for them. If they can stop Nemesis coming up the street, Mighty's going to be one shot. By the way, Snipe Drone has 40 kills. The man has dropped a 40 bomb. 59-81, and here comes Pippa. Here comes Pippa, and Jimbo just playing hide and seek with his old teammate, and they're gonna trade, and it is gonna be Snipe Drone that goes down as well. Wootum's here trying to find Seeker. Almost got the ninja, but Seeker, look at the time, 68-81. They've closed this right up. Look at them.
Less than a minute to go. 13 points separate these two. Nemesis trying to close out a series. Pippa trying to survive and force a game number 5. They're going to bring this one all the way back upstairs and move their way into Tram, but one has to fall before they ball. That's going to be Chick. He's trying to get it outwards, but Nemesis take control. It is 15 seconds to go before they get their way into the grand final for our first HCS Open series. Jimbo sees a fight that he cannot win. Pippa trying to fight on all fronts, and they fall at the doorstep with 5 seconds left. Nemesis has done what's necessary. They punch the first ticket, and they lean the first shot. They'll be going to the grand finals, and Pippa's gonna have to wait for another round.
Oh, we talked about the mental after that game one where he got reverse swept. Well, I can tell you there are zero mental issues right there, my friends. Nemesis getting it done. That was so good. I was a little nervous at the end of that round 3, right? When Pippa grabbed that ball and really started going for it. But yeah, it's hard to lose when you have someone drop 43 kills and 19 assists. That is absolutely bananas from them. Glory, 19 kills, 20 assists. He'll want to do better, right? But the team got it done. SLG, 24 kills, 15 assists on the other side. Mighty's 30 bomb. Jimbo, a 30 bomb. Kind of all their kills were super similar, like you said. Like, even Chick with 26 and 23 assists. So, yeah, super, super work. A super close score. You can even see it, like 215 to 188. But it is going to be Nemesis that punches the ticket. They're the number 2 seed, but they're the first ones into our grand finals. And Snipe Drone just casually dropped 11k damage, and Seeker dropped 10k.
You know what? That's the numbers that you expect to see out of these top 2. These definitely are going to be kind of the pride and joy of Europe, just like these players have been for at least the last couple of years. I think that's going to continue to be the same thing here, James. But, I mean, lower side of the bracket, some other tests still in the works for everyone else that's coming out of this region, and we still got a lot of Halo to play today.
Yeah. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we are moving to the aforementioned lower bracket. So, guys, do not go anywhere. There are some banging matchups down there that you're going to want to see. So we'll see you in a second.
Making montages in that game, I think, was... could have been really good, because the theater mode was great. I think there's, like, green screens you can put into the, like, there's things like that was...
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still had Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole. Not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for the newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed 18 making montages like it's 2006, or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I've linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG?
Space Station.
I think OpTic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
That was SSG.
Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
OpTic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase. Phase.
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? It was a Phase didn't do a 3P or 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station that event. OpTic.
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 Was it OpTic?
Was it OpTic?
OpTic.
That was us.
OpTic.
That was OpTic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG.
That one was SSG.
The SSG Invitational was won by SSG.
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 Space Station.
SSG.
Arlington
Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it? Phase?
I'm gonna say OpTic again. Oh no, Phase actually.
OpTic.
Phase.
That was Phase.
OpTic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that OpTic?
No, it's Phase. I believe Phase won that one as well.
It was Phase, wasn't it?
That was Phase.
Phase.
Also Phase.
Phase again.
Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think OpTic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
OpTic. That was OpTic because they won the for some reason that was OpTic.
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 That was us.
Charlotte was OpTic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was OpTic?
OpTic.
That
was us.
OpTic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was OpTic?
OpTic as well.
OpTic. Easy enough.
That was OpTic.
That was us.
OpTic as well. OpTic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been. Was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs, because those were like the two big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode was on there, right?
Yeah. Mind Freak. No, is it Chiefs?
Mind Freak.
Chiefs.
Mind Freak.
The Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons' team, I believe. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity.
Knights.
LG.
PK. Luminosity.
LG.
The Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights.
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend. I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
That was Ascend.
Quadrant. Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend.
Valencia, Ascend.
Ascend. Ascend. Ascend.
Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by FaZe. Sentinels.
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 That was Sen.
Sen. Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9 was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9. Cloud9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
OpTic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9.
Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9. Cloud9.
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 C9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI Ship Administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop.
Oh.
I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just like rewatched those cutscenes like so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct.
The answer? Serena.
Serena. Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's Holy City, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer, the Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I have never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal Vector.
No, hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyperlethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh man, I have heard this one.
Was he born Stella makes eternal lasting?
Why does the brain just go like into like overdrive when I ask a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd-Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillian?
Okay.
Maythrillian.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillian. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen-Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir-Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sen-Shayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a Halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the Halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was 0, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh, Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maethrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maethrillian.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the San Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're gonna go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter in Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP, and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
Soon, like we just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to beat SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
One more. Red team, come on, then come on! See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry. Not happening. But yeah, my man. No, sorry, might be them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine. That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' Gaming House for a boot camp, or pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on like the pro forums because we had access to like the MLG Pro Team forums because we were pro players by then. So it's like we're either like posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said like we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events like coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just got, I think we got told like, yeah, there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and like if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but like obviously in this big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time, like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable. Like some matches were really close, and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of even though we were one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month, but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'd be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jeriwalkie and Debay, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. It wasn't just we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into Champ Bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Ribbon.
I thought maybe they were just. I think they're just saying that. Go one more.
One more then.
One more. That's it.
Well. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, they were going to be good. Well, literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and really calm around what we did. I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
Anything from their training?
I'm just going to say this there.
Custom, what time's custom?
That's what he said. Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin, which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video, as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find. So thank you for watching, and peace. Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly like found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matching her and matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember, it's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like all these lists came about, and like I was a free agent or whatever, I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch, like, didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was like a team of 2 with Domino, and that like got me, my feelings were hurt, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley, and Haley like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I don't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because they were all individually good, and then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo-ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork. So it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams. I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us. Like I was like, I had my message
Bro,
prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they will be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, can I just say we had the best org and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also very dominant and we're also didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by these badass chicks. And
it was
whenever
an
we had to,
all-female owned org.
yeah, and they were European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we're just competitive,
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. That's why I said earlier, we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's the thing. There's no woman of Halo like there is now, or whatever, where people have more camaraderie and a support system. It was just you were a female on the game, and we all were out for each other's blood type shit.
We were
so,
gunning for each other.
Right, because everyone wanted to be the best, and if you weren't, then you were mad about it, and I think that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean, we were toxic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but other people were toxic too. When I was going back looking at clips and stuff, there was a clip of me ragging on someone bad on my stream, and it was because she had just come in and was said a comment about how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember how it came up, but it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top. We were entertaining the hate, and so we were kind of almost held more accountable to firing back. So I think that in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because we weren't going to take any shit.
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of OpTic Gaming of the FPL.
No, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the OpTic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through the competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He as an e-girl coach, that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. He has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was just slow it down, take it at a time, take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for some more EU HCS, the Open Series number 1, the first of 3, as we have our road to Arlington just around the corner. I'm Hail Monkey Man alongside Reed, and Reed, we've narrowed down the field. We got to have a really good winners final, but now we're in the lower semifinals, as this the lower bracket has to maybe work its way through for some upsets. How have you felt about the competition overall today?
I've been feeling pretty good. I think early on we had a few kind of slammings that we kind of thought might come, but were not quite as close as we wanted them to be. However, although I wasn't here casting, I was watching those last couple series we had, and I think we expected Pippa and Nemesis to be quite close, but honestly, the amount of back and forth we saw was really good, and I cannot wait to see who we end up with in the grand final. And if it is those two matching up again, I think there might be a little bit of a grudge match going on and a bit of a repeat.
Yeah, I mean, heck, it was even Woodham's mom that said that Nemesis was a Greek god, and it's for revenge. So maybe some of that will be coming through between those two. But before we get there, and maybe the inevitability thereof, we've got a lower semifinal, and I believe that this one is going to be between Romance and Pino the Dino, but not Pino or Pino the Dino. Either way. We got Romance, Baxter, Ninja, Flubso, and Desire. I believe this is the first time we've had them on stream today.
Yes, it is. So I'm excited to have these guys on. I mean, I'm looking at the names, right? You know who these guys are. They've played so much Halo. They all know exactly how they kind of fit in together. These guys, many of them have like scrimmed together before or played on teams together before. So honestly, I'm not worried about these guys playing, and I'm excited to see how they got there, how they get to carry on, and I'm not surprised that they got here to be in this losers semi-finals. But they're playing against Pino the Dino. We did have these guys on earlier, Monkey Man, and they completely tore up the competition, so maybe we'll see that come again.
And we'll get to see if that stays consistent walking through as well. But this is a team that they did ultimately fall to Nemesis, and it was slightly tight, but not as tight as they want it to be. Either way, we're still in best of 5s, and it will be best of 5s for the remainder of the broadcast. Street Ball will be our first iteration as Live Fire Slayer, and then Recharge Strongholds will be coming through. If we make it through those first 3, which this has the slight potential to maybe elongate to, then Fortress Neutral Bomb and then Aqua Slayer will be how we end things out. What's got to be the greatest measure for both these teams to move through this best of 5? Is it going to be our very first starter kit with some street oddball, or maybe somewhere in the middle ground of that Strongholds match?
Honestly, I'm thinking Strongholds might be a little bit more of a showing for these two teams, because they play quite differently. Like, I get the impression that before Prod chats them here again, Pino the Dino, I'm expecting them to be, as aggressive as they normally play. A lot of these guys really, work to be that aggressive player. I mean, Bastos, right, when you see him playing in FFAs and stuff, he is completely on it and always pushing and always doing so much damage. Whereas the other team, I think, is going to be a little bit more measured. I mean, Ninja can be a bit of a flyer, just kind of flying around the map, taking on everybody. I think he might be a little bit more restrained against this team, and that's what I'm expecting to see from him. So I reckon once we get to map 3, we should have a good measure on these two teams, and I'm hoping we do push that map 4, because, again, I want to see a neutral bomb. I missed out on the casted neutral bomb. You guys measured it, but I didn't get to, so I'm hoping that I at least get to see one of them.
You know what? We'll definitely be guaranteed at least one neutral bomb for the grand final side of things, because we are gonna have. You know what? I'm not gonna fully spoil it. You know a bomb is coming, but again, I mentioned in the winners final that they have taken what feels like just kind of old classic map mode combinations for that winners, and then for the grand finals, they're trying to continue to test what has been put out into the pool with Origin, with Neutral Bomb, with Fortress now gaining some legs between a lot of our different teams. So we'll see how that one goes into perpetuity. But for this best of 5, it does lead into whomever wins this goes against Pippa. And Pippa obviously played each of those maps very closely, even if they lost that series. So you know that both these teams got to be ready to go. But it's Street Ball. So we'll see who's ready to rotate right round. We saw such a great showing in that winners final of how to play this, and it feels like everyone's kind of moved their way instead of just being trapped into that arcade section. A lot of resonancy of being more towards that stairs in front of Tram and then going towards that market side.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of street ball recently today. Maybe I'm just imagining that, but I feel like we have, right? Is this our third series or second?
It's at least the second. It might be a third. I think one might have snuck in there with us. I don't know. We'll see how that one ultimately kind of clowns out. But it will be first pickup here by Pino the Dino. What other way you want to rhyme and say that? Either way, a great flank. And you had mentioned Ninja. I don't think it's any surprise at all that Ninja's definitely got to be hot today if we're going to find some great firefights and some big wins for Romance.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen it. He's definitely capable of it. We should be interested to see if he can do it against this team, but it's definitely possible. And it looks like we have a nice start here for Romance. They have actually got the rest of these players on Pino kind of stuck in the back of C. Or Kimbo, I thought he might have had the jump there on Desire, but Desire was able to do a quick turn. Ninja tries to go for the stick, but misses Bastos. Mrs. Bastos, yes, Bastos' wife. And then we have a little bit of a ball play just kind of dropped in the middle of the map by the rest of the players on Romance. They don't really want Pino to really get much of a setup here, so it's a good place just to drop it in laundry and wait for the rest of the action to happen.
That's something. Oh, sneaky little back tap doesn't quite come around. They get bailed out by their teammate Kimbo. Will in fact get a window kill, and they're going to be called much the same as Romance at least got a vibe in where they're sitting. And so as we play some of these, all right, you have to get your team kind of rallied around you. Make a solo ball pickup, and then you walk into a territory that is not controlled. We've seen how terrible that goes. And so as these teams kind of play for these short-term seconds and splits, you know that they're waiting for those combo kills. You're going to lose one, but no, win a couple, and all of Pino the Dino goes down. That gives Romance a free lane to rotate where they want to.
Ball in the hands of Flubso. Flubso, he's been delegated as ball carrier because he is currently the lowest fragger on his team, but he can get another frag and pick up the ball again. Kimbo managed to grab himself that camouflage, so let's see if he can do some good work with it. It did look like he was able to stick Ninja and then kind of dropped himself, so that camo is now out of play, but Flubso is keeping his team kicking with a few more points. They're about halfway, but it's still anybody's game at this point, even though kills are quite heavily on the Romance side right now.
Romance in general control. Early starts never truly indicate what's going to be the end of these oddball games. Heck, for the majority of these map and mode combinations, either Pino, we're gonna see them we're going to be tracking down rather some time on target. Desire will fall in the corner, but they have a great trade, and you got to know that spawn is coming if you have a player that deep for Romance all the way towards stairs. But now everyone just keeping this kind of PD side of the map really well and active. They're hoping for a pancake, maybe just create some separation on the repulsor. Oh, it takes a little bit of extra time. Half the team falls for Pino the Dino, and they've thrown this out back into neutral ball.
Ball is dropped down in the middle of the map. A little bit of a slay going on left and right. Either team trying to establish a little bit of control. Once we see that, we'll probably see them grab the ball and try to do something with it. Looks like Bastos was able to clean up that last player on top A, so that ball is now on the move. Kimbo is going to take that to back A himself. Sunriz, he's on the B side. He's going to get a nice backflip on Desire. I could kind of imagine where he was sitting there as we saw him across the map. It was just tucked in there inside the B side, and that worked well for him. Man, that spot always gets me out whenever I'm playing Monkey. It's the worst.
You got to be ready for your corners. Look, if there's anything I've ever learned from other, tack shooter game styles, is that you check corners and you rotate in. I know that Halo is much more kind of arcadey and you fly by the seat of your pants, but some of that resonates. So trying to jump around from this palm tree level outside of yard, Mose takes advantage of the shrubbery to at least make it difficult for Romance to spot him. Hoping to kind of dissuade Romance coming from that market side. The camo finally reveals itself. It's a great surprise attack as Pino the Dino has now gotten themselves up by 24 points. This one's still open and right in front of this corner. They force a 2v1. Nade lands late. Bastos will fall. Romance has not been able to get hands on the ball.
Yeah, I mean, they've really been contesting this hold, but they've not really made much of it. The ball will start on a nice little respawn there, touch back in towards ATM. A bit of a sprawl back and forth. trade there in laundry. Oh, that grenade just kind of hit him in the chest and got stuck right in front of him. That was a sad thing for Bastos, and Baxter will walk away with that one, doing a little bit more damage. He does manage to get someone up with a nade, but that ball is on the move, and we might see a setup start to generate here by Romance if they can keep some of these guys on Dino in the respawn screen.
They're trying to protect it from this upper side of pink, and now as they put a plasma grenade, they at least get one trade, and there's still a lot of damage. Should find Romance getting rid of 3. It's actually 3 down, now 4 for Romance. Pino, the Dino, doing much the same thing, but they're actually going to retreat with the ball. So what the original plan was there was to get the ball out of its original spawn and then move it up so they could start pulling it from Market Street. But since they never could go and recover it, this becomes an advantageous position for Pino the Dinos. So if they can win these mid-fights, they'll be huge. They're going for a trade, get caught from behind because Shield ended up falling. Big slide, big tackle, big kills, and that's going to be 3 out. Still, though, 77 points, and you're about a 70-second marker. Romance got to work.
Camo is back up. Neither team is really in a good position to grab it, but Bastos, as I said, that did actually manage to clear out the middle of the map and grab that for his team. So we should see Dino now able to do something with that. He's trying to sneak up on Ninja. Ninja does not have any idea that he was there. He somehow managed to get a back smack despite missing the first melee. Good job to him. And we see now a 30-point difference between these two teams. We've seen a bit of a more aggression probably from Romance than I maybe would have expected, but that seems to have worked out for them, at least stalling this team for a little bit. But the question is, can they actually do much in terms of making this round not end so soon? Looks like a blocking here by Kimbo is going to get that ball into PD, and this one is all but safe here. Monkey Man. However, this is oddball, right? So we have a second round to come, and, you know, there was points there where it looked like Romance were going to get a setup and going to really grab a decent amount of time. I mean, they did manage to get quite a bit of time towards the middle of that round, so let's see if they can do something different this time.
Yeah, it became just fighting on the opposite side of Tram. This map became just kind of a one-sided venture, and both teams really did the same play. Nothing too extravagant, nothing crazy from out of the playbook. And, I mean, Pino the Dino felt like they just knew that they could play, you know, I guess kind of neutral to it. So, Romance, they had a great start after what was an early pull by Pino, and they do it again, as they now have themselves back to A plat, looking for a ninja if they can, but wise to the idea and yet not how to get the trigger down. Bastos ends up winning that fight.
This is what we've learned to expect from a player like Bastos, right? I mean, he will just really take anything you throw at him. I mean, look, that peek there to take down Desire, he didn't care about the flyer that was flying in front of him. Managed to basically bend its bullets around that corner to make it happen, and did enough damage that his teammate was easily able to clean it up. Nice kill there from Summers with the camouflage. Didn't decide to pick up the red gun. Interesting play from him. Managed just to hide from Flubzo just long enough that he was going to try to catch him out, but good job on Flubzo getting the trade. Probably prevented that ball from being held for a little bit longer, but Bastos does fly out there and send it down mid. So we're on 14-14 here, Monkey Man, but neither team really looking to run away with it at this point.
Yeah, all intents and purposes, this is basically zeros apiece. You have Camo that will be coming up in 25 seconds, and that's why everyone's primed to try and take over mid control if they can. Force this spawn rotation to sit back in what is kind of an easy to designate and delegate lane. You know, the Dino get hands on the rock for a second, as they might want to pull it away, and Flubzo's kind of recognizing that with a level of that movement. Moe's, oh, they were hoping for some reinforcements, might be able to get 2 instead of Ninja. Well, went out in that red gun room. This is a tough situation for Pino, because they obviously only have the one man remaining. Sunrise caught from every single angle possible, and I felt like they were just kind of playing neutral ball, but we've now moved into uncharted territory, at least for this round of oddballs. We finally get up to top bridge and Tramp.
Oh, Baxter, I thought he was going to slip up there. He does manage to get the kill, though, and does manage to get the ball on the move for his team with the camo in hand. He is all alone, though. He might have a little bit of backup here by Ninja. Ninja will put his hand on that ball, and we see the rest of the players from Pino go for the slide in. Oh, the prediction there. Bastos, he just slide cancels that and does not get spotted by Baxter, so that sticky grenade ends up missing, and then he's just able to completely piv on Baxter.
That was fantastic. Yeah, just kind of knowing that you don't want to go directly into that hole where it's been basically just baited. Kimbo winning that fight, and then again, massive trades. Romance was able to pick up kind of a minor lead. This is feeling very similar to our first round. Big fight won by Bastos. 16-7, so not as heavily favored as we've seen them in previous iterations. Oddballs kind of like that. It's a bit scrappy. In opposite, I mean, you got 20-19 out from Ninja, and I mean, it's as even as it really could be for the most part, slaying-wise. Very balanced for Pino the Dino, a little top-heavy here for Romance. Seeing if they can get Flubso involved a little bit more. Kimbo, woo, it's gonna be just kind of big melee battle. Either way, Romance is slowly building up this lead a little bit further as we're nearly halfway through round 2.
Yeah, Flubso is the last player up on Romance. We will see a setup here generated backseat by Pino. However, Flubso, he's just able to sneak in there, push up trash, and take down the ball carrier. Now, that might not have gained them too much time, but it has gained a little bit of time anyway from that ball hold. They have got 20 seconds to make up here, Pino do, and that I was right the first time. That camo is up, and it looks like Bastos is going to be able to pop it. He should go down here to Desire. He will do, so that camo is now eliminated, even if it was a trade 1-for-1, and that ball is going to be on the rotation here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that Moses is right behind him in Arcade. The call out was made just soon enough for Romance to not give up the rock in the wrong hands. So they're going to go up and fight instead. It might be able to get a melee trade instead. No, it's just a down shield and down to maybe 1/2 HP. That is as tiny as I've ever seen the yellow bar be. And that's for Kimbo, who will now at least start accumulating some score. Pino the Dino, Romance, they need this extra round if they want to tie up this first game. Remember, this is a best of 3 instead of a best of 5 inside of a double elimination bracket, inside of a long competition of EU HCS today. So there's a lot more Halo to come around, but Reed, we're seeing Pino the Dino show the experience to get this one back out.
Experience indeed. Let's keep an eye on Kimbo here, who makes the move. As you said, kills are kind of pretty even here on the side of Pino. All sitting around the 21-23 here, though, for Bastos. Bastos is the last player up for Pino, and he is just going to be a nuisance for that ball carrier. And actually, with that red gun, is able to make that ball get dropped. He's able to stop that from ticking up. And that lead that they do not have is being stunted a little bit. One player left alive now on Romance. We're seeing a lot of scrappy back and forths, right? I'm not the only one to imagine that. I keep looking and there's only one player left, but it's not like on one team. It keeps switching between Pino and Romance. They just need to hold and get a little bit of stability here, and then maybe we might see some of them kind of tick up on these points and see a little bit of a separation here, because we're on a 3-point difference here now. Well, 0-point difference, right, Monkey Man? So this could really change.
Yeah, this has been a complete flavor and identity change of how we played the first round of Oddball. Everything was towards market, and then it moved right over to PD, and it stayed there. This time, we had a lot of tram bridge fighting, and it's finally moved its way. Arcade and beyond looked a lot like what we had a lot of rotations of last year when, you know, Bulldog was GA'd. Now everyone's saying the open sandbox and open movement allows for some of the other half of the map to be flavored out. Pino the Dino, they have been able to get at least 12 points up. Now you've got Bastos is trying to crest into the 30 bomb range of slaying. See if they can get hands back onto the skull. They want to support their teammate, but now they're getting caught. Doesn't matter, big melee, double kill, good flick around, and that might be high enough score to get them from Arcade through stairs and maybe into a final sprint. It's going to be one big team fight. They use a repulsor, a fight on two fronts. They bring down the shield of one, and they just need a team behind them. Bastos and Pino the Dino will see this ball stolen out of their fingers.
Oh, I like that movement by Baxter. That is nice. He is keeping it on the go, and he is about to try and tie this up. If he can get this ball dropped down towards Palms, if it looks like he's going to die. I mean, he's not. Okay, Kimbo does take him down. It's like, I could have sworn he was going to get slain out there, but he does end up getting dropped. He is... Oh, a bit of a one-on-one trade there. So it's now just Sunriz and Flubso going at it. Baxter's coming up from behind, though. He should be able to replace Flubso and make sure that Sunriz drops. Then Bastos, he's now coming in and just absolutely gets taken down by Desire. There's so much back and forth. And this is what we just said a second ago, Monkey Man. This is so scrappy at this point. I'm still not sure quite who's going to end up on top, but the ball is in the hands of Flubso on Romance, and he has just gained a little bit of a lead here. There's 17 seconds remaining. Looks like he's going to try and just clutch out this win rather than playing time. There is 9 points left needed. Baxter has a clutch kill there. Make that 2. 2 players left up, and that is the win for that round going to Romance, and we're in a round 3 for this oddball now.
That was such a scary place to have to deal with the final points of round number 2. Romance caught between a a dumpster and a bullety place as everyone was getting shot down, running in from that arcade to window section. And Pino the Dino, they thought maybe they'd be able to win it on neutral time instead of picking up the rock. Bad call, but 2020 hindsight really gives us better vision. Able to win 1. They know that they are very low. Ninja just crushes it forward. They will use the Shroud, and they'll bring this one back to Tram. So Romance has a chance to maybe, miniature reverse sweep it in oddball and pull out this first map, but we'll get to see. Hands on the rock.
Yeah, I mean, if we can see Romance really clutch this one out, that will not only be a bit of an upset in terms of just these power rankings, but also this reverse sweep will be absolutely huge. But they do end up going all but 1 down. Baxter was the last player alive for Romance. Ball is now in the hands of Bastos, and this setup for Pino is going to be a pretty difficult one to break from what I can tell, although Kimbo going down to Flubso does open up that entire pink side of the map, and it looks like Baxter and Flubso are going to try to exploit it.
Tossing it out to the dumpster, and Bastos is just going to run away. You got a few points over your opponent. You know they're going to start flooding in. So time to get back to your teammates, see what you can do. That does allow for some extra points to be accumulated by Romance, but Bastos would rather play to slay. And that's not a bad idea. Oh my goodness, no back tap there. They win the boxing match, an assist will come through. That should give some priority numbers to Pino the Dino, but instead, you see everyone dropping out. So massive trades between both sides. And again, we've called it a melee, a scrap, a fist fight. So far, it's kind of living up to that ID. It's a barroom brawl and bash. No one really knows where's a safe place to send this ball. Fighting from off angle here from Red Room. Do they survive that? You have a couple of bouncing frags. Should be able to land some splash damage. And how in the world everyone from Romance survives?
Yeah, that's an absolutely huge living by both of those guys. I mean, it was a potential for a double, potential for just a trade. I mean, neither of them to get it. Baxter just comes in there, cleans up that kills. The ball is still on the move. Ninja and Flubs are the last 2 players up now for Romance, though, so they need to make sure they can really get their full gain out of that long live they had there. Mosed with the great positioning here onto stairs is going to prevent this ball from ticking up any more time. But it just depends whether we're going to be able to see a counter setup here from Pino the Dino, and it looks like we might do, because that is 4 players temporarily dead there on Romance.
35 kills and 31 is Bastos. Proper slayer here. Pino the Dino, and I mean, Romance, it's a little tug of war. Trying to get a nade shot if they can onto those spike grenades. Not going to happen. Clean up here for Sunrise. Him and Bastos will have to reconvene. Going to use that spray off of the commando rifle. Desire wants to get up of this bridge, but they also know, based off that fire, that someone is close quarters. If they use a repulsor, that's a free ticket to be able to get there in an expressway, and they will win that fight. They get punched off dumpster and then cleaned up later by a janitor. So, with Romance, it's the tiniest little back and forth point-wise here, Reed, and it feels like no one really has control of what they want to do, and everyone's just kind of playing reactive off positioning.
Yeah, it's very rare we see a game of oddball play this way. These 2 teams are so evenly matched, and their play styles seem to basically be exactly the same, that we're just seeing these points tick up basically side by side, right? We're seeing a little bit of a lead generated here by Pino the Dino, but what we're probably going to see here is a couple players drop from Pino the Dino, and then Romance are going to come in, they're going to grab the ball, and they're going to match it up to 66. At this point, I'm just saying Dino because it's pissing off Prod, but anyway, Kimbo is going to be able to keep the guys at Romance at bay and keep this ball in the hands of Mose, so we may actually see them run away with this one.
You got a camo that'll come up, and they're going to use it as a bait play. Maybe be able to get at least 1 off the board. They, in fact, do get Flubso down. So with 3 out for Pino the Dino and Romance, 1 big final fight might be the turning point as well. They have hands, at least, to get control of the skull, and Romance with Tram and with time and with no major power utility. Look at how they're checking this backside bait. Baxter is going to get caught out from mid. That's going to be huge for Pino to at least start pushing upwards. Going to toss the ball out. Can't quite get it out with a spike to separate them. Everyone's starting to have a conference in Tram. Pino the Dino picks it up. 25 points to go. ER, let's go Kimbo, one of my favorite weps. Romance has to not let Pino the Dino win this next team fight. Might be able to sprint to the finish line.
Yeah, indeed, Monkey Man. We've got 2 players here flying up C stairs. They will have one trade. Ninja needs to live and survive up here. If Ninja goes down just like that, this is a pretty scary place to be. And Flubzer and Baxter are still up, though. They still have a chance to stop this. They still have a chance to stem the bleeding. They choose to stay and live up a little bit. That is worth it. Mose, he drops down. He tries to get the flank. It doesn't quite work out. But the ball is now in the hands of Pino. Kimbo is still up. If Kimbo can get this rotation or at least throw the ball out towards C stairs, he can stop Romance from generating a setup. The jump over back smack doesn't quite go their way. The ball is now stuck out here towards Palms. We'll see Baxter try to get the ball up into C stairs. He just a little bit of a bait and switch there with the red gun, and that works really well in his favor. He's able to take down that player, but they need to get a setup if they want to even this up. If they let as much as one kind of trade slay here go to Pino, they're just going to get those last 10 seconds and win out this match. So it really is all or nothing at this point.
They're holding strong right at the main archway in front of Tram to see if they can keep that camo from being picked up by Pino the Dino, and feels that this fight may have done it. That one goes in the hands of Kimbo. He got a nice double kill. They'll have one last possession. It's Cleanup City, and that'll be a 2-1 here in map number 1. Pino will be able to take it. A scary foe in the form of Romance, but it's a rom-com for them, and they're the ones laughing at the end of the map.
That was looking pretty scary there for a minute, Monkey Man. It looked like the reverse sweep was coming through. It looked like it really could have been anyone's game at the end there. I mean, I think as we said multiple times during that match, it was so close, right? Like, both teams were playing in such a scrappy way that we hardly saw any setups for longer than like 10 or 15 kind of points. And it was just kind of back and forth and back and forth. But anyway, it was exciting viewing, and I hope that you guys loved it at home. But let's have a look at the scoreboard, shall we, Monkey Man?
Yeah, we got 42-41, Kimbo and Bastos. Not at all surprised to see the level of damage and kills that they put out. Ninja, obviously, one of my front runners to really do the same thing, but he didn't put out the damage. He was taking a lot of it, and actually it was Baxter who was the starter kit for this team. 14,000 damage for Bastos. That's just a regular day of the forum. So we'll go over to Slayer on live fire. Snipes, camos, QTs galore. I feel like, you know, after that long slog, it feels like whomever took that win is going to have a ton of momentum walking into the second map.
Yeah, and kind of, let's be honest, both of these teams have been waiting for a Slayer. That's basically how they're playing that oddball anyway.
Yeah.
We're going to have a little bit of a good initial start off here, I reckon, for both teams. But if Bastos can pull off any similar kinds of damage as to what we saw from that oddball, right? If we can get him up to 14k, obviously we're not going to see 14k in a 50 kill live fire. It's just physically not enough kills to make that happen. But I'm excited to see how they come out, and I think I would have to probably give an advantage, again, as you said, momentum based, and also that slaying potential we saw at Bastos. Give it to Dino, but, you know, could be interesting.
Yeah, I very much believe that, you know, they have one of the best Slayers in Europe alongside some of the top 2 squads that we've seen. Bastos has been working through this offseason and continues to showcase from all of last year, from the end of it, and now to the beginning of this, that there is a Grim Reaper that he is buddies with, and they share a very sharpened scythe. Now, Ninja did come out huge, and I feel like he and Baxter in opposite of that Mose Bastos combination. It's just as lethal, and you got to be ready for it. This is not to take Romance lightly one bit. How do they rotate, and how will they prioritize kind of that mid power weapon to util off of camo? I want to see how that kind of goes, because the ebb and flow of Slayer has become such a chess match to kind of dissect. I'm a checkers player myself, so that shows that I don't have the cerebral cortex to handle as much as what these guys put out there, but we'll see how it ultimately goes. It feels like a big breakaway won't shatter the mental for these teams, though.
No, I expect if one of the teams starts to run away with it, that won't be it. There's definitely potential for a comeback just based on like the skill level that these guys are playing at and the experience that we have among both these rosters. It's not like we have any kind of what I would call like a new wonder kid on the block. Like all of these guys have been around for such a long time, especially like someone like Flubzo, right, who we've maybe not seen too active in the off season, but you know, HCS is back up and they're back and playing, so it's always good to see. But a pretty strong start here for the side of Pino the Dino, but I'm not quite sure what happened there. Why are we on 9 points with only 4 deaths? I'm trying to work out in my head what's gone on. You could tell me as I was slowing down there. I don't know. What happened?
I mean, we're resetting the lobby, obviously. I was like, wow, this is not going well, because it was 8 kills in 15 seconds. I was like, that's bad. That's very bad. But no, we're just resetting the lobby, gang. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us all day long. We'll be having this match. We'll be having the lower finals thereafter, and then a grand finals at minimum, because it is a double elimination bracket. Whomever wins the top, if it is going to be Pippa, or I'm assuming Pippa, or whomever wins this, then they have to play into a bracket reset. However, if it's Nemesis, then we're done for the day. So you've got at least this match and a couple, or maybe even 3 after this is all said and done. So lots of EU, lots of HCS, and of course all the regions picking up from all their separate sectors. So, you know, shout out to North America. I know you guys are finally waking up. Me too. And as we go into this one, feels like, you know, that one may kind of stagger your momentum just the tiniest bit, but you'd rather have all your faculties about you before going to a Slayer that you're not ready for.
Yeah, I mean, I'll imagine whatever we saw back then was probably a texture glitch or something, but it looks like we are going to be getting back into a clean start here with this one. We'll see, it looks like the side of Romance is starting on tower. We have Pino starting on the side of A, and neither team wanting to give up too much this early on. We've only had 1 kill come through from Desire, and that was towards Bastos. Oh, the melees, both of them miss, and it looks like, there's the more composure coming from Summers will allow him to grab that 1 win. He nearly went for the double, but didn't quite able to grab that out, and it looks like we'll have Romance possibly in a better position here to grab this camo, but I'm not quite sure where it went.
Yeah, they did, in fact, rotate off that turbine. QT picked up by Bastos, and that is a very clever utility to give to a player like this. Constantly able to set themselves apart, and then even when they're caught with a body shot, the sniper, it chains hands. 4 go down for Pino the Dino. So much of this low tunnel position fighting here, Reed. It feels like Romance taking advantage of the fact that they've sent numbers into very CQC styles and forcing Pino to not have a really good kind of spread of the field. So good job so far, Romance, keeping them on their heels.
Yeah, sniping the hands of Flub, so he's not wanting to give anything up, but possibly is making him play a bit too passive. The collapse there comes in, and the sniper is now back in the hands of Pino if they decide to pick it up. And that is 3 dead temporarily for Romance, so this game is about even now. That initial lead from Romance has mostly been squandered away. But Bastos was waiting for that back C spawn. So his back C spawns did come through, but they decided to push all the way towards B instead. Bastos with a little bit of a misplay there with the repulsor, but he is now here on point trying to help out Kimbo. And he does hit the shot onto Ninja, so Ninja should go down momentarily.
Yep, that was a great follow-up as well. He threw the plasma to kind of displace him from hiding in that corner, and then he knew that the only escape route was going to be to that backside bin. Unfortunately, or rather, good fortune for him on that follow, and we're tied at 14 now. Early lead meant all of nothing here for Romance. You know, the Dino squares himself up, and maybe Bastos went for the jump. Repulsor just not strong enough to lift him. Oh, he's getting caught on all fronts. This is Moe's falling out. A 1 kill lead. Desire caught from the top rope. Gets RKO'd into the cement. So really nothing that kind of speaks to total like control other than just kind of response to react out of both these teams. I know Camo's coming up and Romance has vied directly for Turbine.
Keeping an eye on what is happening here. So Camo does go into the hands of Bastos. Again, a bit of our star player here for today, but as I say that, Kimbo is out fragging him right now. In fact, not just Kimbo, everybody else in this team. So let's see how this carries on. But the lead is maintained by Pino right now, 23 and 19. Bastos trying to just get away and just get that camo back up, but he gets hunted down, and that is a good movement from him. Kimbo tries to make that lineup, can't quite see through. He knows where his teams are fighting, he knows where the enemies are, but he just doesn't want to overextend and give away this lead that they've already got. They know that they don't need to be that aggressive, and they know that Romance will definitely be aggressive back towards them.
Call up has got to be that they're rotating that spike position. They knew that they couldn't really win those major fights outside of A from that sniping kind of nest up in tower. So they had to run outside the turbine, but a good sight knew that they would kind of cheat that corner just a little bit. Kimbo, 4 shots left in the old mag, 2 and 2. So he should be able to at least have a couple of interactions here soon. They've had such great control. That'll go between the legs. So Kimbo still really hasn't made massive value out of the sniper other than just to keep Romance at arm's reach. It's 3 down. Kimbo getting a bit spicy as they move up top mid. They will force through this position, run out of overall ammo, and then they actually get an assist, and that's going to be some repulsor action just to continue to keep this zoning play happening against Romance.
I'm loving this flank by Ninja. This is what I kind of called out in the pre little amble we had there, Monkey Man, is if one of those players on Romance is going to be that one that's flying and drop sliding everywhere, it will be Ninja, and he managed to do a pretty decent job there. Wasn't able to finish up the second kill, but he will take down Bastos just there, and this game is getting a little bit tight again, Monkey Man. We are down to a 2 kill difference again.
Yeah, they learned their knots from their Boy Scout classes, and they're really starting to pull those a lot tighter together. So as they try to keep this one as close as it possibly could be, now winning some big fights. You've seen some damage left behind and kills that have been much the same. Pino the Dino felt like they could have a much larger gap between them and Romance. And it's been the same position. We've seen a lot of Pino the Dino here towards tower. A great trade of melees. They thought they had enough off the shot damage to complete that kill. Romance falling. And as we have this QT Flubso, they saw the portal, so they're able to get him again. This is what, a 3rd camo in a row for Pino? As they get the back tap, maybe a double kill, a bouncing frag, but they don't get the second.
Shots coming out from Sunrise. He's just keeping on the aggression, using Mose as his healthy teammate to kind of get stuck in there, but Sunrise does find himself facing down 2 DMRs, and that's not going to end well for him. A little bit of a pulling apart happening here by Romance, but Kimbo does take down Flubso, which does even up a little bit. Only 3 more kills are needed now, Monkey Man. Make that 2. Sunrise, he's now stuck out between 2 players on Romance, and that will be him dropping down, but not before Desire drops to Bastos. 1 kill left needed by Pino. No one wants to let it slip here, Monkey Man.
Who's the offering to the sacrifice table? Flubso's in the corner. The eyes go towards Keydor. They actually didn't see that they were there towards A, but it didn't matter because they got what was needed. Ninja and Desire fall, and Pino the Dino will rise. They will now be on match point. I think the key takeaway right now here, Reed, is that we knew that Pino would find some success, find some map wins, find themselves in general control. But if you look at what that oddball was, and how, even though it was a major separation late term in that Slayer, it was pretty much ankle to ankle for the most part in this marathon. This is not huge separation away from Romance. They keep it close, but there was also a lot of reliance onto some kind of top heavy players, whereas everyone was getting the job done for Pino the Dino.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the damage here between both teams, I think we just had a flash up there for a little second. We had Desire hitting a pretty high number despite, being on the team that didn't quite clutch it out there in the end.
Yeah.
But kills were, as you just said, fairly even on both sides, and no player breadsticked or let the side go. So take that as you will. But we're going to go into map number 3. It's going to be Strongholds Recharge. This is the last chance for us to see, for I do want to see him. But, you know, I'm not gonna make one of these teams lose out for that to happen. But as we start in here, I'm interested to see if we could see maybe Romance just clutch up a little bit more after that map 1. I mean, that map 1 was really close. That map 2 was a little bit further apiece, but we did see it kind of come to 2 kills or so occasionally. But let's keep an eye on this one.
Oh, it all spices up. Moe's comes out huge with a couple of kills as they position and win their fight to get to camo, while the rest of the squad went over towards C. Now they pick up B, and Pino the Dino, their A slot gets on A. They don't know that they're off into the corner. Don't need to because their teammates there. Trip Cap online as they're trying to get C, and they're just they're looking to unhinge the doors on Romance. No privacy here. They're kicking them in.
A little bit of movement back and forth. Moe's, again, 4-0 here, but that should end in a second. Oh, no, he takes down Ninja and somehow gets away with that one. I thought he was going to get completely naded out by all the players on Romance, but that did not happen. Desire is the last player up on Romance, and I don't think they quite had the call there. I'm liking the fact that Desire hid back A and waited for his team to spawn up before making contact. That gave him a little bit more backup. Is it enough, though? Just about for them to grab A, but now Baxter is all alone and damaged, and he has to take down Kimbo, and that is not quite enough. Kimbo is going to convert over here to A. Ninja is trying to grab himself this back C. He will get away with that one, but it's still points ticking in the favor of Pino at this point, Monkey Man.
Yeah, this is definitely a fantastic start for Pino the Dino. We have been a minute and a half just short of 100 seconds into this game, and they were able to get 70+ points, and now they've already crested to 85. What I mean, you're talking about land speed records. They're trying to match up against some of the best squads in all of Europe, and even looking to maybe be one of those top 3 internationally. And if they can do so and get to big majors, this is the kind of performance and kind of clinic that they've got to put on. Be ready to play at that level. Ninja knows that they want to do a lot better than they did into that Slayer, only able to get like 9 of those kills. They whiff on the ceiling for the grapple. That one hurts. Basically just become a hanging target with no momentum.
Yeah, the grapple is a bit of a double-edged sword in these games. Sometimes it wants to play ball, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you'll try to grapple camo, sometimes you'll pull you to camo. They happen. But B is being contested here. It is under control of Romance right now, so they are going to try to match up a little bit here to Pino's points. But Kimbo is trying to make that push towards gold. If he can take down Desire here in top gold, we may see a conversion here of B site, but he will not. So we might actually see this kind of quite a bit here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, as long as we get to see the kind of a calm by Romance and controlling spawn size, they can give up that C, or rather, they're going to go for that C, as it felt like that was the only moment that, or place that Pino the Dino was going to be able to converge. They in fact do so. So soft scoring occurring, but that, because of the full contact that they gave towards that C plat, it gave up A, and C eventually gets converted by the lesser numbers. A huge nade, my god. Then they follow up as everyone falling at the door. So what was becoming at least a sorted affair and a comeback mentality, and what is a different factor. Trip Cap B unlocked, and that's where the beginning of the attack will start here for Romance. Oh, another fat nade.
What a good job there by Ninja, just to get that melee and able to secure B for his teammates. That nade also came out really perfectly. So we should see this hold maintain for a little bit longer if Flubso can make some connections with the shock rifle. Obviously the shock rifle had some changes recently. It's not quite as easy to hit those shots as it once was, especially for these controller players. Flubso, he's 4-9, but he could start changing that very quickly if he just makes a little bit of a contact here. Sunrise deciding to completely bail on B and go and help his teammate by C. But he runs into Ninja, and Ninja takes him down.
Tough situation for them, especially as Flubso is now kind of 4-10, hoping to kind of stand up in opposite duality of man 13-6. Romance is keeping it cool, keeping it calm, level-headed, 97 points, very quietly catching up to Pino the Dino. They break through C, so they won't be allowed a trip cap, but they are starting to get within 15 and now less points here of Pino. As overall, it's been this rush down mentality that Pino the Dino is now maybe being counter-aggressed. They're going to lose out in top gold. Romance is acquiring points, and they are near a lead. Depends on if this B side gets capped, but even when they do so, they're going to be in the tightest of deficits. Kimbo goes down, and this is a different narrative, Reed.
A different narrative indeed. I'm trying to keep track of this. It seems like, the contention, if we can see, okay, right. I was worried then for a minute. I thought we were going to see that completely get converted back over, but we did not, so B is safe and secure in the side of Pino. They still maintain a slight lead, but I use slight in the fullest of terms. A couple players in tower just trying to prevent this push around to A, but Kimbo rightfully so decides to stop on B, and that couple shots there onto Baxter is absolutely huge in maintaining that point. Bastos gets the drop side and gets himself into. Ninja gets absolutely slammed by Kimbo with that nice little sightline through into gold pipes. Kimbo's on a little bit of fire, and he just saved his team quite a lot of points there.
Kimbo is everyone's dad right now, taking care of the kids no matter where they are at the park. He was able to get a double kill and then use a shroud, allow them to reset B, and then got a follow-up. The slide melee off of just going through the door and really asserting themselves. Trip cap online. Pino the Dino with huge kills. They're going to sequester Romance here to that whirlpool and A position. He's going to get caught out here from A. So that's a couple of sites that absolutely need to be flipped. If you are Romance, they get A and they get B. But look at that lead. It was 120 to 120-ish between those two for a minute, and then all of a sudden 70 points, a little bit less than that. Pino the Dino is forcing Romance to chase him again.
Yeah, I'll tell you where I'm at, Monkey Man. I'm kind of sitting here, I'm getting a bit of retrospection in my head.
Okay.
And I'm watching these two teams play, and I'm thinking both of them seem to be pretty good at grabbing setups and getting the setups, but they're just not holding them. It's a bit like that oddball all over again. We're seeing them able to like absolutely start slamming the other team for like a good minute or two, and then we get a complete reverse, and it's the other team slamming them. We've seen trip cap from either side, we've seen spawn traps from either side, but just not that pure domination that we would maybe see from someone like a Nemesis or a Pippa playing against one of these teams, which is good because it means that they have the ability to kind of make that setup happen, but they just need to learn how to hold on to it a little bit more. And we've seen some nice shots out of him with Kimbo. I'm really impressed with Kimbo's performance this entire game.
And I feel like much of what you said also resonates with what we've seen at the upper level. Nothing was really too far separated from between Pippa and Nemesis. And so they're learning from the big dogs and taking that entire offseason and really intrinsically getting insane value from it. B attempting to be flipped by Ninja. Gonna try and fly forward. Can't quite get to a grapple spot on ledge. More than likely, yes, will in fact get that one from behind, so the numbers game rests a little bit tighter here with Pino the Dino, trying to keep B under control, forcing points to be gained. About 49 or so. B and A under threat for Pino the Dino to trip cap fluidly. They actually leave B off as C is going to be taken out. Oh, okay. All right, nade shot. No one going to be coming through. They try to pre-fire. Guess. Romance keeping within distance. Pino the Dino, they want to close this out and have themselves a date with Pippa.
Yeah, we saw Mose have a very strong push there towards B with the camo, but it wasn't quite enough, and that just left so much time on the board for them that Romance were able to just clean up a little bit. But as you said, time is ticking up still for Pino the Dino, and there's not much more time for Romance to play with. There's 30 points needed left until this match is going to be over, and this is a pretty solid hold we see right now. If we can get Kimbo just sat covering this entire A side, and then Sunriz and a couple of the guys holding gold, we may see this one be finished up here. There's probably one good push in now, really, that could be made by Romance.
And stopped at the door. 3 seconds to go. You got to have something holding. They actually get towards A. You're going to have a rush down by Kimbo. He's looking for trades and looking for keeps, and that's exactly what they're going to have. Pino the Dino, They will take game number 3 of Strongholds on Recharge, and they will be having themselves a date with the other top European special in the form of Pippa. They fought against Nemesis earlier. It was a tough contest, but that ultimately opened the gateway for them and Pippa to fight. Now they get a taste of the other side of the coin. How you feeling about what the way Pino the Dino? It was a couple of measured moments, tested contests, or I guess against Romance, and they feel like they're primed to really challenge the throne. But I mean, is this kind of performance enough to give you some confidence going to that lower final?
So interesting, right? Sunriz, I'm not quite sure what happened there. You see, he dropped 7 and 15. He did have 13 assists, so kind of evens out a little bit down the KDA, but probably something to watch out for, because a team like Pippa is not going to give you that little bit of wiggle room that you maybe had there against Romance here. That would probably let you down in a match against Pippa. Anyway, but let's look at what Romance did here. Pretty good kills across the board. Desire going 17 and 14, should be happy with that. A couple positive KDAs, but the slaying power there that came out of Bastos, Mose, and Kimber, I mean, all of them above 5k, with only Ninja making 5k on the side of Romance, and 6k for Bastos. Like, Bastos is your kind of star player on this roster, and we want to see that carry on into this next match if they're going to have any hopes of taking a map or 2 off of Pippa. Hopefully maybe 3, but we'll see if we can get there or not. Honestly, I think they got a good chance, but I think if you're sitting on the Pino the Dino or Pino the Dino, whatever the fuck you want to say, side, you should be watching back that game and seeing where you lost. Like, and by lost, I don't mean like lost the series because you didn't lose the series, but like where you lost control. Because like there was a good few setups that you kind of established, and then you lost quite easily to a Romance push. And there's where you need to hold. That's what you need to make sure that you've got that communication structure set up, that you've got your players in the right position, and you're able to make that hold stick. And then we'll see a lot less back and forth, like what we saw in the oddball, like what we saw in the Strongholds at the end. And yeah, hopefully hopefully that will give you a little bit more standing if you want to make yourself, go all the way to Arlington, for example.
Well, hey, you know what? We've got a top 3 special right now as EU HCS is going to come down to these last few. We'll see how this lower final go after a short break. Thank you guys so much for being with us. We've still got more Halo right around the bend. Don't go too far. We'll see you right after this.
My favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen. Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2, one shot.
Guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR.
Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me out. On basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching us. Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
One call, guys.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh, what my god.
Victory.
Oh,
You're joking.
Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping 1 map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would lead the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Carandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Carandapus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime, as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Europe, I promise. There's a lot of countries out here, and they're all trying to be the best right now in the HCS Open Series #1, the road to Arlington. In fact, the first 2 majors here of the HCS of 2025 are going to go to Texas. I promise you, North Texas is nice, just it's now going to be in the spring and the summer, so it's going to get a little warm. But we're heating up over here across the pond for what is our second to last before going to the big bracket up in the grand finals. Pippa has been waiting, possibly for vengeance against Nemesis, but they gotta get through what is one of those teams that has now gonna be moving through the top 2. Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighties are ready for the fight, as they all have to be taking on Pino the Dino with Sunrise, Bastos, Kimbo, and Mose. Who has to show up from this roster, Reed, to really threaten Pippa's position?
I mean, it's going to have to be Bastos, right? Like Bastos is the star player, as we just said literally a second ago in this matchup. But Sunrise had a little bit of a falter in that last map, so if we can get him to kind of pick that, then we will be decent. But let's have a look at this map roster, because we are basically ready for this game to start. We have Live King of the Hill, Solitude Slayer, Meh, we've seen them a million times. We do get back to a Fortress CTF, excited for that. Aquarius Neutral Bomb, I hope we get to that. I want to cast a bomb. Monkey, I want to cast a bomb, and then we'll finish it off with a Recharge Slayer. So let's put these guys in, let's see how this goes, and we're going to start off here with a King of the Hill on live fire. We've seen this a million times before, but my god, does it not get any ever any less exciting.
Yep. And we've seen actually a lot of King of the Hill on Solitude today, so finally getting to see a King of the Hill on live fire will be a nice change of pace in our Koth gameplay map mode combinations. Shout out to this look. Okay, we were like over the shoulder for a second. All right, so I very much agree. I feel like the introduction of bringing Mose and Kimbo just kind of settled alongside what they got to do with Bastos has really taken a lot of weight off of his shoulders. Even so, Bastos is going to go out there. He's going to frag out half the field down on either side, and we'll see how this first hill around green is going to all kind of parse out.
Yeah, we're following on board here with the Sun Rizzler. He made the full flank around towards Turbine, came right behind Jimbo, took him down, took down the player around Door, and managed to grab that hill for his teammates. They seem to have abandoned Camo, which isn't necessarily the worst play if you can get a decent amount of time on hill, but hill time is basically 50-50 between the two teams. Nice piv there onto Mighties. He does have the translocator as well, although you don't really want to slide into a plasma grenade if you can help it. Mose is trying to get a bit more of a wider flank here, I think, towards, but Z-Mighties, he expects that, he knows it's coming, and he now knows exactly where he's sat, and he is just pulling him away from the hill as best he can, whilst they're basically about to get his first kill for free here. Hippo is.
It looked a lot closer than it was a moment ago, but this is definitely Pino the Dino recognizing that they can win the majority of these slave fights and force a reset. A ninja just happened as Chick got ninja onto Bastos. Everyone needs to know that that in fact did occur, so keeping that one around for later. Pippa and the gang, they'll see some hill time begin, but only momentarily for Pino the Dino, as even though they were losing out in the early slays, feels like they're starting to come up and really kind of win some of these later ones. Kimbo will fall, and this first hill just all of a second out. Oh, okay, Jimbo goes out. Wait, hold on. This anything but decided. 2 check nades coming out from Pippa, and they're gonna try and come back out from A.
Oh, nice positioning there by Bastos. Was trying to do a lot of damage down, but the hill does go back and forth and back and forth, but that hill is confirmed. Sunrise tried to get the slide in there to save it, but wasn't quite enough. Camo is about to come up, and we're going to see both teams fight over it. Bastos is the last player alive on Pino. He does drop those, so this Camo is a little bit uncontested, but the movement here from Jimbo is, I'll push forward, you come back and grab that Camo, and I'll just make sure these guys stay away from it, and that is indeed what happens, and that Camo is now in the hands of one of those players. Not sure which one.
It's someone. There's a Danny Phantom running around this map, guaranteed. And who's not running around this map is at least 3/4 of Pino the Dino, as they all fall, and might be a fourth. Mose eventually joins them as everyone comes spawning back through. But look at the way that Pippa has clinically kind of dissected through this, even with that first hill being kind of a weird contest. It was the same thing where apparently King of the Hill is a bit tough for him whenever they faced off against Nemesis on Solitude before. A starter kit for this best of 5 for them is much the same. Okay, surprising them in the face as they get caught trying to look up for maybe a repulsor play. But Pippa, they're nearly done with the C-plat hill. Hill number 2 basically in the lunchbox, and they're going back to work.
Back to work indeed. This hill was basically all confirmed, but Chick and... Ooh, Chick goes down back tower, so it's now just Moe's trying to prevent this push from Z Mighties. Nice use there of the repulsor. I do love seeing people fly across the map. It is a lot of fun. But it's going to have to be a very solid hold if they want to hold on to this one. They basically can't let anybody from Pippa even touch that hill. And as I say that, Jimbo goes to the sneaky play towards back tower. He tries to do the jump, gets caught out here by Moe's. Moe's should be able to take him down unless the fall prevention comes through here by Mighties. They go for the trade instead. Still 2 players left up on Pippa, but actually, you know what, Monkey Man? Seeker's the last player up, and I don't think he can stop this. This should be a hill confirmed for Pino the Dino, and he should be very, very happy about that one, as it was, you know, basically guaranteed to be Pippa's hill.
Yeah, and Bastos now has a sniper as well, hoping to land a body shot if they can. They get fragged away. That one at least didn't have many bullets left in the mag, so that one will end up working out. A lot of the wiggles happening, and everyone down for Pino the Dino. Now, that's the same starter kit that we had for hill number 2, and Pippa looked like they were going to be putting an extra one into the box, but apparently their lunch money was stolen by Pino the Dino. So Pippa, this whole PnP matchup really kind of hashing out the way that we thought it would. Kimbo has a QT. If he's going to be in danger, he's going to zoom all the way back to green. So that's just the down check, but he was kind of the only one that had a threat, and now he comes back, gets the frag, but he is a second too late. Hill number 3 went by in a flash.
It did indeed. Seeker there still has camo. Does manage to win that piv, which is good, so that camo is still online. Z Mighties is getting time on the hill. Pippa have reevaluated their gameplay a little bit here, worked out what went wrong on that second hill, and they are just executing perfectly on this third hill. They are keeping the Pino the Dino guys stuck into A, and they just need to keep getting the damage out, and the more damage they can get out, the longer they can hold onto this hill. We'll see probably some gunfights from hill towards Big Door. I think that's what we have currently going on towards B side of the map, but doesn't seem to be enough to prevent them from ticking up time.
You're constantly seeing 3 kind of fall out for Pino the Dino just whenever they need some precious hill time. With this 4th one now completed, Pippa 1 off. This hill number 5, it's a tough one because you go all the way out into sand and yard to have to deal with it. Actually, sorry, no, it's top mid because that sand yard one is just rough and way out and open. Mighties, this is that guy that we saw all last year rock the snipe in the most abusive way. They hear the repulsor sound cue, so they know to be looking up. A great understanding of the overall game for that. Moe's is down their shield, and Sika will eventually get traded, but no, not a lot of time on hill. This is the toughest one to do it. I don't think we have the clock to really play at neutral, so Pippa just looking to get this one crushed.
Shots going back and forth. The spin comes through there for Chick. That is double kill for him. Hill is in the hands of Pippa, and they have tower control. Bastos last player up. This is a hard hill to break, Monkey Man. If you have tower control and a sniper in hand, I didn't even realize it was a sniper. Jim should be able to cut down any pushes onto the hill. I mean, there's a bit of trading going back and forth here towards a plat, but it will not be enough to clear this hill unless they can clear tower.
I love that Seeker just stood still as the wiggles came in. They're trying to just do that side strafe as quickly as they can. It's good for a bit of down checking like this. Exactly what you want to do, especially if you're playing off snipe. Oh, fantastic body shot combination. They get the follow-up. Jimbo is just raging hot, and eventually they get naded away from topside tower. In just about 5 seconds or so, a last-ditch effort, frustration, but it's going to be success. Oh, unless I keep priming up for a last little push. Well, Pino the Dino will have 4 down, and that'll complete it. 4-1 here for our King of the Hill. Pippa will take a lead in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I heard you say that at the end Jimbo is hot, and I got to agree with you, man. That guy, what a absolute performance we saw from him in tower, as well as, you know, in other instances as well. But great job, great job. That is map 1 down. That second hill, Pippa gonna have to pay attention to that, because, you know, if you're gonna let something like that happen to a team like, you know, Pino the Dino, when you head over to Arlington and you're gonna face an OpTic roster, they're going to abuse that one as well. But we're going to go into map 2 now. But let's take a quick look at the scoreboard here, Monkey Man.
All right. So, Mighty's 22. That's kind of gigantic. 22 and 13. They got 5,100 points of damage. Really is laying it out. I'm pretty sure, from what I saw all last year, Livefire is like one of Mighty's best maps. He is so well measured when it comes to it. Jimbo came up huge when they needed to, but they didn't have to hold themselves head and shoulders above the rest. In opposite, you got to see Pino the Dino. They kind of suffered. Everyone above 4K and more for Pippa. But Pino the Dino, kind of in the bin. You go to Slayer. Camo, shock rifle, you've heard it before, you've seen it a lot, but it's exactly what we gotta find working out for these teams. Solitude has been very much alive and well here in HCS 2025, and so as we go into this map, if Pino is gonna have a chance, it must be with Slayer if they're gonna tie this series and not get put in the bin.
Oh, starting off here on Solitude, and this is going to be a question. Can we see a little bit of a continuation of that slamming we saw from Pino in the last series in Slayer? And if they're going to take a map of Pippa, this is where they start. They take this Slayer, they then get a little bit of momentum, and then they move on to another map. And you see, like, whoa, that flick from Bastos, and that shock rifle in hand. This is a little bit scary. I'm not quite sure what happened to the camo, you know. I think it might have gone to the side of Pippa, and it looks like Bastos is on the hunt for camo right now.
Yeah, they definitely know that they don't want to get caught off guard, anyone trying to climb either from repulsor or otherwise. But, they also know that it doesn't matter if you have full contact. Mighty's is the other proper Slayer on the side of Pippa. So, of course, those two are going to be interacting a lot. And so we'll go to their POV, considering that you get an assist off of what is basically a frag splash. They catch him in the limb. That is another kneecap, and they take down Bastos down for the second time in a row. So Pino the Dino suffering from the hands of success that is being acquired by Pippa, as they're the first ones to get into double digits.
We have Wonderboy in chat wondering how the hell we got a Slayer in both the grand final and the losers final, but Slayer Solitude, hey, it's still a little bit of fun to watch. I think we can see how this goes. So we have a decent lead here for Pippa so far, but Sunriz actually managed to win that piv. Jimbo doesn't trade out there. He manages to survive, so great job by him. He doesn't realize Sunriz is behind him, but I don't think Sunriz realizes that Jimbo's in front of him either, so whatever. We have a 5-kill spread here now, and Jim actually ends up getting the jump on Sunriz, which is good. Good little bit of pre-nades. Knows that there's an enemy there to a flower.
Oh!
The back smack comes in onto Mose, and that movement is absolutely dastardly. We're seeing some great plays here from Jimbo, as he is 6-2, leading the scoreboard right now.
That was beautiful. They thought that he would run away down ramp to separate because he was heavily damaged, and instead he just keeps calm and quiet, delegates himself into the corner, and then gets the back tap. That is how you show him what is happening. Active camo online. Bastos wants it. Everyone knows it, but he's being tracked down, seeing if he can just simply repulse his way out. Instead, he stays to the floor. That repulsor is just not, it's not strong enough to get Bastos off the ground, man. It's just not gonna happen.
The man's just so heavy. He's just an absolute unit coming in here, storming up this Slayer. That repulsor means absolutely nothing. But Jim gets his hands onto the camo, and he's playing Ring of Roses here with Sunriz. He ends up in the advantageous position, takes him down. The call goes through to Kimbo. Kimbo tries to get a nice nade there into camo, but decides to run away with his life, and that was probably the smart move. Bastos, he's there. Sunriz somehow managed to get a nice little niche spawn there into S1, and tries to make his way out of there with the grab lift, but I think he got a little bit stuck, so he had to do it twice. And that is a nice collapse there by Pippa, and we have a 10-kill split here now.
I've seen 10-kill, maybe even 15-kill leads get choked before on this map. For some reason, Slayer here is just not kind, not one bit. So we'll see if that continues to climb or if it levels out. Pippa has been very unkind to Pino the Dino. They just want to be friends. They just want to hold hands, sing kumbaya, and, you know, enjoy a nice game of Slayer. Bastos, they do connect that kill. It's going to be an assist that carries thereafter. Kimbo hoping to climb. They use that quick jet, but instead they just kind of sprint their way into Mighty's crosshair. So, Pino the Dino, 13 kills behind. And it's going to start getting even uglier for them as we go through further than midway point of solitude. And Pippa is just bullying them into each of these sites. You have nowhere you can go. You either climb the lift and die, or you eat that nade.
This is what we see from Solitude Slayer. It's so snowbally. They have those spawns absolutely trapped down as another camo falling towards Pippa. It's in the hands of Z Mighties, and Mose gets taken down. Sumriz tries to take him down, but Z Mighties just slips out of there. And there is now a 18 kill difference, and it's probably a little bit too late for anything to change here. I mean, we've seen it happen before, but against a team like Pippa, it's a very tall order. Bastos is alive, but don't know how long that's going to be. As two players push in, he has the right positioning, but luckily, Seeker's being followed up by Z Mighties, so he's not going to get taken down. 5 more kills are needed now, Monkey Man, and Pippa know exactly where these guys are spawning up.
Bring out the sauce. It might be time for stakes. That nade's going to push Kimbo straight into the fray. Eventually, we see a couple fall here out for Pippa as they're trying to keep it at least respectable. You know, the Dino, again, hoping to challenge the top 2 kings of Europe if they can. It's going to take a lot of effort. With only 4 kills, Pippa can literally just kind of run headlong W key or forward stick holders, if you will, into trades. You know, the Dino, we got Bastos looking to do even more, but I mean, you gotta look at the total scoreboard. Bastos is doing everything he can, and Pippa is just doing more.
Oh, the repulsor play keeps him alive for just a little bit longer. 3 kills are needed. Make that 2. The 1v1 happens. Bastos gets the thrust, but without that ability to shoot back, Seeker will take him down. And that'll be a nice little trade there at the end. 33-50. Pippa take that one soundly. It looked close at the beginning for a little bit there, Monkey Man, but once themselves just kind of twisted and tied up and got their stuff in order, they were able to walk away with that one.
There definitely was an kind of an isolation mindset by Pippa to keep Pino the Dino down. You see what was happening. Bastos is the only one to go even. They went 12 and 12 with 6 assists. The only one to crest double digits for his team. Everyone else caught in the bin. In opposite of that, positivity, not just in mental, but in mechanics for Pippa. Really looking like they brought their best today, but they're going to have to do that even more as they go into that grand final. 4.2K. I mean, just Mighty's. He won the duel overall against Bastos, and I think that was really the defining factor, and the rest kind of fell off. Seeing what Pino the Dino can do, they hit that top 3 right outside the money round, so we'll see, well, maybe what will be happening, but that's just that Slayer, so we'll see if this Fortress CTF does anything else. What can you do? You got to control the momentum.
That you do, and as we're going into a CTF on Fortress, that's even more important. We could see this end in a minute, right? If Pippa are on point and they get those relays coming back and forth and they keep these Dino guys in the respawn screen, then we're just going to see an absolute stomping. I'm hoping it's not that. I'm hoping it's a little bit more balanced, but as we've seen from many Fortress games time and time again, as teams have got used to this map since it was added to the map pool, it can be really stompy.
Very true. And the initial fight for Overshield is the most pivotal. And it cannot be understated how important it is to get that mid utility. I always think, hey, maybe it's going to be much more towards kind of that sniper position, but no, you have the snipes that eventually are going to end up in hands, but look who has the OS. I believe that was Sika that was able to get it first, so you've got to be very wary because they are the most powerful player on the map right now, especially going for that forward pull if they can. Sika's all the way backside base, and that's why Sunrise is holding this flank angle. Sika wants to be supported and by a sniper, and as soon as he goes for that contact, oh boy, there's a new haircut for you.
Yeah, Kimbo, last player up alive on this Dino side, and both snipers are in the hand of Pippa. This is really scary. This is what I was talking about, Monkey Man. This is where we start to see momentum shift in the favor of Pippa, and it just be a relay back and forth, back and forth. It looks like we maybe have a bit of a stem on the bleeding now for Pino. They got a couple players dead on Pippa, maybe got one of those snipers out of the way. We do still have one in the hands of Chick. Chick is trying to get an eye, but Kimbo and Sunrise are in Pippa's base. They have first Z-Mighty to deal with, and then they're going to take down Chick. Chick comes on the flank. He manages to not quite take down Sunrise. I thought that was a sure-in one, but something happened there for Chick. He wasn't quite able to make that headshot connection.
Tiny little crouch wiggle, and that just upends your entire kind of aiming schema. And as soon as you have that happen, well, it's kind of done and dusted. They forced a respawn by Chick and the gang from that opposite side corner, so Pippa is going to go chasing, but it's a couple falling here for Pino the Dino. That flag is out in open yard. You have both Chick as well as Jimbo right on top of it. I've been pretty sure that's a kind of a three-man stand. Bastos ignores, well, he can't quite get it yet. It was about 10 seconds until the OS was coming up. He's not winning the frag battle right now, though, as Pippa, I mean, they're kind of winning on both sides of the scoreboard. And how does Sunrise just melee his way through twice? He gets a double kill, and they at least get this flag out.
Flag is on the move. Chick keeping this one going. This should be the second flag in for Pino, unless they can stop it. I can't see anyone in any position to stop this one, though, Monkey Man, and that will be it confirmed. Tower control is held by Pino, though, so if they can maintain it, they might be able to prevent a second push here, but we have both Seeker and Mighty's in the bottom of the blue base here, and they have just taken down Bastos. One alive, Seeker still on that move. The sniper is up soon in 20 seconds, but it might be a little bit too late. I don't know if they can wait for that to come up now, Monkey Man.
Yeah, well, it's going to be at least stagnant out in yard, but you've got monsters in the basement, and their name is Pippa. It is a crazy squad that once they're right underneath your fort, you're in a dangerous spot. You're rolling the dice trying to get past the teeth of that monster. Sunrise hoping to at least get a kill onto Sika. It will be one. Ooh. That flag was aiming to reset. It was within about a second or so of doing it. But Sunrise will take this vertical position outside the spiral staircase of tower, and eventually their flag goes back. But Sniper takes out the Watchman, as Sunrise didn't have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely huge play there by Sunrise, though. He was able to single-handedly stop that cap. It was a 1v1 situation. Although that flag was about to get returned, the touch came in from Pippa, and if Sunrise had lost that duel, that 1v1, that flag would have gone in. So, great job by him. It is still 2-0, though, so something else is going to have to change here in the minds of Pino if they want to walk away with a win here, or at least take it to a map 4.
I've seen the minds and the mentals of very, very powerful men, mechanically prone and successful here for Pino the Dino, be completely turned asunder. Pippa, they've got those 2 caps. Third one is becoming a little bit more difficult. They're biding their time. Quick dash and splash, and they'll slide away. That I don't know how many bullets that sniper might have. If that was the last one, sure. But that still is kind of a situation for Pino the Dino to figure out. They're going to have one pull out of Sunrise. Can they get it to go quickly? They want to aim to go through mid. You have some support. Mose is able to cover down. A nice perfect. That flag is, in fact, in open waters. That's about as far as it has been able to go. Big melee by Bastos as they cover their advance. Sunrise falls, but you have Mighty's right outside that angle. Bastos is going to try and reposition, go outside the front of this tower, but that's a sniper that'll be picked up. They're going to use the repulsor to send the flag as close as they can to back base. And this is a chance for Pino the Dino to cut this lead in half.
Nice use of the repulsor there to get that flag all the way to the base. Kimbo will get the second touch. It is now bottom of their base, and it's gonna have to be a big stop here by Pippa, but it does not happen. So we're now 2-1. This is a whole different game now, Monkey Man. It was looking like a big slam bag, but Mose with the second relay here. This flag is on the move. Couple guys in the respawn screen. Chick and Jimbo are gonna try and get shots across the map to stop this run, but this flag is still moving. We may see this get tied up here, Monkey Man. This might have completely changed up.
They had been playing a bit coy and a bit cautious, and that's going to be 2. Pino the Dino, anything but dead. But was Pippa playing with their food? They were monsters in the basement. They got exorcised by a forthcoming priest, but maybe they've sent them back to the church. See if Pippa can complete the run, or if Pino the Dino sends us to a game 4. We have someone in the booth that wants to see neutral bomb. They want to see it soon. Can they win this fight? Big trades coming out from both sides as we've gone to a stalemate.
Yes. So power weapons are back up. We look like Chick was going to get away there with the overshield, but in actuality he gets taken down. So that is Mose who has the OS. Jim managing to get a pull. However, he is now alone in the base here of Pino, and he is going to get hunted out by Bastos. Bastos looking to struggle to actually take him down. Does manage to get it though. So that is a clearing out of the base by Pino. Even if their flag is out of it, there might not be much they can do here. Mighties tries to make the pull. Like his position by Sunriz. They need to get that flag returned though, Monkey Man.
Needs to happen soon too. Can't have that at all. You intend to truly keep within this game. So, Pino the Dino, they go 3 down, and it's starting to look a bit more difficult to have a realistic chance all out, and that'll do it. Pippa, you got scared for a second, but it's just measured, practiced, methodical mayhem, and Pino the Dino will end out in an 0-3. They take 3rd place. Not a bad place to be, but not the place that they ultimately want to go. Pippa, it's time for vengeance. They wanted their ticket to the grand final. They came up short of it in that winners final, and now they've got a date with Nemesis. How do you feel about that Fortress overall, and how sad are you won't see Neutral Bomb?
I'm very sad. I'm very sad I don't get to see Neutral Bomb. I'm going to be honest. But you'll get to see it next, so that's good enough. What I was excited about was there was 2 snipers in the hand of Pino there at the end. With that flag out, I thought they could do it, but then both those guys with the snipes went down, and as you basically called it, it was already solidified at that point. But Pippa should be scared. What happened there? They were 2-0 up. Where did those 2 relay flags come from? Where did they mess up? They should really have a look at that and work out, because they will need it as they go into the grand finals. But looking at the scoreboards here, we have nearly 4k damage for everybody on the side of Pippa, and above 4k damage for Chick and Mighties. A bit of a low damage dealt there for Kimbo and for Bastos. But Mose and Summer is managing to peer up here with 4k as well. So, you know, there's definitely some potential there for this team to go far if they keep at it.
This team definitely looks like that they're going to have a lot of learning when it comes to film, how if there's any kind of coaching, they'll be able to take a lot of benefit from that. Felt like the last couple of games, Kimbo maybe checked out or just couldn't really kind of get their head in it because that Slayer, as well as what they were putting out offensively, just wasn't working to that CTF, so maybe some of that will happen as well. But regardless, it's going to be a short break before the time you've been waiting for. Pippa and Nemesis, a rematch of the winners finals in the grands, but more of the EU HCS Open Series #1 will be back in just a moment.
Probably not, because they only need 1 kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming has set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene at Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button and maybe even the sub button, and let me know, how far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching. Halo in the past has always been synonymous with montages, especially during the Halo 2, 3, and Reach period, with iconic montages such as Walsh's second Halo 2 montage, Straight Rippen's Team Taj, or Avengers, a lethal and formal dual Taj. Let's have a look back at the history of the rise and fall of the montage scene within Halo. Montages really started within Halo actually at the very beginning with Combat Evolved back in 2002.
Yeah. So Halo 1, there was a ton of different montages. I can't even remember like whose montage I was watching, but I just remember it was of Xbox Connect, which was like Xbox Live for Halo before Halo 2, obviously. So you could play Halo 1 online. But the lag was so terrible because like you had to lead your shot by a huge margin if you were on high ping. Like you would literally swipe your reticle with a sniper and shoot like 40 feet to the right of the guy, but it would still register the headshot. But like the guys that played on it all the time were like used to the lag and like doing that on purpose. And that was what we were watching in the video. I'm like, he's missing all of his shots. This isn't even real. Like, that's why I thought they were cheating.
Although they started in Halo 1, the Halo's montage scene really started to blow up in Halo 2, with both online Halo being more prevalent with the introduction of Xbox Live, as well as the internet evolving to a point where it was way easier to share videos. Keeping in mind, YouTube didn't exist. These videos would be shared via forums and would require you to download them on a different site, such as Halo 2 Forum, which was run by Z, or GamingVids.com, or even the MLG Pro forums.
I was getting pretty good at Halo 2. One of my friends from high school also played, and he invited me over to his house. He was like, he played drums a lot, so I like to like watch him play drums. I don't know, he was really sick at that. And then he was like, bro, I want to watch you play Halo. You're so good at it. So I was like, all right, like, sure. And he pops in like a VHS tape. Like, bro, this is really aging me, right? Like a VHS tape into the VCR and like hits record on it. And he's like, yeah, just play for a while so I want to be able to watch this later. And I was like, what? You want to just watch me play Halo? It was like the first time that anyone wanted to watch me play Halo. And it kind of like, I guess like clicked something in my mind. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So then I like try to show off a little bit more because it's being recorded. So then I like go for some 360 like stick for a kill tack or some crazy shit. And he was just like losing it the whole time. He's like, this is so sick. This is so awesome. And then I got home and I started doing some research about like how to record it. And I found it's called a Dazzle 90. It was like one of the original capture cards. And it was kind of cheap online. So I ordered it. I set it up myself. I had it hooked up to my computer that was in my room. I was on like halo2forum.com, I think at the time, and like the MLG forums. And I like made a post like, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me set up my Dazzle 90, basically. And then like people knew I was kind of making waves in the pro scene, and somebody hit me up, showed me how to download a pirated version of Sony Vegas and like all these other things. I mean, I'm like 15 years old, so I could not afford like all the programs that I was using. But this guy just like sent me all this shit. He's like, yeah, just do this, use the CD key. And I was like, okay, cool. And all of a sudden I've got all the software to like record myself and then edit the montage. And then, yeah, I just started playing around with Sony Vegas. I just started putting like cool clips in there. And I made my first montage was all just made by myself.
During this time, making montages were like sharing skate videos in the 90s. This was used almost like a display of creativity or talent and was usually edited by the montager himself, with the quality of editing improving as well as the clips either in MLG game types or social games.
Like we were all trying to, I guess, like one-up each other in a way. Like we wanted to make like cooler and cooler videos, but at the same time, everybody was super supportive and like just talked about how cool everybody else's montage was. You know, it's kind of a different atmosphere. BXR, double shot, all the button combos. People don't notice like the reload glitches that people were using. RRBX was like a mix between a double shot and a BXR. I just feel like there was a lot more individual skill expression in that game, even if maybe things like sniping were probably easier. Like it had such a high fire rate and was pretty generous with the bullet magnetism. But like the BR specifically just allowed for really creative montage clips.
People were constantly improving their videos despite the lack of resources. A big example of a step up in montages was Shook One's montage, Fragging Rights, where for the first time we saw the use of a third person angle in a montage, which in today's standard is almost nothing, but a milestone nonetheless back in 2005 when it was first released. Although there was almost like a split between the montagers and the pro players, there were a few who did bridge a gap, one of them obviously being Eli.
I can't take all the credit for that because there was like It Was Luck was doing the same thing. It Was Luck was he played for Exit Wounds, so it was Luck and his brother Bonfire. It Was Luck was like making montages with pro scrims in it, and then Mikowski, of course, my duo, he was making lots of montages with like in FFAs with pro players.
As Halo 2 was coming to an end, Halo 2 left us with fantastic pioneers in the content creation space as a whole, with the likes of impactful montages such as Nakamura.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It is grand final time. My name is Captain James Force. This is Halo Monkey Man, and this is Nemesis versus Pippa, and that's my actual name. Voila. Reed grew a very big beard very quickly. One of the two.
Look, it's a bit of generosity. I share from across the pond. One small red whisker at a time. Just actually, no, that sounds awful. That's pain. That is torture. I don't want to do
one
that
red whisker at a time.
That'd be
in the mail.
Horrible.
Yeah. I don't mind taking the grays out. I can take the grays out. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a couple sitting in there, but before we get even older, we gotta get bolder because these teams don't want to get colder. We got Pippa, it's Nemesis, and we've got a grand final. And I had mentioned this before in that winners final there, James. The map pool it's new, but the teams are not. You got Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighties here with Pippa. That's a little extra A's for you. It's almost like a Pokemon, I'd say. I don't know. But on the other side, Nemesis with Glories, Snipe Drone, SLG, and Woodham. And maybe this time apart has cooled them off. Hopefully Pippa can take advantage of that and force the series to go further.
I think I blew everyone's ears up. So that's my bad. Yeah, we're going to go to maps. Here we are. We're going to start with an Origin CTF. Then it's going to be a Solitude Slayer, a Fortress Neutral Bomb, and if needed, a Recharge King of the Hill, and a Street Slayer. And I must say, next week we will have a picture of Origin. You know, it's coming out of the woodwork, man. It takes time. It takes time to be birthed into existence.
I often take time to be birthed.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Nope. Either way, Origin will be up first, and this will be the first time, actually, the second time we've seen Origin, but the first time we've seen Origin CTF, which I feel like that's the biggest thing to measure because we brought in Fortress, the CTF there. It's traded places and is guaranteed to be shown with a neutral bomb, whereas in opposite, we play that with Aqua. So this Origin CTF is going to be something new to really kind of see what is going to happen on this map, maybe over the course of the entirety of this season. James, like, I've seen breakdown videos of how teams have really make it work. So this is going to be kind of a tried test as to how these teams want to approach this map away from just Slayer.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes as well. Our fly-through, of course, being CTF as well. Fancy. But yeah, Sniper, Spanker on a CTF as well. Like, it's been a long time since there's been a Spanker on a CTF. I mean, Bizarre?
Pit.
Pit. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Pit.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. Right. I know it's forgettable.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I already forgot about Pit. It's already out. It's already in the bin. No one cares about it anymore.
New girl here. Don't care about old girl.
New girl here. We don't care about them. But sorry. Yeah, Pit. How could I forget? Oh, it also had the Bulldog. R.I.P. the Bulldog. Yeah, sorry. So, yeah, you're right. Spanker on a CTF. That is correct. It has only been one. Here we are. We're loading in. We just wanted, to get the hype going. It is Nemesis on the blue and Pippa on the red. And it is Pippa going straight for the Spanker in the first grand final of the year. Money guaranteed, of course, $1,125 US for the winner, $375 US for second place. So everybody making money today. It just depends on how much. But hey, let's get into it, Monkey Man. And Nemesis already have a pull, and this might already be going in within 35 seconds.
That was huge. That was massive. Okay, here's exactly why they're doing it and how it may be one of the fastest games you've ever seen. They get a second pull immediately, trying to get that one over the top, and they're going from that couch play all the way up into that top balcony. Okay, they forced the pyramid rotation. They did exactly what we got to see of OpTic a little bit back, and they drag all of that fight towards Sniper, deny rockets. That denial of rockets was massive because if that pull had completed for Pippa, then they had a power play to stop them from that rotation. But they absolutely keep that one running, and it was like an expressway to get that first cap.
Yeah, that was huge. So quick, and almost a second cap as well. But Pippa just about sorting it out and getting the return on. So it is only going to stay at 1-0. However, a hell of a start for Nemesis. You know, CTF has always been a good game mode for EU, right? Like, always so quick. And we see now with those new jumps, that Forbidden, what was it? What were you saying? Like, it was OpTic that got like a less than 2 minute 3 cap on Forbidden.
It was insane.
Over the break. Like, that was just bananas. Gonna be a great kill from SLG, and you can see 3 dead, and they're just gonna grab this flag and go again, and they should be able to get down here as well. Under rocks. It is going to be down the bottom, and Seeker, he's going to have shots on already. Wootum and Glory find kills. Seeker's last left alive. This will be 2-0, and it's going to be super quick. It's barely even been 2 minutes, Monkey Man. And Glory's pulled again.
There has not been a single pull by Pippa so far. Glory might actually have themselves a freebie. I think it's going to be. They stuck them all the way into Sniper's side, and now they complete the run. It's as quick as you look. My goodness, a 3-0. Nemesis did their homework. They were ready for this.
What was that, man? Snipe Drone finishes 9-2, and Jimbo got a single kill. Wow. Jimbo's heading to Olive Garden. He's getting those breadsticks, man. He's getting those breadsticks. But yeah, that is 2.5 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. It should be like, I think it's 2 minutes 26.
Wow.
That's yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty nuts. Yeah, I don't even think there's going to be much damage because, like, barely shotgun, right? So, yeah, what?
Yeah, this type of map with this mode. It's a little different than when you have Slayer. Obviously, it becomes more of a rat maze. But when it's CTF, you must be ready for how you have to rotate that. They're gonna have to really look at that replay and be like, okay, what happened? The team that wins the opening team fight segments the other squad in such a tough way, it's almost unrecoverable, and that's exactly what they end up suffering in. We see Slayer Solitude. We've seen Solitude all freaking day. We see a second Slayer Solitude in a row in the Slayer column here for this. You know that since they barely even got to be involved, Pippa, this is their wake-up call. This map, they must come alive.
Yeah, I think you just chalk the first one off. You're like, all right, never mind about that. We won't worry. It was just you literally ignore it, right? Like, you've just got to forget that it ever existed. That's what it is for the mental, right? Like, you're also getting the first couple of kills. Like, this is good, right? Like, just to reset a little bit, there's gonna be Mighty's there as well. He's gonna escape from the grasp of Glory. They're actually gonna trade. But you just got to put that out. You just got to put that out your mind. Forget it ever existed, and then just kind of go from there, right? Like, otherwise, if you think about it too much, it's just going to take over. But hey, it is going to start 4-4 as Mighty's does find 4 kills already.
Ow.
Chick with the shock rifle, but Mighty's already smashing it out the park.
This is the guy that you have to trust to do that. He was winning those big duels against Bastos earlier, and definitely has to be that guy. Now you got shock rifle in the hands of Chick, who has been so much more impressive at the beginning of this HCS than what I got to see them from the previous. A fantastic slide, looking for the double. He actually gets the chain reaction, but the assist comes through off of his teammate, and Chick is going to continue to press this one from back end as they go from outside of dip. They're going to play back to keep this shock rifle in hand. Oh, they couldn't quite find Woodham as he was peeking from out the window, and there goes the rest of the old lightning rod.
Yeah, 9 apiece. Mighty's with 5 kills. Woodham the one this time on the breadstick for Nemesis, but still super early. 10 apiece. There he is. Finds a second kill. A lot of melee kills going down as well. Mighty's on the Overwatch. Can't see anyone. Spots Glory. Spots SLG. Tries to come back as well. SLG going to find a kill. And Nemesis going to go 2 kills up. Mighty's does manage to find 1. Definitely spot the second. Is going to come through. Glory's going to be there. They're going to have no shields. Glory almost taking 2 on 1. He's actually going to make his escape. Camo coming up right now. Jimbo going down. And it is going to be Glory who finds a kill but gets stuck by Mighty's. Chick's there as well. Wootum going to take some damage and have to retreat. Camo still there. No one grabbed it yet. But you can see the push that's starting to come in. Jimbo, he's going to take some damage. Wootum is going to manage to get away. Still a 2-kill lead. But it should be that Camo is still there as well. Chicken Jimbo finding kills. It's going to be Glory and Snipe Drone getting them back. And it's just Jimbo alive, which means Glory should be able to grab this Camo and kill Jimbo. And it's hectic, but Nemesis are 4 kills up and have got a Camo.
It's crazy because it doesn't feel like it's that fast, but because of all the open space that's left between them, but they're constantly in forced contact. By the way, Chicken Jimbo sounds like some kind of like Jamaican dish that I want to eat right now. That sounds so good.
Chicken Jimbo.
Give me some Chicken Jimbo and
Give
maybe
me
some
Chicken
dipping
Jimbo.
sauce with it. They're gonna have the shock rifle, trying to play for at least position with them. So Pippa. They're nipping at the heels. The heels. Well, hey, both a little bit of Nemesis as Nemesis continues to, slowly separate, and it's found these kind of ones and twosies fights, and then giving up a free kill for what otherwise shouldn't have been something that you just kind of give up. 26 now with 6 up above Pippa. And Pippa, see how they kind of slow down? They're going to stay towards that back blue and stabilize as they get a kill on Snipe Drone.
Yeah, looking real good. Nemesis now with an 8-kill lead. Glory, Wootum. Glory with a double shock rifle headshot. Jimbo, last one left alive. Just waiting until they can spot it out. Oh, SLG finds a great kill. Gonna fire and get a second as well. And it's perfect. And Nemesis 10 kills up. You mentioned that, yeah, maybe they would have gotten a little bit cold, but I don't think they've gotten very cold at all. Jimbo is going to find the nade kill. Chick looking out. Wootum going to start taking shots, but yeah, Nemesis looking real good right now, but Pippa starting to hunt in a bit of a pack.
They realized that they were just not winning these duels. They have to go with numbers. Nemesis, half the team goes out, so they know that some of this respawn is going to be coming out from that window into that U-Haul turn, and otherwise, Pippa has kind of stalled the game. Just hitting the pause button, but maybe also the kind of the 0.75, 0.5 replay speed if they can. Gloria is all the way towards that tower section, and they're definitely unaccounted for as Mighty's is trying to get some level of information, but Mighty's is actually not recognizing that Gloria is going to be from behind. So as they do in fact finally go down, Pippa has a better idea of the overall field, but everyone is collectively towards yard for Pippa. They're going to try and advance towards that blue. And this 30 margin really has to be where Pippa starts picking up stride. Ooh. Otherwise, Nemesis might be able to break away and get a 2-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, it was 10 kills, right? And it's come back to already being 5. So, oh, Seeker, so lucky to be alive. Snipe Drone going to take some nades. Going to try and force his way back until his shields will regen, and they will. SLG does find Chick, though. Jimbo just in a really off spot. Just trying to... He's in such a difficult spot to rat out. He is going to go down to Snipe Drone. Pings coming in all over the place. Mighty's finds SLG. Still a 5-kill lead for Nemesis as they crest the 40. We can see Seeker. He's already taken shots. Snipe Drone. He's going to try and get away as well. He's going to hide down the bottom of Cafe Ram. But here comes Mighty's Snipe Drone. Who does get taken out by Jimbo. 40-37. A 10-kill lead has turned into just 3, and Camo's up as well. And they have shock. This is getting mighty close. And the Disruptor pistol. Hello.
Oh.
Yeah, doesn't get a chance to use it though.
Yeah, I'm sad. This has been Pippa finally taking advantage of everyone, you know, getting out of their own way in the sandbox, having some extra shovels to dig out the fun things in it. That's going to be 1 kill of difference. Pippa has kept it close after what Nemesis had tried to really pile on the hate watch. Nemesis holding strong into this blue 2-yard section. That's a clever position. They've got to be ready for it, depending on how they turn the corner. Some extra nades. Keep right above them. And, I mean, raw checking like that is fine. They do go dead even.
Oh!
But you got to wonder, you know, you start saying, do we want to give up the player? They do get themselves a lead. Only just, though, Pippa trying to stay strong.
Oh, Pippa now with a 2-kill lead. And you could see, can they find it a 360 from Tomb? But Mighty's gets snipe drone, and now it's still 2-kill lead for Pippa. 3 from the end. Can they turn it around just like they won game 1 in the first series and then lost out on the next 3? Can Nemesis hold strong? It's 47 apiece. That chow from Pippa. Why? Why would you go in there? And then you can see Glory. He's going to try and get in. Oh my god, they find a kill. They're 1 up now. They can find these kills. The nades are coming in. Jimbo, he goes down, but it's Wootum. The final kill. Oh! Oh my god, it's Pippa that wins it. What? Oh my god, the chaos at the end. How? I thought Wootum had that for sure.
I understood the challenge from that U-turn because he did have him one shot and he went with him. He, you know, to your kind of wiser 2020 knew that there wasn't, or that they did not know that there was a second player to support them. So it ended up 47-47. We had, I think, like 5 nades run into back blue in that final moment, and it was like a half second of difference on the shots to separate these two. Wow. You know what? Pippa erased the first map with an absolute sweat fest in the second one. That's how you turn it around. You got to find these heroic moments. And what a second way for them to, again, keep it close on Solitude. Remember, they had to reverse sweep the King of the Hill in map 1 from winners finals to win it 4-3. This time, they take a 50-49 in Slayer.
Man, they were 10 kills down as well. Like... Yeah. Never beaten the accusations of choking Slayers. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Like, as well, so the thing that happens there, right, is it's 47-47, but then they're all flooding up Cafe, and I think Glory goes to jump up, and he gets headshot, and then one of the nades, I think, kills Snipe Drone, and then Wootum is in a 1v1, and then Mighty's just pops him in the head. Like... That's a crazy finish, but we're going to move on to map number 3. It is a neutral bomb fortress. First time I've seen it today. And yeah, we're guaranteed a King of the Hill recharge as well.
Did have the only other bomb that we got to see earlier was Aqua Bomb. So
yeah, the old Na'Vi charm. Look at the sniper with the Na'Vi charm.
Ooh, you know what? Throw back. Shout out.
My boy.
In case you don't know how this works, it is going to be the longest tug of war of your life, and that is just reality and facts, depending on, you know, how some of this executes. And it takes 7 seconds, I believe you said, to completely arm it.
7 seconds to arm, yeah.
Oh my goodness, it just takes forever. Ooh, okay, so laying down some damage into that top sniper position from off of Red Tower, but they get their head cut off with a guillotine in the form of a 50 cal, and SLG is the only remaining member, but a grave was marked with that same bullet as they land a body shot, but they don't get the finishing kill.
Yeah, it is gonna be Wootum. Oh, Wootum will go down, and it's gonna be 4 dead for the side of Nemesis. And maybe this bomb is gonna move forward. SLG is gonna dodge it. Glory does manage to get the kill onto Mighty's. And you can tell, Glory does find Seeker, and with 3 dead for Pippa, it's going to be Wootum carrying this ball like it's a warm piece of coal in Finnish winter. He's keeping it close. The snipe drone is going to find kills. The call coming in. Jimbo going to take shots. You can see Chick as well. Wootum, he's going to go down, and Mighty's gets a huge double kill. Oh, snipe drone. It's a 2v2. And Jimbo is going to take him down. Seeker's going to find one. And I think that bomb is going to get taken out of there.
Biggest thing that I've seen on Fortress when it comes to neutral bomb is massive repulsor play. I mean, you see how far that bomb already got lofted out of here, right? That's because you pick it up and then you just chuck that thing yard with some, you know, forceful Spartan engineering, if you will. And that's definitely going to be a priority utility for both these teams, especially if they're going to be playing defensively, or if you want to reverse it and kind of play the CTF mindset, toss it into the base. So chasing things down. Mighties, again, they are 9-2. You got a couple of be it baguettes or breadsticks, either way. There's a lot of grain and a lot of bread on this side of Pippa. Sika grabs at least 2 big kills, and it's about playing the intruder, the enforcer from behind your enemy's base.
Yeah, that it is. An SLG is going to find Chick. Still just roaming around the map, right? Like, no one has managed to get on the board just yet. Snipe Drone and Glory. Glory with a beautiful double kill. Mighty's the last one left alive. Just hanging with this sniper. Bomb being taken. Chick gonna respawn, and you can see, oh, he almost gets sniped. But Bomb is in the area. Look, if they can find some kills, if they can get 3 or 4 dead, they're gonna be able to take this bomb and plant it. Glory finds one. Jimbo, he's in that top tower. Snipe Drone's coming for him. Chick finds Glory as well. SLG here. They're gonna lay down some shots. There's only 6 seconds. 5, 4 until this bomb resets. I don't think they're going to get there, so it's going to go back to bottom mid.
That's why so many of these neutral bomb games you'll see go to full time, a full 12 minutes of these, because you can get to that base, you can get underneath, and you can get around it, and you see how they're trying to control those sight lines from mid. Love the follow-up snipe you're going to get into with Snipe Drone. He is keeping Pippa kicked out of their own base. Can't quite land it on the sliding shot, and the rest of that mag well will be emptied. But you also have to get this armed. 6-second counter. They know to cover down. Can Chick be able to conclude it? And they know that they gotta get hands back onto the bomb. Now, it won't lose its arming time as long as it doesn't go into Pippa's hands. It will go over to Nemesis. Glory should be able to complete the rest of this. Oh! No, he does not. That is so darn close, and it will fully reset.
Oh, tragedy. Oh, man. That is heartbreak for Nemesis. They were literally right there. They were like half a second away from getting it done. But yeah, the aqua bomb we saw earlier was like pretty quick. This is the true definition of a slog. This is, you know, you were so close to getting it done, and oh man, just not able to. And then the whiff from SOG as well. It's tough out here, man. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, because the top center of Fortress is so exposed. You have 2 huge sniper towers. You have the mid tower that you can literally have anyone at any given time have an elevated position to look at. And then you always have someone, now Jimbo taking up this role as the intruder, someone who should not be here, very Among Us style. So Pippa has seen themselves be in, you know, dramatic points of cinema. Can they continue to maybe have that turnabout as they change the script against Nemesis? 3 will fall. Woodham by himself. Mama Woodham worried about his son as he tries to at least survive out here, but he's doing fine. Gets 1 kill, but then he's thrown well off the mountain cliff. So,
yeah,
they're starting to get some of these fights. Gotta see if they can slowly gain some footing.
Yeah, it's gonna be 6 minutes to go. Sniper's coming up. Bomb. Looks like it's going to be grabbed by Pippa. Their sniper still not taken. Jimbo in the 1v1. Chick going to find SLG, and Seeker finds Snipe Drone. And now they can maybe push this bomb, but Glory is in the back lines. Chick going to come down on him as well. Should be finding him. Sorry, it's actually Jimbo in the front lines, not Glory in the back lines. Confusing my lines. I don't know where the lines are. Except the lines blur sometimes, you know. Crisscross. Slide to the left.
Oh no.
Slide to the bum. But yeah, Cha-cha a slide. Yeah. It's SLG with the snipe. I'm gonna stop. 5 minutes 20 left. Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's a difficult fashion to dance as well as do what is happening here, which is both teams having to take themselves into neutral Slayer. I'm not at all surprised that this one is taking its time to really kind of evolve, where you get some counter sniping occurring. 5 minutes to go. It may be all of a single cap, and I mean you have to play to kind of reset so many separate rotations as well as respawns that you basically have to have one man have a deep insurgency and everyone else get caught being pushed to tower. So Nemesis has had the greatest look so far. Pippa continues to play for just kind of space if they can. Oh, great coverage snipe by SLG. His teammate was about to be slapped in the back, but he's able to cover down.
Yeah, damn. That was nice and super close there, right? Snipe drone does find Mighties. Snipe drone, 21 kills, by the way. Does repulse the bomb up the top. Jimbo, he's going to be one shot. It's going to be the kill assist. Can they arm this bomb now? It looks like they'll be able to get it done. They got 1 second to go, and it's going to be armed. And Nemesis are going to take the 1-0 lead with 4 minutes to go. And Wooten finds a beautiful double kill. Seeker, it's going to be hit with the BR. Oh, it's so not very accurate, is it?
It's 3 little bullets,
man,
trying to you know fly across the map and do your bidding. It's like everyone that uses the BR is basically a warlock summoning like little demonic lich ghost things. I don't know. That one fell apart at the seams. Either way, okay. it's still one arm bomb, and you would feel like, all right, there's plenty of time, but they're trying to be able to get it back across, and that is a heavy objective. You just really can't get it going very far unless the repulsor is there. You saw it actually being tossed into red base with it while everyone else was climbing through maze. That's really what kind of gave them that footing to then start gaining some speed to actually have everyone available to go and get that armament.
And it will be Seeker who does grab this bomb, but he's quickly running out of teammates. Looks like he might try to get away. Wootem, oh, SLG puts him down. I think Wootem hit the body shot as well. And Snipe Drone finds Chicken now. They're arming the bomb again. And you can see Glory. Oh, he got so close. But Wootem finds Jimbo. He clips the body shot as well. And this should be 2-0. And it will be. And the ninja to finish as well. Oh my god, 3 minutes to go and Pippa have work to do as Wootem is just taking them apart at the seams. And this bomb might be coming in for a third one as well. I wouldn't put it past them. I think it's close as well, or at least been grabbed. He hits another body shot. Is there anything this man can't do? Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Live right there, I guess.
Well, it's right there, but another repulsor. They're tossing it to their teammate, and they're going to have one more chance. Everyone has been stuck in this corner from Pippa. A sniper goes back into the hands of who? Snipe Drone straight into the old crotch plate as they take him down nearly to a 30 bomb. Woodham was burning red hot. He was the cheese grater, and everyone else was getting grated down. Pippa is in a tough spot with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, hot damn. And it really was Nemesis. I mean, the ball does get pushed out. Mighty's gonna be there. Bomb gonna reset in 20 seconds. If Nemesis can find a few more slays. I mean, Snipe Drone is just sitting in their base. As SLG is gonna yeet Chick off the map. SLG finds a kill as well. Oh, Snipe Drone, last one alive. If he gets this, he could arm it, and it's going to be the win. It's Nemesis. It's 3-0, and they're going to be 2-1 up as Snipe Drone drops another 30 bomb.
Wow.
And another one.
And another.
And another one.
Nemesis is now on Open Series 1 championship point. They have been able to unlock it as they are 2-1 in the series. It I feel like saying the word dominance is not a good descriptor of this. It definitely looked very controlled. They'd had a much better game plan for the first OBJ from that Origin CTF, and now from this OBJ for this Fortress neutral bomb and Pippa. It was a lot of lift, shift, and respond. In opposite though, I mean, just look at the kill count out of Snipe Drone. Dude was obviously fragging. Woodham though had that heat up moment that definitely I think helped them out for that second bomb very much.
Yeah, just oh man, Woodham just going up. I mean, 7.5k damage. Like, wow. That is just disgusting. Like SLG chipping in a major damage on the other side. It's Mighties and Jimbo. But sheesh, looking real good. And we're going to move into map number 4. It is going to be a King of the Hill on recharge. I don't even think we've seen one of these today, so I'm here for it.
Yeah, we've seen every other King of the Hill except for this one. In fact, we saw too many Solitude King of the Hills, so you know, just keep that out of rotation for like a second next time, you know? Open Series number 2, less Solitude. But that, you know, me saying that, they're going to give us like a bazillion recharges. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be your fault next week.
Yeah, you know what? Give me like every Slayer's just Origin. Only Origin the whole time.
You just, okay. You hate life. Cool.
What?
Cool.
Origin's dope. What do you mean? Give me
cool. Mate, what do you mean? There was a 50-49 Solitude, my brother. Get that in my
that
veins.
was decent. Yeah, you know, when these two play.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I absolutely hate playing Solitude myself. I am hot garbage, so. Bring back Bazaar, I said. No. Never,
oh my gosh.
I'm never going to win that argument. It's sad. But hey, here we are. As you said, championship point for Nemesis, as Snipe Drone is on 3 kills already, but Pippa are going to be the first ones. Okay, no jiggle peeking, thank you, Jimbo. None of that. But yeah, Nemesis get on the hill now. It's looking pretty good. Scrappy start, I'd say, Monkey Man.
I mean, that's also how a lot of these King of the Hills have gone, especially into recharge. So much, basically, neutral Slayer. And you see the hills in totality be kind of that second nature to them, especially with that 5-minute working clock. This is going to be a slog, not just because of, you know, game type, whatever, trying to be able to land that sliding headshot if they could, but it's also because if you're Pippa, you know that previous game was tough. You never really got out of your own base. They're going to try and hit him from beyond the shroud, and they're going to use that to try and navigate away. Glory ends up going out, but first hill is within reach here for Nemesis, and Snipe Drone's going to try and assure it.
Yeah, it's going to be the 360. Goodbye. Oh, wow. I mean, he does get taken down, but the shot was real good. Jimbo does take out SLG, and it's just Glory left alive. Glory, who is 343. Nice. But the Nemesis do have about 3 seconds until they cap this hill. So it is going to be Pippa, though. Mighties that does get the camo, but Wotum! Oh my god! They've just slammed them. Oh my days. And this hill 1 done. Hill 1's over. Put it away. Cash it in. It's done.
That is so tough. 2 separate moments captured within about 4 seconds of each other, where Nemesis was at shields broken and Pippa players could not figure it out. I mean, tough. That happens to us all, but it definitely happened right there.
Ooh.
Big slaps, big yaps as they continue to just throw fists. They eventually get tossed out. Blue pipes under control of Nemesis.
Hey, they do the big slaps, we do the big yaps. That's what I always say. But it is, I said that once. It is going to be SLG who is in this hill. The second most nadeable hill on this map. The first, of course, being hill number 5 at camo. Oh, man. People still trying the ye old jiggle peek, right?
It's hard to unlearn, you know? You do it for so long, you're like, oh yeah, this is the way.
This is the way.
I go into attack shooters and I do Halo movement, and that's not how it goes.
Oh, God. But hey. Oh, ring around the turbine. And it's going to be Glory with the shock rifle, who does manage to get on there, sees that there's someone behind. Mighties is going to find a kill, but get traded by Wotum. Chick takes down SLG. They are going to jump back into this hill. They've spotted Jimbo. And Wootum gonna come up here and try and take him down. What? Oh my god, the grappling hook. The movement is bananas. He still gets taken down, but Jesus, he hit that shot as well. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy talk, man.
Hamel's gonna come up.
Oh my god.
Here, as Jimbo and the gang, Pippa. There's a lot of neutral clock that's actually been burned. That I think at least a full minute and maybe even some change from it. And this is now finally Pippa gaining themselves a nice position. Where is Woodham? He was up on top of a circuit breaker, just kind of chilling up there. Some of these weird jumps have really given new heights and new moments for these teams to have. Right around the corner, that'll be a nice trade. Now no one's on site entirely. SLG will be playing from this position, and they want to close it out and get themselves to a 2-0. It's a two-man rush here from Pippa. They've got to get to Hill. They stay at the door instead, and that means it's just free kills for Nemesis.
Yeah, so easy. And Snipe Drone, again, the first one into double digits. The man is having an absolute... Go have a Sunday, son. You know what I mean? Like, get in there. Good nade as well. Gonna find yet another kill. You know, when you've been teammates for someone for so long, you know where they're hiding. He's gonna get this kill. Glory does find Chick. Sorry, that was uber laggy for me. Yeah, Glory is going to get taken down, but Nemesis, the first one's on this third hill.
Your Pippa, you've reverse swept a King of the Hill before today against this exact same team. You can keep yourself mentally strong, able to keep that, you know, in the old bank. You're like, you know what? We can keep this in control. What?
Do you think they need to go 3-0 down to activate though?
It's the only way.
Is it too soon?
the victory variable is to go down so far that Nemesis starts slipping. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Pippa feels like they are able to keep that experience, but this has become a long day. A lot of play against a team that you're trying to continue to measure up to. Sika finds a couple, and this is starting to look better for them. I think it's time to break some tradition.
Ooh, is that what you think? All right, I'm ready. I'm ready for it. But hey, I think Nemesis will want to close this out, you know, in a convincing manner. But it does look like Hill number 3 will be going the way of Pippa. But like you said, a lot of neutral time has burned off this clock as Glory does find Seeker. And it is going to be 2-1. Pippa are going to take Hill number 3. Hill number 4, that kind of front C area, and Chick! Whoa. That could have been a highlight reel, Monkey Man, if he'd hit that. I think the roof would have gone off.
Yeah, I wanted to completely just get the fadeaway jumper if they can. Sadly, for them, they do not get that yet. 2, in fact, fall, and now they can play much more into an Overwatch position. They're going to be into that long haul, and they're going to actually see if anyone does come out from that A side. But that's because they had a teammate that was working onto this C plateau. Now they have to play much more neutral, looking for a chain reaction if they can. Oh, they're getting some at least assists. Pippa knows they have tiniest part of the clock to really work with. Might be able to get a melee, survive just a moment. They use the majority of that mag well, so not a lot of energy left in that gun, and Pippa has the numbers advantage for the moment. They've got to start getting on this hill.
Yeah. Time also going to be playing a factor, right? Like, that's got to be in the back of their head. And you can see the double chow from SLG does allow a teammate to get killed. It's probably going to, I was going to say get shot in the back, but Jimbo actually just ran straight past Seeker. Can he find a kill? Snipe Drone does find Mighty's, and it's just Seeker last left alive. And I don't think Nemesis are wanting to let this go to time, right? Like a minute 28 still feels like too much time to go. SLG gonna get taken down behind Trippy Box by Mighty's. Glory gonna find Jimbo as well. But every moment this ticks down, it's in favor of Nemesis, and you can see the kills coming through. They're so important. Wootum is going to get on this hill. A minute 15, still you feel a little bit too much, but Nemesis actually have no problem with just playing time. Yes, we'll take a little bit of hill time. Look, you can see Wootum not even jumping on it. Also doesn't want to give his position away, right? Like, he's not interested in doing that, but he's also happy to let the clock burn. And just a minute to go, and it should be the double shots down there. It will be SLG finding that kill onto Mighties, and with 1 minute to go, it's still neck and neck on this fourth hill. Oh, the stick was beautiful.
Even when you get a kill, being on Pippa, it is not enough. Now that they have 3 off the board, they could pretty much assure, especially from a long rotation, that they should be able to complete this third hill, and that more or less could put it out of reach. Depends on what follows up next. They're going to get that assist. And even if they don't complete this, I mean, it's 45 seconds to go. We've seen crazier comebacks with about 10 or less seconds as well. Woodham, hey, you know what? You got the side-to-side strafe tactics. He's the one that knows it the best. Getting some back shots as well, as Woodham is going to catch him from this top-level canopy. They eventually get cleared, but so does Pippa. 3 and then the 4th, quick to follow. They have stagnated. Do they go for this hill? Looks like they're going to climb the rest of it the way. So now, even if you get this next one, Pippa still has to grab 2.
Yeah, and I think that's huge for Nemesis, right? Like, you make the clock be so important because now you got to cap 2. You have 30 seconds to cap 2 entire hills. You got to play some absolutely perfect Halo if you're Pippa, or Nemesis are going to take down HCS Open number 1. 22 seconds to go. Mighties absolutely gets dunked on, but you can see the desperation from Pippa now. The camo gonna get popped, but Chick gets taken down, and Jimbo's dead as well. They're getting out of the hill. There's 15 seconds, and I have to say, Monkey Man, the way it looks right now, it doesn't look like Pippa is gonna have enough to sort this out. It's 6, it's 5, there's a double kill trade. It's just Jimbo left alive with 4 seconds to go. Glory versus Jimbo. They have to wait for everyone to get back, but there is so much time on this hill required. Wooten finds Seeker. It's 2 seconds to go. It's 1. It's done. Nemesis are your HCS Open number 1 champs. And I have to say, Monkey Man, even though it was 3-1 in both the winners and the grand final, it looked convincing.
It very much did. The first winners final went so close between these teams, but this grand final, it was a completely different beast. We had an absolutely excellent showcase of knowing the new maps, knowing the new modes that go with them. That CTF Origin was clinical. That Slayer was a lot closer, and definitely that key turning point that kept this Pippa squad in it. The Fortress neutral bomb, they never really got to escape the backside fortress, and then the tried, the true, no reverse sweeps this time inside of King of the Hill. Nemesis took control, and they will take Open Series number 1, as well as was it $1,125? That's a nice a chunk of change to take home.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm just trying to work out what that is in Great British pounds. Yeah, £900. You take that.
Yeah,
that's pretty nice. Yeah. That's a bad exchange rate. But you take
it's about
that.
to get worse. Don't worry about that.
You totally take that. But hey, GG's to Nemesis. Congrats for them on the win. Pippa getting it done into 2nd place. And yes, HCS number 1, Open number 1 on the road to Arlington, Texas to hang out with OpTic is done. We will be back next Sunday for Open number 2, where we run it back all over again. I've been Captain James Force. This has been Hail Monkey Man. From us, all the people behind the scenes, and you. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And hey, have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, and we'll catch you next week. Peace out.